What's up, everybody? My name is Lamont, and welcome back to the God is My Source podcast. We bridge the gap between God, money, health, family, and relationships. I got Rrari Da Coach on the line today, y'all. Rrari Da Coach, woman of God, mother. She has an amazing platform. She's teaching women all across the world how to transition from being a mother, a single mother, or being a mother in a relationship, finding a purpose and living an abundant life based on their gifts, skills, and talents. This is going to be an amazing episode. We're going to get right into it. We're going to open up with a word of prayer, and then we're going to talk to Ms. Rrari and find out her testimony, what she's been through, what God has brought her through, and we're going to get right into it.
Do it.
Father God, in the name of Jesus, Lord, we thank you for this day. We honor you, we praise you. We thank you for just giving us another opportunity to get a platform to showcase your abilities within our lives, Father God. We ask you to continue to speak through us so that we can draw people closer to you, Father God. We ask you to help us to help people believe in the supernatural and put you first. For your word says, seek ye first the kingdom of God. You didn't say seek ye first a job. You didn't say seek ye first businesses. You didn't say seek ye first relationships, but you said seek ye first the kingdom of God. So let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in your sight, and just move through us on today. In Jesus' mighty name I pray, it is so and it shall be. Amen.
Amen.
So y'all already know what time it is. We keep it real, but we root everything back to the word of God. And I got Miss Rrari Da Coach on right now, and she keeps it real. I'm gonna tell y'all, she keep it real. She root everything back to the word of God, and I like her platform. I like to see the different stuff that she brings to the table. She's married, and I like her personality. So we just want to talk to her today, and I went to college with her actually too.
Yeah.
I just watched her grow. I went on a social media fast in 2020, right? And I didn't get on social media the whole 2020. And I had got on there in like June of 2021, I think June or July. And somebody sent me one of your videos because it was funny. And I'm like, this was somebody that didn't go to school with us. I'm like, I went to school with her.
Wow.
And then I seen her. I'm
That's
like,
crazy.
The platform was growing. You was growing on the reels. It was comical. But then you start talking about the word of God. And I was like, wait, let me tap in with her right quick. And then we got to where we at today. So let's talk to the people right quick. Who is Rrari Da Coach? What is your testimony?
Gotcha. Okay, well, first, I want to say thank you. I got to show my gratitude. I really appreciate you reaching out because, honestly, I love your platform as well. The crazy thing is, similar story, right? Nobody sent me your video, but I literally was just scrolling on my Explore page, and I came across one of your videos, and I was like, wait, this is Lamont. Like, he went to Central, literally the same exact type of, you feel me? And I was like, I got this scrolling. I was like, okay, it was a video about like financial wealth though. So it was nothing related to God, but it was about financial. I think it was like financial literacy. It was just something, I think it was about business or something. And I was like, okay, let's see what you're talking about. Got on there. I got the scrolling. I'm like, oh, okay. So then when you reached out, I feel like we probably was showing each other love first, but then once you reached out, I was like, okay, so I really, really, really do appreciate you allowing me on your platform. So I want to show my gratitude first.
Appreciate it.
Of course. But yeah, so Rrari Da Coach. Who is Rrari? So Rrari, I'm from Mansfield, Ohio. Let's start there, right? So I like to say I'm a regular girl. And I love to say that because I like to feel like I've experienced a lot of things that most women have experienced, right? However, I've always had a really powerful mindset. So again, I'm from Mansfield, Ohio, raised in a single mom, 5 kids. I was the baby out of the 5. My dad, like I knew my dad, but he wasn't really an active father. You feel me? Like I knew him. I might go over there for a holiday or something, but he wasn't an active father. So my mom was a waitress, literally. She served at like Red Lobster, for real. Like she was a server, right? Graduated. When I got to high school, I was real bad. I was bad. Like I wanted attention. So I was a fighter. I was somebody that fought a lot. Like I got expelled 6th grade, 7th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade. Like I was wild. Like when I talked to my mom, she'd just be like, girl, like I'm so glad that you ain't turned out like I thought. Okay. So I was rough. I was just rough, but really I just needed attention. I wasn't getting the attention I needed. You know, I understand that now, obviously, but I graduated with a really low GPA. I didn't even have a 2.0. So I was really thankful that Central State actually gave me a chance. But they gave me a chance because I had like 26, like something high on the ACT. And I had only took it once. I didn't even know what the ACT was. I signed up at midnight. I'll never forget it. I signed up at like 11:56 because my teacher told me, like, you're applying for college. You can't go to a college if you don't take your ACT. So like literally my brother let me borrow the money. I just signed up and I scored extremely high. So they was like, you know, like they accepted me, shit. And they gave me a scholarship. So I was like, oh, you know, but when I got there, it was my chance to redeem myself. I'm like, okay, I was never a dummy. So let me get here and redeem myself. When I got there, Dean's List every semester, you know, so that was my chance to just be like, okay, I'm not dumb, but I still didn't know myself. I was redeeming myself, but I didn't know myself, right? So I got to Central State. I feel like I was just a regular. I was always like a person that I was a social butterfly. So I knew people, you know, but yeah, graduated from Central State. While I was there, I modeled, regular smuggler, whatever. Graduated from Central State with a bachelor's in accounting, right? After I graduated, I went into corporate. So I went into corporate America and I worked at Verizon Wireless and I worked there for like 2 years. As I was working there, I just was like, so I interviewed to move up, like into the finance department because I have an accounting degree. So I'm like, it makes more sense. Put me where I'm supposed to be. I applied and they all was telling me like, oh my God, they told me like you killed your interview because I was Miss College of Business. So I knew how to interview. I used to do mock interviews. Like I know how to do an interview, you know? So I was just like, okay, God, what are you trying to tell me? Because why am I not getting this job? And then honestly, my man, he was like, why don't you start a business? Like I had already had my cosmetology license when I graduated from high school. So I've always had my license. And he just like, you do hair every weekend. Like, why don't you just do it? You know, and I was like, hell no, I don't want to start no business. So then I stepped out on a leap of faith and I literally quit my job. I was like, okay, I found out I was pregnant, quit my job, started my hair company. So I did hair and sold hair. So then I feel like my real testimony started hitting like 2020, to be honest, right? So all of that was great. And that is all a testimony because God did bring me from being a lost person, low GPA, Dean's List, graduated top 10% at Central when I did graduate. So that is absolutely a testimony. But where I feel like I started to acknowledge it and realize that he was really blessing me was in 2020. So I had my son, graduated, not graduated. I started my business, whatever, my first son. So in 2020, I got pregnant with my second son. Right when I got pregnant, well, in March, right, I come downstairs in my basement, which is just like what I have here. It was my home office was in my basement and it was flooded. Like like your door, my closet door, the water was up to the doorknob. So it wasn't just like flooded, it was flooded to where everything in my home office was over. The couch, the TV, just everything, my printer, my every curling iron that I own, every flat iron that I own. I mean, I was wiped out. Everything was taken, right? I'm like, no way, like, no way did this just happen, right? So I put my pride aside and I said, all right, I'm gonna start a GoFundMe. The day it happened, I made the GoFundMe. Like, I gotta get my shit back. Oh.
We're gonna get Rrari a cussing jar.
Dang, I forgot I wasn't supposed to be tested. I probably tested a million times. Why wouldn't you stop me?
I didn't want to stop you and Flaw. I was just like, we're gonna give you a cussing jar, bill you the invoice. But you good, keep going.
No, I'm good. From here moving forward, we gonna be good. You might have to chop a little bit out at the beginning, but from here moving forward, we gonna be good. So yes, my house was flooded. I couldn't believe it, right? I came downstairs, I'm like, so I started to GoFundMe and I woke up to literally like $1,800. My goal was just $1,500 because I was just trying to replace like the things I needed to get back doing hair. So I was making wigs too. So I'm like, okay, what can I do? What can I do that I can make some money quick? Boom, 2 days later, everything shut down for the pandemic. I couldn't do hair anyway. So I was like, oh, okay, God, you just get me prepared, right? So I just started doing wigs. I bought a sewing machine. This was like the craziest thing, right? So I bought a sewing machine and I started making wigs. This was March, like the end of March. In the month of April, I made $10,000 off of wigs. I couldn't believe it because my business had never fluctuated in that aspect, right? Like I've never worked another job, so it was good. But I was like, what? So this is what you want me to do? So then I was like, okay, well, I'm trying to make 100,000, right? So I started manifesting it. And this is when I start, it was a pandemic. So I had to stay in the house. So now I was able to block out any other energy. I didn't realize the importance of energy until I didn't have so much other energy around me, right? So I couldn't do hair. So people wasn't coming and putting all of that on me anymore. However, I was able to push these wigs, I'm pushing the wigs. I'm happy. I started teaching. I started showing people like, look what I'm doing. Y'all want to learn? I started doing webinars. And once I set that goal, I started writing my letters to the universe. That's when I tapped in. I'm like, oh, okay. So he's listening to me. Like, I had to be like, oh, wait, I'm not just praying, like, oh, I'm actually praying. Like, oh, you're listening. So he blessed me. So I got everything in April. Like I said, I made like the most money I had ever made in that time. And boom, I got everything back. The end of May, my house flooded again. I was like, what? Luckily, I wasn't taking clients. I'm like, huh? This is no way. I'm like, okay, you want me to move. I got to get out of here. You don't want me to fix this. You want me to relocate, right? So that happened on May 25th. On May 29th, I moved into this house, right? So that was like a duplex. I moved into here, backyard house, so it was just like, oh, you just wanted me to move. You was just telling me like, come on. Oh, you didn't listen. I'm going to flood again. But luckily I wasn't doing hair, so I didn't have as much downstairs, right? So, so I was able to push my business to make 100,000 that year. And when I did that, that's when people was like, okay, can you teach me? Can you teach me? And that's how I transitioned into business coaching, because I knew I wanted to retire from doing hair. Like I knew that, but I didn't know what he wanted me to do. So I started writing it. Every day I would write it. The money is good, but show me what you really want me to do. Like, I'm ready. Just show me what you really want me to do. Show me the signs. I'm ready. Whatever struggle I got to take, just let me know. Like, I was writing it every day. And literally people start asking me like, can you show us, can you do a webinar on this? Like business. I'm like, oh, okay, bet. So then I retired from doing hair at the end of 2020. I said, okay, I'm going to step away from this and and be a business coach. I had decided that in like October. As soon as I claimed it and I said, all right, I'm going to step away, my social media grew by 50,000 in 60 days. I'm like, whoa, that's like, this is like literally like when you ask, you will get it. You got to ask. That's what I tell people. You have to ask, like, and be ready. So, and I really wasn't ready, okay? Because I asked, and then I got this following, and I'm like, whoa. Obviously, it was my cooking videos, right? My voiceovers. I did it joking, like it was just a joke. Like I was like, whoa, 10,000. Like my TikTok grew by 10,000 overnight. It was the craziest thing. I was like, huh? I woke up to so many people just messaging me like, girl, people sending me over. I'm like, whoa, like I was joking, So I kept delivering because I was already doing food videos, just posting them, with music. But then I added the voiceover and my personality. And I'm like, okay, so you're showing me you want me to use my mouth. I was just taking note. What you want me to do? I kept asking, what you want me to do, God? Send me everything. Keep on telling me and I'm going to take note. I was obedient, right? So what do you want me to do? Boom. My following grew. Then after my following grew, I feel like I got overwhelmed kind of because it was like, okay, I have this following, but it's not for something that I'm really passionate about. Like I don't care to cook. And like, what am I doing this for? Why are you, I went through that phase. Like, what is this? Why, I know that like, what is it? So I start asking and then doors start opening. People start asking me to do motivational speaking because once I asked him, he put me in a position where I had to find myself. He like, you want to know why you got this? Find yourself so that you can use this platform in another way. And then I kid you not, I just was like, I want to read it. No, I'm gonna tell you what happened. I went to a pop-up shop. I was in a pop-up shop and a girl was there doing like readings. Like she was selling like sage and she was doing things like that. And I was really just trying to donate. Like, I wanted to give her something. And she was like, she's like, you have real high energy. You know, can I talk to you? I'm like, yeah. So I sat down with her. It was only like 5 minutes. And the only thing that she could pull from me, she was like, I just want you to know you're going to be a millionaire. Like, that was just like, she was like, you are going to be very wealthy. Like, she went straight into that. And she said, but you playing with God. And I was like, huh? And I kind of got offended at first, like, girl. And she was like, no, like, you have a relationship with him. But it's like when you pray, you kind of just praying like, I know he gonna do it. Like, he wants you to get a little deeper with him. And I just was like, okay, you know, and went on back to my table or whatever. But later that night, again, I've been asking him to send me signs. So I'm just real obedient. Like, that's one thing I've learned, you have to be obedient. So that night I said, okay, I'm gonna read the Bible. Well, I really asked myself, what am I not doing? Because I do pray, you know, I do meditate, but what is the missing piece? And it was the Bible. So I said, okay, I'm gonna read the Bible. Like, you know, if I'm asking for this, you know, if I'm asking him for something, the least I can do is read the Bible. Why not? What can it do? It can't hurt me. And I was actually somebody in high school, I didn't believe in God. I really didn't. I was like, I used to argue people down like, y'all want me to believe what? Like, as a child, I praise dance. I went to church with my grandma. Then when I got to high school, I just was like, nah. When I had my own mind, I was like, nah. But then, like I always tell people, he'll make you a believer. Trust me, he will. He will. If you're supposed to believe, he's going to make you a believer. Period. He will. He'll show it, and he did. Right, in every way, he showed me. So, yeah, I started reading that Bible, and it just changed my life. It changed everything about my business. It changed everything about my platform, because that was the missing piece. Like, can't nobody tell me no different. That was the missing piece. Once I did that, I found me, and I realized, oh, you have me doing these voiceovers because you wanted me to use my mouth. You want me to get these people attention. You know, you want me to get the people attention so that I can redirect them to you. And I'm trying to find the live. I got to find it on my page, because what happened was I was on live one day just smoking, just talking, right? And somebody commented something, and I start referring to God. Like, I answered their question with God, and he kind of questioned me, like he tried to test me, like, and I had the Bible sitting there. So I was like, nah, you know, the actual scripture I'm talking about, you know, I just picked it up and started talking. And then I'm just talking about it, because now we're just talking about it. And people were just like locked in. They couldn't leave. They like, oh my God, like, please don't stop doing this. Like, I was doing it every day at first, and I got overwhelmed. He pulled me off social media. Like, he don't play. He put me off social media for 30 days. He took me through the brokest season ever in my business, the brokest season, right? Because I just needed to tap into him. I had to fast. I had to just take note and listen every time. And every time I won. Like, every time you come out on top, you just be obedient. So I could go testimony for testimony, but I want to let you answer questions. I mean, I want to be able to answer your questions.
That was amazing. That was amazing, because you touched so much. Even in, on some real though, even in the times that you was cussing, because I ain't gonna lie, I'm not about to sit here and act like I'm holier than thou. I got a cussing demon too. It come out sometimes, like I got to control it. You feel what I'm saying? But you just show how God uses vessels. God if you look at the Bible, you feel what I'm saying? He never picked the person who thought that they was, you feel me, they had it all together.
Perfect. You know,
Moses was a murderer. You feel what I'm saying?
Come on,
David was David was a adulterer. You feel what I'm saying? Like, everybody, they had they mix of things. But one thing is how we gotta look at things is that God meets us where we are.
Yes.
And then once he meets us where we are, he shows us our gifts. He shows us what he gave us. He shows us our skills. And then he's like, all right, I put you through all of this. So now it's time. Are you ready to go through this process?
Now what you gonna do?
Yeah. What you gonna do? Because your process just begun. Because when was this? You got saved. So you say you got saved for real in what, like 2021 or?
Yeah, like, July is when I opened the.
She brand new,
y'all. I opened the Bible. Yeah, I'm fresh. That's what I tell people. I'm fresh.
And I love having these conversations with the hood. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's like, I was blessed with a prophetic voice that I can talk to our people. Like, I was raised in all of this, but I was raised outside of it at the same time. But I understand everything. I'm still connected, but I'm able to talk on the level so that the drug dealer can hear what I got to say, the fiend can hear what I got to say, but they can still understand that this is the word of God. And so that's something that you're gonna be able to do. Like, I ain't even mean to like prophesy, but God gonna take you somewhere. I see you in places where people scared to go. Like people are scared in our realm of speaking to people and speaking into people's lives and identifying what people's purposes is and being able to shift them out of the dark into the light. He gonna take you into places that people not used to be seeing. Like you're gonna be able to get strippers saved. You're gonna be able to get strippers saved. You're gonna be able to get prostitutes saved. You're gonna be able to get women who like you just said, you went to a reader. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I gotta be real. You know now that would like that they play with witchcraft.
I know now.
They play with witchcraft. You know what I'm saying? Like the sage, the chakras. That's witchcraft for real. I mean, you can't like if you look back into the Bible at different times, like even Aaron's son. So Aaron, you read the Bible now. So Aaron was Moses' brother. So he gave the tribe of Levi charge over the priesthood of Israel. Okay. So basically they were the ones in charge of the temple. Right. But for some reason, Aaron's sons, they decided to burn, they call it an incense. That's what the Bible says it was. They decided to burn incense in the Holy of Holies, and God instantly killed them. Now, I don't tell people it's sage, but it identifies that we're not supposed to be utilizing different things to get to God when we have direct access. Mm-hmm. I hear people talking about the universe, God owns the universe. So when you say I pray to the universe, you just not trying to get credit to God. Then you see people they carrying around these different stones that mean different things that could possibly, no, it's not true, but like whatever you use, because we got dominion over it. So as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. So if you think that these things do this, of course it's gonna happen.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? Of course it's gonna happen. But we can't praise this stuff. We're not supposed to praise it. If you look through the Bible, even Saul, when Saul couldn't hear from God no more, what did he do? He went to the psychic. He went to the psychic to try to get him to be able to talk to Samuel. He like, I need to talk to Samuel because Samuel was my prophet and I need to talk to Samuel, but Samuel dead. So I don't know what she was. She was a witch, but whatever she was at the time. But she was able to get him to get a familiar spirit to get him to talk to Samuel. And that's how he lost the kingdom. People don't even know. People think Saul lost the kingdom just because.
I'm reading the Bible. I wanted to say that. I'm literally right now, I'm actually going chapter for chapter.
Where you at now?
So this is what I did. And I'm wondering if I should have read front to back. Because somebody sent me something that told me, I'm going to send you the post. And I'm going to let you tell me if you think it's a good order to read the Bible.
Okay.
I'm going to send it to you. I'll send it to you after this. And you can let me know what you think. Because I'm not through the Bible. Like I'm like books in. So I'm like going through it and I'm literally shocked it's so crazy. It's such a beautiful, like,
it's amazing.
I can't believe that I didn't do it for so long. Like, I can't believe, but I know that I did it when I was supposed to. That's one thing that I like. Everything happens the way that it's supposed to when it's supposed to. Like, that's one thing I do believe, but I'm like, I never was too far gone though. The crazy thing is, even when I would say like I don't believe in God, I would still pray. So it was like, even when I wasn't connected, I was connected. I just was stubborn almost. Like I just wanted to disagree with somebody or something for real. Cause like I was connected even when I wasn't connected. And I always say that because I always came back to him. Like I always came back. And I know that's why, like, once I really came all the way in, he was like, yeah, okay, now you see, like, this is all I wanted you to do. Like, duh. Like, so yeah, I'm in this journey. Like
he sees your ability to, you're not scared.
My boldness.
You're bold. You feel what I'm saying? You're going to do whatever he say to do, you're going to do it. Yeah. And that's all he wants. Our zeal is what he takes. He can't, like, he can teach us anything, but our zeal and our love for him is what he can work with. He like, wait, so she'll listen. He'll listen. Wait, I can peel back the onion. I can take away everything else. You feel what I'm saying? It's gonna be one day I'm gonna keep it real with you. One day you're gonna be like, I don't smoke no more. Watch. Trust what I tell you.
So funny because I would never argue with that, because my answer to that is when God tells me to, I will. And I honestly could say I just haven't had that. I've only had people say it. So like, I'm just being obedient, because right now I'm just, but I ain't gonna never say I won't. I just, we just gotta see.
He work on us, like he work on us day by day. You feel me? And I'm gonna keep it all the way 100 with you. I am about a year and a couple months of stop smoking and drinking. I had a visitation from God. Like, it was in the end of 2020. I had went on my social media fast, but I had a lot of stuff started happening around 2000.
I wanted to ask you that. What made you go on your social media fast?
Because a lot of stuff just started happening in 2019. I'll be very transparent here too. So when I graduated from school in 2014, it was like God shifted me. I moved to Miami, Florida. I'm fresh out of Central State. I moved to Miami. I was down in Miami for like 3 years. I'm doing whatever I wanted. I'm still, you feel me? I always knew I had anointing on my life, because that's just how God worked. Like, I was born 3 months premature. I was supposed to die.
Wow.
My mother said when I was a kid, I would always sit in front of the TV and listen to Apostle Hinton all the time. Like, I'm like 1-2 years old, but I could understand the apostles. You feel what I'm saying? So wow. She said that I used to sit in pulpits at churches, like all types. Yeah. So they already knew what was going on. But like, you know how you get older, got saved when I was like 11, 12 years old. I started preaching and doing all the different stuff. And then once you get to high school, you trying to fit in.
Exactly.
You're trying to fit in. So I get drawn away from it. Then I ended up playing football in college. And it's funny because I went to a Christian college at first.
Oh, wow.
I was playing football there. Then I ended up transferring to Central. Then when I transferred to Central, at first I was just chilling. And then I ended up getting into the scene in whatever you want to call it. And he snatched me away from everything and put me in a place by myself.
That's what he did.
In Miami, I'm learning the ropes, but I'm not doing, and it's, Dave Ramsey is?
Yeah. No. Who's Dave Ramsey? Yes, I know who that is.
He's the #1 financial coach in the world. He got I
don't know. I probably just know the name, but the face is not coming to me. But the name is like, but I don't know the face. But yeah.
But God he give you multiple chances to change your life around. So I'm coming from Central. I ended up in Miami. I was one of my friends who went to Central with us. He got me going to church with him. I don't have too much of nothing. I don't got nothing for real. He got me going to church with him. And I remember the weekend before I went to grad school, took me to church with him, and Dave Ramsey was at the church.
No way.
And he's telling us he wants us to join his program, his financial program, because he's about to start doing all this. He already was doing it, but he's bringing it to churches now. And wow. I didn't want to step on faith. I wanted to use my money that I had to go out, I think, the next week or something stupid. But all right, God said, all right, I'm going to let you do what you want again. So he let me do what I want all the way to like 2017. Then he started taking stuff from me.
Yeah.
He moved me to Charlotte. I could not, I always was good at making money, but I couldn't find a way to really make no good side money in Charlotte. So now I'm struggling on my job, trying to take risks, trying to make business moves. It's not happening. My car got stole at the end of 2018 on Christmas.
He takes everything.
He taking stripped me from everything. He took my car on Christmas 2018. So now 2019, I'm trying to figure it out. You feel what I'm saying? But I ended up making the most money I had ever made in my life. I had hit over 6 figures that year. I had six figures that year. Like I'm hustling around, I'm doing this side hustle, working my corporate gig. I'm throwing parties. I'm doing all type of stuff. But I ended up making the money. But I wasn't fulfilled at all. Like I was just tripping. I'm doing all type of stuff. Like at the end of the year, God sat me down like, all right, so you did all that and where did it get you? You feel what I'm saying? Where it get you? So I started going to this church in Charlotte, real heavy words church. They speaking the word in there. You feel me? God convicted, God telling me like, you got a prophetic voice, like I need to use you. But I still was trying to do whatever I wanted. So I was like, all right, look, 2020, I'm gonna draw back because I was rapping and everything. Like, I'm doing all type of stuff. I'm going across the country. I'm doing all type of stuff. My name is getting bigger, but my soul is like, being touched.
Exactly.
And I just like, I'm gonna just draw back. I'm gonna read the whole Bible front to back, because you can read the whole Bible front to back if you read 4 chapters a day. So I started reading the whole Bible, and then it went from I'm gonna do a month no social media. Then it went to 90 days. Then it went to 6 months, and then by month 6, my birthday May, I started to like, I didn't really want to be on the scene no more.
Yeah.
And I started reading that book. And then, like I said, you start peeling layers away from you. You feel what I'm saying? I'm starting to hang with different people. I'm starting to get a different appetite. Certain things I don't want to do no more. 2021 came, right before 2021, I got convicted. I was like, I'm about to do a 40-day fast. I'm going to just do it. I'm going to go the first 40 days of 2021. No food, just water. 2021
just water?
Yeah, 2021 hit. I went the first 3 days, January 1st, January 2nd, January 3rd, no food, no water.
Whew.
And then the rest of the 37, no food. And it was like, he was just peeling everything back, taking everything away from me, showing me why things was happening. It was crazy. It was the hardest thing I ever did in my life, but it was the most refreshing thing I ever did in my life. And then at that point, it was like, I have to make sure other people understand what I understand now.
Yeah.
And then it was like, all right, a lot of stuff got to go. It was like a lot of stuff just had to, it was like, can't be no more. It was like, it was a fight. But then I didn't even know what was happening for. Like at the end of the year, my father ended up having 3 brain surgeries and 2 moms.
Wow.
My grandmother, who taught us everything we know, she had died at the top of January. You feel what I'm saying?
I'm sorry.
It was a lot going on. And
this was in 2021?
No, 2022. My grandmother just passed.
Oh, just this year. Oh, wow.
96.
Wow. Well, that's such a blessing.
She was 96. Her birthday was the next weekend. She was going to be 97.
Wow.
And so it's like,
I'm sorry.
Understanding that's what shifted me, to answer your question. That's what shifted me, just understanding that we are living trying to fulfill what we want out of life, not what he wants for us. And once I figured out my purpose and understanding that I wasn't here for me, then I was like, all right, stuff got to change, stuff got to shift. You feel what I'm saying? I can't be girl to girl no more. I can't be in this state, in that state, trying to see what the move is. I can't be smoking all the time. I can't be, because it's funny, because you'll be in these settings. I'll be smoking with people, drinking with people, but I'm talking, I gotta come up. If somebody, I'm gonna defend my God, you feel me? Because I know the Bible, I know what's going on. I'm gonna tell everybody what's up, but they like, stop preaching. They hit you with that. Stop preaching. What you preaching for? Like, but God know you bold. But he gotta sanctify you. That's the word. It's sanctification. Like we look at, the word saints, they say the saints.
Right.
Saints is just a term for sanctification. Like,
it's the same thing. Yeah. Right.
But sanctification is just separating. That's why he says, I'm holy. I'm holy means I'm not like everything else. Like I'm set apart. Being holy, and that means to be set apart.
Right.
So when the sanctification process comes, you have no choice but to draw back from everything else, because if you with it, you're not even gonna feel right once you start the process.
Gotcha.
And that's what everybody should go through. Everybody should go through a time of sanctification. Not that you're gonna be perfect, because everybody gonna struggle with what they're gonna struggle with. But God can take everything from you if you allow him to. If you still struggling with something that you've been struggling with since you was 15, 16, 17, and you've been asking God to take it away from you, sometimes it's a thorn in your side, like Paul said, but sometimes we don't want to give it up. Like, say you got a spirit of anger, and you always blame it, like you can't never get along with people. You always
come on.
You feel what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
Sometimes we don't want that anger to go, because sometimes it gets embedded. Some demons get embedded into our personalities.
Come on. This is exactly what I was just talking about. Like, come on. You accept it. You think you really would trick yourself into thinking that that's you. Like, you trick yourself into believing that that's you. I was literally coaching somebody today, telling her, like, you've accepted certain things that's literally not you, and that's why you can't get happy. Like, you're not reaching your full happiness because there's things you're holding on to. You're thinking that it's a trait or a personality, and it's not. But you just hold on to it. Like, you hold on to it. Let it go. You gotta let that go, so that you can then tap into this next layer of you, because that's making you mad. It's making you angry. Like, whew, what you're saying is right on. I'm just like, yeah.
People don't know, like they and it's funny, is because we got this I'm a little late, but they got like the hot girl summer vibe right now, right?
Right.
And if you pay attention, as you start to see, and it's funny because 2020 kept everybody in the house, right? So prophetically, I already knew that, like, I'm like, all right, everybody about to be in the house. We about to see a whole bunch of freaky stuff happen. You feel what I'm saying? But then you start to see it unfold. You start seeing the jokes about the sex toys. Now it's a joke about girls being a hoe. Then it's girls accepting the fact that, oh yeah, I do some hoe stuff every now and then. Then it get to the point where, how you gonna judge me if I'm a hoe? Then it get to the point where, well, if y'all gonna like polygamy, I can have 2 husbands. Then it get to the point of, while we we doing all of this stuff, not paying attention, and then we not exempt, because who puts them in this situation? You feel what I'm saying? Who puts them in this situation? We're not leading. In our community, the Black man not leading necessarily all the time. He wants to lead or be the leader when he wants to, when he wants to feel when he feels like, oh yeah, you need to submit to me. But how she gonna submit if she don't have nothing to submit to? If she don't see the leadership happening, she not gonna want to submit, because she gonna be like, it's literally like this. Say this is my phone is the car. I'm driving this car. I'm the leader driving the car. Holy Ghost should be telling me, be my GPS. You, girl, I say, get in my car. You say, where you going? I say, well, I don't know. If naturally, in the natural body, if I tell you to come with me and I say, I don't know where I'm going, are you gonna get in the car with me?
Absolutely not.
You're not gonna get in the car with me. But this is what's happening in some of these relationships. Men should be knowing their purpose. They should be led by the Holy Ghost to go to wherever the destination is that they are set to go to. But the women, some of them just getting in the car, some of them catching a ride, some of them like, oh, well, I'm not going to be here that long. Or some men like, well, I just want her to come into the next exit anyway.
Come on.
So now we're not leading. We're not leading by example. But
I can't say I agree with that. I agree with that. I feel like a lot of men, they want women to be submissive, but submit to what? What am I being submissive for? How do you deserve this? Because I do think the problem is people think it's just supposed to be automatic. Oh, it's a man and a woman, so the woman should. But absolutely not. You have to deserve that. I say that all the time. Like, every man do not deserve a woman to be submissive to them. You don't even know. Because exactly like you just said, for me to be submissive to you, you need to be able to lead me. I need to trust you. And I'm not going to trust you if you ain't being led by the right thing. It's not happening. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical. Because like you just said, that's like me getting in the car with you and you don't even know the destination. Where are we going, sir?
Shoot. Yeah,
just get in. We'll
Just,
see.
we're gonna
Absolutely
figure it
not.
out.
We're gonna figure it out together. Nah.
That's not how it's supposed to go. You're supposed to know your purpose, know what you're supposed to be doing, and you're supposed to be. This about to mess a lot of people up though. We're not even supposed to be picking a woman till we know the purpose.
And I'm glad you said that, because I was gonna say, I feel like the missing piece, literally, that was gonna be my next statement. The problem in our society, one of the problems, not ain't the only one, but that right there, a lot of men, and it's not just men, women as well. I feel like everyone, you need to figure out yourself first before you figure out other people, because that's where so many relationship issues come in. That said, you don't know yourself, and here you are trying to love somebody else. So you can't tell somebody how to love you if you can't love you. How? If you can't really love yourself, how can you teach somebody else how to do something you don't? I can't teach you how to drive a car if I ain't drove one. It don't make sense. So if I don't know how I can properly love me, how am I going to just expect for you to come in and love me? Like, I can't even teach you. Like, even if you are lacking somewhere, I'm just frustrated because you're supposed to know. Like, that's where relationships are going wrong both ways, men and women. I feel like everyone should find out who they are before they be so eager to find out who someone else is, right? Because I've done it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure we all have done it. Like, it's hard. You need to know you first.
You have to
know you. You have to know you.
There's no dating in the Bible. Like, you're gonna figure that out. There's nobody dated. The closest thing to dating was Ruth. You feel what I'm saying? When Boaz found her, you see what I'm saying? It was like he seen her at work, because her whole situation was her husband died. Feel what I'm saying?
Okay.
So her husband died, and the lady, the mother had 2 sons, and both of the sons died. So the servant, they were to be a servant to the mother at this time now, because the husbands died. Those are her sons.
They gone, right?
I don't have no other sons to give y'all. Y'all can just go and do what y'all need to do. One of the wives, she went back to her country. She went back to her family, whatever. Ruth like, nah, I like what's going on here. I'm gonna stay with you, and I'm gonna be obedient to what I learned from my husband. So they move, they go where they need to go. She in the field, getting to work. You feel what I'm saying? Boaz see her like, wait, who that? They give him the rundown. I want that to be my wife. You feel what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But if you look at the context and you exegete that the scripture and understanding what happened there, he seen her and knew that, okay, I know what I'm supposed to be doing in this world. I see a woman that I think can assist me. Let me figure out her whereabouts, what she's done, who she's been with, why is she in the field working? What is she doing? Like, she wasn't even paying her. She probably wasn't even paying him no attention. He rich, and all the girls want him. You feel what I'm saying?
Exactly.
He's like, wait, she ain't paying me no attention. Who is she? She knew. Let me figure out her whereabouts. Let me figure out what she doing. What she doing like? What's going on? Then he found out, like, okay, you exemplify the traits that I want in a wife. And he had to go through hula hoops just to even make her his wife. He could have married anybody, but he wanted to marry her. So he had to do a whole process just to marry her. This just to tell somebody that, like, this is why you got to know what you're supposed to be doing, because every girl, so we got the Proverbs 31 woman. Those are the traits of the wife. Everybody, it's funny, I had made a video that said this, but I didn't want to post it because I didn't want to, because every girl said they're a Proverbs 31 woman. Every girl said they're a Proverbs 31 woman, but are you reading the rest of Proverbs? Understand the different things that Solomon was saying, what to avoid when looking for a woman. But that's a whole nother story. But she carried.
That's funny because everybody want to be a Proverbs 31 is just super woman. Everybody.
The whole rest of that's the last chapter of Proverbs. It's the whole another book of Proverbs that's talking about what to me. It's telling the men, like, it's not the whole book, but it's sprinkled through, like, oh yeah, men, avoid this. Don't marry a woman that do this. Don't take a wife that do this. Don't take a wife that do that. because it's amplifying and letting you know that the most important thing you can do in life is picking your running mate. Because if you pick the wrong running mate, you're gonna mess up everything. God can get you back on track. But now you got kids by this person. You done tied your soul with this person.
Yeah.
You done made a family with this person because y'all families is coexisting now. Like your mother know her mother, your father know her father, your cousins know her cousins. So when y'all just separate, you know how much that's gonna hurt? Because you made the wrong decision, because you didn't know that if she carried the different traits to be your wife, because you should know where you going. If I know, okay, God tells me I'm going to use something simple. I'm supposed to be an engineer. But I know my job as an engineer, I'm a strategic thinker. I needed to be quiet all the time. I need somebody who's going to be structured in my life. I need somebody who's organized, different things like that. So, but you pick a woman who's completely opposite of the type of woman that you know that you need to be the CEO of an of a manufacturing company. You know where you headed. God told you where you headed, but you decided to choose
somebody who can't do
sex. Or you probably chose sex. 9 times out of 10, you chose sex. She was a freak. Temptation. She was a freak for you. She looked good. You feel what I'm saying? But she don't know how to do none of the stuff that you need to get to your destination.
Exactly.
And you just chose her because, well, I mean, I like her. I love her.
Yeah, she looked good.
She looked.
Man, she got good conversation.
And some men don't even do that. They just be playing around. They dating around and playing just to catch a body. You caught this body, you don't even know what you about to get with the body. You just left your fingers on the evidence, because guess what? She crazy. She got attitude.
Like, I really do wish more men, like, and I hate to speak on men because I feel like so many women talk about men, but I talk to my women. So I don't really speak on men when I'm talking to women for real. I really talk to them about them. But I do wish that just more men just tapped into themselves. Like, if more men focused on themselves, like not even that they focus on women, a lot of men are focused on other men. And I don't think that they realize that. A lot of men are so focused on other men that they can't focus on themselves. They comparing themselves to this man that got money, this man that got this car, this man that's living. It's always with the next person, the life the other person is living. And focus on you so you can get your blessing. Like, you focused on their blessing. And technically, sometimes that's not even a blessing. Like, just because it looks like a blessing, everything ain't what it looked like. You know, so here you are worried about someone else's blessing when God just sitting back watching you. Like, can you just focus on you? Can you focus on you so me and you can do what we supposed to be doing here? And you too focused over there. Like, what is you doing? I be telling people in Bible and Blunts, like, that's like God wants you to be in geometry. You over here in biology. You worrying about what plants, when they gonna die, and we over here trying to figure out the angles. Like, no, he wants you, and that's what alignment is. People throw the word alignment around, but don't really know what alignment is. Like, because they so out of alignment. That be the craziest thing. People now, because that's trend, manifestation, like a trending thing. You know, like even right now, I feel like God is trending. Like, I hate to say that, but I feel like people almost playing with it because it's like trending. Like, a lot of the reels is like, dear God. And I know that it is funny and it's a good way to market or whatever, but I just almost feel like it's such a trend that you can't even really tell who really connected for real, because it's such a trend. Like, and that's where people get out of alignment for real, right there, because you following the wrong track. You think of your car, when your wheel alignment messed up, what you do? You swerve, you can't get right. So when you out of alignment, that's what it is. So, people are so out of alignment that they can't even realize it. They talking about alignment, they telling other people how to get in alignment and can't even get themselves in alignment because they're so focused on everybody else. Really ain't connected to the source. Like, I was just telling them, like, y'all be using the wrong adapter piece. Like, sometimes, like, you ain't supposed to have an iPhone on the other end. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be like this, and you using this, and that's the problem. You literally plugged into the wrong thing. Like, it ain't even always you. It's sometimes that adapter piece, the thing in between. Like it be that in between. You supposed to be listening to TD Jakes and you listening to Lil Baby over there on the shade room. Like it be that one little adapter piece. Like people just got to get right. That alignment. They throwing it around and don't know what it is. Like, no, but I wish that more people like took it serious. Like personal development, they don't understand the significance in it, because that's another thing that like trend. Like when things become like a trend, it's the people that get it, and then it's the people that's like trying to be woke. Like, but when you really woke, you really don't got to do all that wokeness, like for real. Like when you woke, it just shows. But the people that want to be so woke, then they make it to where it's like when you're trying to wake people up, they ain't really waking up. Like I don't know how to explain it, but it's too many people that ain't really. I don't know. I just feel like even though I'm freshly connected, I'd be just like I can just peep it. Like I'm just like, oh God, like I be peeping it. I can have a conversation with somebody and they could talk to me about it, and I'm like, yeah, I ain't having another conversation with you. Like I could just feel it. Like, wait, this was cool, but this is over. Like God will literally be like, girl, get out of here and don't have another conversation with this person. Like, because people know how to use God to sell. People know how to use God to connive, and it's crazy. Like you got to be serious. You got to be cautious. Is what I say.
Gotta have discernment. That's the word they use in the Bible. To
discern. Come on. There it is.
It's a gift. I mean, sometimes
and everybody ain't got it. And I hate to say that. Maybe you can educate me on this, right? And I want to ask you this, like realistically, right? Do you feel like there are people who are not meant to be connected? Like, you know how like there are children of God and there's like, I don't like to say that though, because I really in my heart be like, I wish that every person could really connect. And I know I don't really know. I really be stuck on that. Like, but then it's some people that I'd be like, I don't think like that you like, I don't know, you too far gone, but I don't feel like anybody can be too far gone. So what's your perspective on that?
So the Bible says that man can't be drawn to Christ unless the Spirit draws him. You feel what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you was chosen before the foundation of the earth to be a son. I mean, it's a son of God. I mean, son and daughter, but man is the same thing. So you was chosen for the foundation of the earth to be predestined. Like once you go into Ephesians, I want you to read Ephesians. Matter of fact, over the next month, I don't know what you're reading, but read Ephesians. I'm reading
right now.
Ephesians is like, the best way to explain Ephesians is it's your policy. It's the policy. It's the life insurance policy. It's all the benefits that you receive by being chosen. You feel what I'm saying? You were predestinated before the foundation of the earth. It's going to tell you like how this works, because you can choose God, but you're only going to choose God if he chose you to choose.
He wants you to choose him for real.
And it's not that you wasn't chosen. It's just it's like this is one of those things that you got gonna understand with God. You see what I'm saying? Like, because we're not gonna understand everything. It's not gonna happen. But the understand is like this. Some people are not chosen to be chosen because they chose not to be chosen before they was even born.
Okay. So it's like it ain't even their decision for real. It's not even in their hands.
And it's not that God didn't choose them or he didn't love them. It's just this was the decision that was made before you even.
Okay. Can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you speak on any other religion on your platform?
All right. So no, first of all, I don't. But the thing,
I don't know if this is a religion though. So let me ask you, and then if you're not willing to answer it, you don't have to. So, okay, my friend, my man, his friend came over, right? And he's just been real adamant to talk to him about a religion, right? Like, he wouldn't say it was a religion. He just like, I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. And he came over, and I'm just open. I like to hear people's perspective. I'm never going to just cancel somebody out because of their belief, right? And he was talking to him about Yesali or something like that.
I don't even know what that is. Unless you're talking about, I thought you was
talking about what it is. The way that he
lights.
Right there.
All right. Okay. I can go into that once you ask your question. I can tell you what.
Okay. So the overall thing, I will tell you where he lost me. How about that? So he was explaining, like, he reads the same Bible as me. Like, it's the same thing. Like, he reads the same word as me. Like, I was listening to him. I'm like, okay, you read the same book. But his takeaway overall, where he lost me, is that basically God is only for Black people. Like, he looks at white people as his enemy. And I said, I'm sorry, but right there, like, I don't know, my spirit telling me I just can't agree with that. Like, I can't bring, like, he don't want me to hate nobody. Like, that's just what my heart's telling. He don't want me to hate any of his children. And like, he has great, the way that he explains it sounds amazing, you know, but I'm just like, that's where he lost me. So basically he was just telling me, like, Jerusalem, like, I was listening, but
it's a trick of the enemy. It's a trick. So we don't know, first of all, we don't know what color Jesus was, but the thing is that if he was in the Middle East, he had to either be probably our color, but he probably looked like an Arabic person, for one. That clears the air. But right. Secondly, what the Hebrew Israelites believe is that they believe that we were the chosen people.
Exactly. That's why when you said that, when you just said you don't really choose it, he was saying that, like, in your first life or something, like, we're reborn, and like exactly what you're saying. So go ahead. Yeah.
They believe that we were the chosen people that he chose, right? Mm-hmm. But when Jesus died, he didn't shed skin, he shed blood. And I got this revelation from a pastor I was up under. He didn't shed skin, he shed blood because we all bleed.
Okay, I like that.
He shed blood. We all bleed. We plead the blood of Jesus, everything. We pour the blood of Jesus, everything. You feel what I'm saying? Like, right. It's under the blood. It's under the blood. Everything is under the blood. But the reason why they believe these things is because they have been trapped into a realm of racism. They want an explanation of why we were put back in our position. And this could all be true. Not saying that it's not true. But God isn't a God of division. You feel what I'm saying?
Exactly.
He's not going to separate who he's for and who he's against, because that's why Jesus came. If we really want to be technical, they all name all the different tribes, but he chose Judah. And he chose Judah because of David. So everybody else really is nothing. The tribe of Manasseh got wiped out. They gone. Like, ain't nobody in Manasseh at all. Reuben lost his birthright when he slept with Jacob's wife. Simeon lost his birthright when they went and killed when they killed that whole tribe after they raped his sister. So it's so many moving pieces that we would have to go into to have to be able to prove this. And God is not a God that would do all of this for us to be right or be wrong, because God is not a God of right and wrong. God is a God of good and evil.
Exactly.
When he parted the Red Sea, that wasn't right. But it was good to get the Israelites over to Canaan. It's not natural.
It was necessary in the moment, but it wasn't right.
The burning bush, when he talked to Moses, think about this. How many people walk past Moses while he talking to they like, what the heck is you doing? Why is he standing over there by a burning bush? And it never burned, though. They said it never burned. It just was burning. When it stopped burning, it didn't burn up. This is not natural. This is not right, but it was good. You know what I'm saying? It's just like putting somebody in, like, this is something that's in the Bible. So it says when you're in debt for 7 years, if you have a slave or they're in debt for 7 years, you're supposed to let them free after 7 years, right?
That's right.
You feel what I'm saying? That's not right.
It says after 7 years, you're supposed to free a slave.
Yeah, you because you technically as a slave, you're in debt because you owe. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you may have borrowed so much food, you may have borrowed whatever they was borrowing at the time. You work. That's why the whole employment thing is technically slavery, because the only reason why you go to work is because you got to pay bills. And since you got to pay bills, you go and find out who's going to let you for them to get your exchange currency to pay your bills. But it's you, since you owe me, right? Say you owe me, you my slave. It's not right for me to let you free because you owe me. You took from me.
Yeah.
Evil to keep you my slave. So God is not a God of right and wrong. He's a God of good and evil. And there's certain things, because the way the enemy traps.
I love that right there. He's not a God of right and wrong. It's good and evil. I love that. That's big.
The enemy traps us into the biggest way the enemy will trap you. And this is something that you can use for your life going forward. He'll try to get you to do good things to distract you. Once you get so caught up in the realm of the spirit, once you get so caught up in God, it's certain things it's not going to work. You feel me? Mm-hmm. But he'll use something good to distract you from accomplishing your assignment, because that's the only thing he really want to do. Yeah. I mean, the whole going to clubs, stuff like that, it's a distraction, but like all of that stuff is like, it's mere minimal compared to what he really wants to do. He wants to distract you enough to not do what God sent you here to do. Mm-hmm. So he'll start to, she caught up in the spirit. She's a pastor. She's a minister. Oh, okay. Well, let me make her mother need some money to do something. But God told her to use that money to do something else. He might send her mama, hey, I need the rent due, and I ain't got it.
Right.
The good thing to do would be to give your mama
right.
But the right thing to do would be to give your mama the money. But is that the good thing to do? Is that the thing you're supposed to do? He told you you're supposed to use this money to go do a revival in Alabama somewhere. But if you give her the money, you're not gonna be able to pay the deposit and do what you need to do. So it's like, it's all subjective. And then when it get back to what your actual question was, is they have been caught up in the realm of making things about race, and it has thrown them off. And it's funny to me because they try to live by the law, and they, what did he say? He said, I know y'all like to tussle. That's what they say. Okay. They don't fight. They like to tussle. You feel what I'm saying? But everything, they believe in the law, but they don't even live by, you can't live by the law. It's over 600 things that he told Moses to tell them not to do. You not about to, I'm in, and that's where I'm at right now. I'm in Leviticus. And it's so funny because this about to be my third time reading the Bible. And this time God has, he put me in a realm of understanding it into a realm of, this is why it happened. First time I read it was like this what happened. Second time I read it was, I got to understand it. Now it's like this is why it happened. But the reason why he was making them do all these laws is because he was purging them from themselves, because they were stubborn. He knew that they were stubborn. He knew that they wouldn't listen. And they try to live by the law, and he put the law in place just to send Jesus to show you that you need Jesus to be redeemed, because he was the blood, like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, yeah. he was the living sacrifice. He was the lamb.
It's like he had to show you for it. Like he gave you something to show. Like, yeah, I'm gonna make you think you can do it so that you can see that you really need something to help you, because you're not going to be able to do it.
You're not going to do it yourself. Like,
you're going to need. Yeah.
Did you get to the part where Jesus went to the temple? That. Did you get to the part where Jesus went to the temple and he was like, y'all better get up out of here. Y'all doing too much. Y'all selling in my temple. Y'all need to flee.
Oh, I was just talking about that. He walked right in there. I was about to cuss. He walked in there and cleared it out. Like, what? Not in my house. Yeah, no.
But the reason
why he was wrecked though. Like, when I be reading it, I'm like, if I'll be wishing I could just go in the streets and just make them read the Bible. Like, because they will see. Like, I feel like if you read it, then you will realize that, like, what you're doing is not new, but you can't fix it. Like, I be feeling like people so far gone that, like, like, I don't know, when I read the Bible, it made me realize, like, okay, so what I'm going through, what I'm experiencing, it's not new. But then it opened my eyes to, like, so it's not right. Like, I would read something and it's like, okay, so he wanted me to think of it this way. Like, okay, I experienced that and I acted like that, but oh, he wanted me to do this. Like, it just opened your eyes. And I feel like if people would take like, when I'm speaking about it, I have to tell people, like, listen, sometimes you literally have to take the guy, like all of the, like the spiritual talk out of it, because people get so stuck on that and they want to be disobedient because they feel like they're not connected yet. So they run from it. So I just be like, if you could just look at this as a book of guidelines, a book of principles, like just look at it like yo principles then, or something. Like, if you don't want to call it the Bible, don't want to feel like it's the Bible, just read it as a way, just the answer. Shit. I mean, shoot, the answer. Like, I just be like, now that I'm reading it, like, oh my gosh, there's more people. Because like, once I start reading it, obviously my partner, I got him tapped in, but even the crazy thing is, like, as a child, he was really a church kid. Like, I was so shocked when I started reading the Bible and he was like, I know all the books. I was like, what? Not knew the Bible, like knew it, but like he was able to name them, like he just knew them. And I was like, what? Like, I never knew that. You know what I'm saying? And the more we got to talking, he like, yeah, I pray every night. Like, and because I wasn't asking those questions, I just didn't know. So here I am thinking I'm about to come to him. Oh, was I cussing again?
No, I said you got blessed.
Oh, I thought you said I was cussing. I was like, dang. Oh, but exactly. Like, that's why I be like, God really don't, he'll protect you when you don't even know. Like, and that's why I really do believe that, like, there are chosen ones. Like, my entire life, I've always been told, like, you anointed. Like, people always would tell me that. I literally last year, the beginning of last year, I made a status, like, joking, like, bro, what does this mean? Stop saying it to me. That's what I said. Like, bro, what does anointed mean? Why do y'all keep saying it? Like, joking, not even, like, I was just not knowing, you know? But I really feel like when you're chosen, he gonna protect you. Actually, I just read this scripture yesterday where basically, dang, I hate when I can't remember the exact one, but literally he was saying, like, the blessed get blessed more. And the people who don't have anything, like, literally you'll get the things taken from you that you think you don't even have.
The wealth of the sinner is for the just.
There we go. And I'm like, what it is like, yes, when you're blessed and you use your blessing in the right way and you fill in other cups, he's gonna keep filling your cup. That's what it is. Like, he's gonna keep overflowing your cup because you're just pouring it in more and more and more and more and more cups. But if you don't understand that you're blessed, it's like you can't really use that blessing. You know what I'm saying? But I wasn't even going there. I don't even know how I got down that track. What I was saying was, I came to my man, like, almost trying to test him, like, because I'm like, hey, you know, I'm reading this Bible and I get to just asking him questions. And like, I didn't realize that he was already like on the lowest of keys, not to the level that we are, like, you know, now we've gone through the process together for real, but he was like, he had his own relationship and I didn't even know. You know what I'm saying? He like, oh, I don't go to sleep without praying. Like, and I'm over here like, we need to pray. Like, why are you? And he like, I don't know what you've been on, but like, I don't close my eyes without praying. I'm just like, dang, like, it was just like a wake up call. And that's when I just realized, like, gosh, you really, like, you got me for real. Like, you really protect me even when I don't know. And it's such a beautiful thing. Like, so I don't know. I just love him. I'm just like, I'm obsessed with him now. Cause it's just like, now I'm just like, and I'm talking about God, not my man. Like, I'm really obsessed with God because I'm just like, oh, that's all you wanted was my attention. That's all you had to tell me. Like, and once you give it to him, because he's so jealous. I'm trying to teach people, like, he is such a jealous person. Like, we be so worried about pleasing our partners and we think we jealous. Like, I thought I was jealous, but God don't play. And the problem is a lot of people give too much credit. I said this on my post, is we be giving his credit to the enemy. Like, when something bad happened and God really trying to pull you and get you into shape, you just immediately say it's the devil. And now you're making them even more mad because it's like, you still don't see what I'm trying to do for you. Like, you still just can't realize that this is me. It's not, everything is not the enemy. And if people would tap in, they would see that. Like, you got to go through the storm. You got to get through the test. It's no testimony. It's impossible. Like life is literally like, you got to take notes, then you got to study it, then you got to take the test. Like, it's literally just like, just like school. It's that. You got to take the notes, you got to study the notes, then you test the notes. And if you fail the test, you got to take it again. And then once you pass that test, that testimony will be something crazy.
No, a pastor had told me one time, he said that when you complain, it's like you giving praise to the devil, just like how when you praising God, you giving praise to him, because you giving him credit for whatever happened in your life at that time. Like, oh man, just say you riding a bus and you going to work, but you missed the bus. You complaining that whole day. You talking about how you missed the bus, or you talking about how it was cold outside, but you don't even know why you missed the bus.
That bus done got in a car accident. All kinds of crazy stuff happened on that route.
Anything could happen. Or even just imagine how many times somebody done cut us off, or we done hit a red light, or we late, can't find our keys.
And be mad. Like, as the deeper I get into the Bible, I just be like, it just makes me realize, like, literally in your darkest moments. And it's like every time I read, every night when I'm in my book, he reiterate that for me. Like, praise me in your darkest, praise me, like, because that's really what he wants you to. If you want to be real, he wants you to praise him. Like, he wants you to praise him in the good, but he wants you to recognize him when he really taking you through something. Like, he wants you to realize him, because people, it's so easy to praise God, like, when something good happens. We naturally do it. Thank you, God. I want to give God grace. Like, we say that naturally, but like, not even always in a storm. Like, when I'm talking to my people, I'm like, it ain't even always about in the storm, but just like, what about just a regular day? Like, sometimes we only go to him in the good and the bad, because a lot of people do pray in the bad too. But I mean, in the good and the bad, but what about in that middle? Like, when you just good, like, it ain't good, it ain't bad, you just cool. Like, I feel like those be the moments where people, they forget. Like, it's just like, okay, I'm blessed right now, I'm cool. Like, but give him the praise then too. Like, you really got to praise him all the time. It's really no time on praise, but yeah, it ain't no time on praise. You just got to praise him. You got to love him. You can't discredit. Really, I'm at the point where I'll be like, I ain't giving no credit to him. If I'm being real, like, I don't want to give him no credit. Like, some stuff is his work, but even when he working, I know that God working. So it's like, why even give you any credit? I'm gonna just work. I'm gonna focus on what he got to do for me since you done did that. Like, I'm just in that phase where I'm like, I don't give him no credit. Like, if it's up to me, I know it's a blessing in everything. Like, I don't care how bad it seemed in that moment. Even if I don't see the blessing, I know that it's a blessing in it. I know it. You know what I'm saying? So if it was up to me, I ain't giving him no credit. And when I do, I check myself immediately. Like, what? I pray. As soon as I do it, like, oh man, my bad. I don't know what I was doing. I'm tripping. Like, I don't know how I said that, but I understand. Like,
now the Bible said, in all things, give thanks. You feel what I'm saying? All things, because the Bible tells us all things work for the greater good of those in Christ. Like, so everything gonna happen for a reason. It go back to the situation with Joseph. You feel me? Like, Joseph went through pure hell from the time, I don't know how old he was when he went into captivity, but he didn't become the prime minister of Egypt until he was 30 years old. So just imagine if he got captured when he was like, say, 12 or 13. He was in hell for about 15 to 17 years of his life. Like, you really think about it. They captured his brothers, whooped on him. They beat him up. They jumped him. You feel what I'm saying? He like, I'm just coming to love him and to tell y'all what the father told me to tell y'all. I didn't ask to be the favorite son. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I didn't ask that. I didn't ask God to give me a dream. I just was telling y'all I had a dream that I was doing this and that, and y'all was up under me. I didn't plan this. So they put him in captivity. They take him. They take him to Egypt. Now he in Egypt, and they put him in Potiphar's house. Now he in Potiphar's house. The wife keep trying to mess with him every day. He like, chill. I'm not about to hit you. Leave me alone. Like, I ain't trying to hit. I don't want none today. Like, leave me alone. None today. One time, catch him slipping. You feel me? Take his coat. Now they put him in jail. They like, he raped me. He like, I ain't raped that lady. Like, what are you talking about? She keep trying. Now he in jail. He probably don't let her be bad. You got the Cougars, baby. She was bad. He probably was like, I should have just hit her then. If I'm be in jail, like, I should have just hit her.
Wow.
Now he in jail. But then while he in Potiphar's house, though, Potiphar is like he's the man up under, he's like the man right up under Pharaoh. He run everything. So like God took him from being the richest person in Canaan, put him in a pit. Now he's a slave of one of the richest people in Egypt. You feel what I'm saying? So like, we don't know why he had to learn these different things. He had to probably learn how to be in a position of where God was about to take him. Then he gets put in jail. But when they put him in jail, he the head of the jail. He ran the jail. You feel what I'm saying? Then they send down the baker, and I forgot whoever, what the other guy, what his position was in Pharaoh's house was. But he sent them down there. They have dreams. He tell one guy he gonna die.
You got me excited to finish the Bible now. I'm over here like,
it's real. You feel me? It get real.
You got me over here like, okay, I gotta speed it up. Like,
it real. Genesis so interesting. It's like learning about Hitler and the Holocaust.
Oh.
It's like all the different events, like all of the different events that happen in history. That's how Genesis is. Exodus is the same way. Exodus is the same way. Then you got Leviticus. Leviticus is a little boring though. I ain't gonna lie. I personally think Leviticus is probably the most boring book of the Bible because of it's the rules. It's telling you everything. God is like, this is what's going on. This is what I want y'all to do. This is how I got to be done. I want everything. I want you to dot your I's and cross your T's. This is right. You feel what I'm saying? Then you got Deuteronomy, Numbers, and it just get going on. It get more interesting along the ways, and then Revelations is just a whole wraparound. But Joseph, what happened was they put him in jail. He had to tell. They had dreams. He told one dude he was gonna die, and then he told the other dude that he was gonna end up back out of jail. He's gonna be back in Pharaoh's house. When he go there, just let him know about me. Just let him know, it's a dude in here. You feel me? He doing this thing. I told y'all my story. I don't know if you ever been in jail before, but like in jail, everybody always telling their stories. You feel? I ain't never been in jail. I'm just saying, like, everybody they telling their stories. That's all y'all can do. They probably telling them like, yeah, my brothers, they beat me up, and then I ended up here, and then I was in my house, and then she said that I hit her, or I was trying to rape her, and I ain't touch her. Like, she was trying to hit her. He probably telling the whole story. He probably like, yeah, just tell Pharaoh, like, I'm in here for no reason when you get out. 5 years go past, that man ain't said nothing to Pharaoh.
Wow.
But Pharaoh started having dreams. Pharaoh had a dream that he seen 7 cows. He seen 7 fat cows, 7 skinny cows. Then the skinny cows swallowed up the fat cows.
Okay.
He kept having a dream. So he going to the, you feel me? He going to the palm readers. He going to the sorcerers. He going to the magicians. He going to the witches. He going to everybody who he can think of that can possibly tell him this dream. Nobody can tell him what the dream is. So he like, hey, it's a dude in jail. I just was in jail with a dude. He told me I was gonna end up back in here. And
right.
He like, go get him now. Go get him.
Yeah, I need him.
They come bring Joseph. They clean him up, bring him up there. You feel what I'm saying? He come. What's going on? How you doing? He was like, they told me you can interpret dreams. He tell him, he get carried to God up first. He like, I can't interpret dreams, but it's God who interprets dreams. He tell me what to say.
Exactly. Oh, come on.
And he like, all right, well, this is my dream. He like, you really want to know what the dream mean? He like, yeah. He like, well, the fat cows mean you're going to have 7 years of abundance. You're going to be rich. You're going to have great harvest. But these 7 years of famine going to come right after. But the 7 years of famine going to eat up everything that you gain in the 7 years of harvest and abundance. He was like, but God telling you so you can put yourself in position. He was like, I need somebody to manage all of this. He was like, he said, you need somebody to manage it. He was like, all right, you about to manage it. He like, me? Yeah, since God told you what's going on. God
of course, I can't trust if I can trust anybody, I can trust you.
I'm gonna trust you and your God. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, I know what's in you, so come on.
Now he put him in charge. The only person he got to answer to is Pharaoh. So he just went from the pit.
Wow.
To being the head person in charge. You feel what I'm saying? Wow. Like he's head in charge. And now he run everything. And his brothers, when the famine happened, his brothers had to come to Egypt to get food. And that's how the Israelites ended up in Egypt, because he head in charge. he end up, you feel me, going through a whole process with them, and they end up telling them, I'm your brother that y'all sold to slavery. You feel me? I'm still alive. And they brought him up to Egypt. But you never know what your seasons is, what's happening in your seasons.
That's what I was thinking. That message is powerful because not only do you not know your season, but like you don't know who God gonna send or when God gonna use you. You know what I'm saying? Like I haven't even read that story, but that's all that I was thinking of as you was talking was like, you just never know. Like you just said, God put you through so many different things to get you in different places. He went from on top to being on bottom to being back on top. Like, but it was because he kept using what God put in him. Like that is so powerful. Like, ooh, that's powerful. That's such a word. Like, that's such a word. You got to use what's in you. Like something that I tell every person, every girl, I don't care if I'm doing a business or personal coaching, is you got to understand. And I can't remember the exact, and this is what I'm working on because I want to know the scriptures. That's why I know I got to read it because I always remember the message, but I don't be knowing the like, you know, but the scripture, what I'm referring to is when he pretty much said, like, you don't put a candle under a blanket. Like you don't put a candle under a bed. You put it on a candlestick. You know, so when I teach, when I'm coaching, I tell them, like, you got to understand that your light is supposed to shine. Your light, you got to find where your light's supposed to be, and it's supposed to light up every room for real. Like if you got that light inside of you, because I hate to say it, but I don't feel like every person has that light. Like it's a certain light that people just have, right? And if you got that light, you need to put it on the candlestick. Like you have to. He's gonna keep on. And when you don't feel full because you know you got it inside of you. So it's like you really putting a candle under a blanket. You burning the blanket. Like, why are you doing that? Put it on the candlestick. Use it. Light the room up. Wherever you go, like shine your light. Like people use these terms, but I'll be like even me, I used to use terms and didn't realize them, but like now that I'm like just tapping in, I'm like, yeah, that's shine your light. Like shine your light. Everybody don't have that. So if you have it, but then and the problem be like people don't be working on themselves. They don't understand themselves. So they don't even know the light. They don't know that they got it inside of them because you can't find yourself. You got to love yourself. There's so many layers on top of that light that some people literally don't know that it's down in there. Like so many things, insecurities, anxiety. Like literally I was doing a coaching where somebody was talking to me about anxiety. And that night I read a scripture. The whole story was just about anxiety. And the last line, I answered her and told her, like, you don't have faith. If you experiencing anxiety, I hate to say this, but you just don't have faith. Like it's a lack of faith there. Because if you have faith and you understand that everything always works out for you, no matter what. So like everybody will experience some type of anxiety because we're human. So we're going to feel that naturally, but you should be able to, you know, when you got faith, it's like, yeah, that could happen. But because I know I got God, I'm cool. Like for me, I have real bad car anxiety. I've been in a bunch of car accidents. So like my anxiety is bad. But I know that God got me. Like, I'm going to go pick my kids up every day. I'm going to get in the car every day because I know that he got me, you know? And that's really what I feel all of these, like depression, anxiety, stress. Like, if people really had faith and they was really connected, like, I'm not going to say it's impossible to feel those things, but like, when you really connected, it's like, even when I want to feel that, I can't for real. Because it's like, I know that I'm going to be good. Like, but you do got to feel the emotion. So it's kind of tricky because I do tell people like you do need to feel that emotion because if you don't feel the emotion, then you're not going to do what it takes to make sure you don't feel it again. Like if you don't make sure you feel that emotion, then you don't know what you don't want to feel again. But that's also why he put you through it so that when he do bless you, now you're ready for it. Like people be asking for $1 million and you ain't managed $1,000. Why would I bless you with that? I don't. Why do that? Why do that? Like if you can't hold this bottle of water, why am I gonna give you a gallon of water? It just doesn't make sense. Like so we ask for blessings that we don't really prepare ourselves for. So here and this is me personal, right? Like me, I was okay. I'm supposed to be a millionaire. I'm supposed to be a millionaire. Dang, he was mad at me. I was talking too much.
No, you was good though.
Okay, we back.
About.
What was I saying? Dang.
You was talking about stress and anxiety.
Oh, yes. When you really tapped in, you understand that those things are like impossible in a way. Like even when they want it, like when I tell people like straight up now, I'm like, that's all the enemy. Like, and sometimes I don't be wanting to just sound too, like, I hate to say like churchy, but like, that's really what it is. That's the enemy. Like, that fear is just the enemy. So when you feeling these things, it's literally the enemy. Well, at least that's what I believe. It's the enemy. He just trying to get you off track. Like, he just want to get you off track. Like, when it's that bad. Now, God, like, it's a thin line. Like I said, I don't really like giving the enemy credit, but it is a thin line. You got to know whose work is whose. Like, you really do, because when God put you through things, what he do is he put you through it, but he still take care of you. Like, he still take care of you. Something that I'm really focused on, because he put me through the season to show me, is that enough is plenty, right? We get so eager for more that we don't pay attention to that he's really like covering you just enough. Like, and I had to focus on that. Like I said, I went from making all that money. I made that 100,000 and I didn't do what I was supposed to with it. I really didn't. Like, I didn't. I made 100,000 and then it was like, okay, I'm broke again, right? Then he gave me a crazy amount again, right? At one time again. And I didn't do what I was supposed to with it, right? Then he was like, okay, now do you get me? Like, literally, after he did that, that was the July, right? I touched more than that. Like, I made 100,000, then I touched basically more than that in the first 6 months of the next year, and was still back in that position again. So he like, now do you get that the money ain't really what your heart want? Like, he had to really show me, like, girl, your heart don't desire money. Like, it really don't. You see, it doesn't. It desires me. It is me. Like, it's me, me, right? So when I start tapping into him, I'm like, oh, it's way bigger than money. Like, that's where people mess up. They think they heart desiring that money, so you get to chasing that money and you get to going after, you get to doing all kinds of things. You will get to doing all kinds of things. So what he did was he took that from me. And then when I started and the crazy thing was, it was like when I opened the Bible, it's like when my money just started, it was crazy. My business just like slowed down in a way that I had never seen. Like, I just was like, whoa. Like, I mean, I wasn't getting nothing was hitting my website. I'm just like, huh? I was still showing up every day, but I was in that Bible. So it was like, even though he was taking the money, I was still feeling real full. So it was like, it was just a transit. I'm like, what is this? Like, I thought I needed this money to make me feel good, but like, I'm so broke, but I'm so full. Like, it was the craziest. It was like a mental thing. I had to be like, what is happening here, right? So then the more I start tapping in, I start reading, and I'm like, okay, even in my brokest seasons, right? Like, in my brokest season, as far as financially, nothing ever was turned off. I never had a bill cut off. I never lost anything. Nothing was taken from me. Not one thing that wouldn't keep me okay. Like, he didn't take my necessities. He took away my wants. I didn't get my lashes done for 3 months. I didn't get my nails done for 3 months. I didn't have my hair, like, and I stay on that because that's just who I am, right? But I just like, and I didn't care. Like, it was the craziest transition in my life. Like, literally, I just was like, I don't care. I'm about to read the Bible then. Like, he pulled me off social media, let me get back on for 5 days, pulled me back off, let me get on for 10 days, pulled me back off. I was like, what? Like, he just was like, I need your attention right now. Like, I need your attention. I don't need you to focus on them. Like, and in those seasons is where I realized, like, oh, you really got my back. Like, even though my business ain't doing, he kept just like blessing me in the weirdest little ways to where I was always covered, even when I thought I was broke, right? So we get so caught up on the money when really the fulfillment and the fullness is really in him. Like, it's really in him. Because when you're full in him, you can't be broke. Like, you just can't. Like, you can't be empty. You can be broke. Like, your pockets can be broke, but you can't feel empty. So even that's how I got so connected, because like what he do is he gives you this sense of stillness. Like, he makes you be still. Like, when he really wants you, and I know you know all of this, so you probably just like, yeah, I'm glad you know. But he make you be still. And it was crazy. I ran into this girl, and this is why I knew that I was doing my assignment. This is when I know, oh, you gotta get off here at 9:30.
No, you good. You good.
Okay. So I knew that I was doing what I was supposed to, right? Because I started speaking. Like, I just started doing the speaking. Like, just, it was so, like, that's why I was just like, oh, he just was already in me. Because I look back at my page And when I looked at my highest like random posts, like it would be like random videos. I kid you not, Lamont, this was before I read the Bible, anything. I used to just put up these random like 2 to 3 minute videos, and I would start them off like, hey, God put this on my spirit, so I'm gonna let y'all hear it. That's how I would just start it off. So I kind of went back and I started like looking at my videos that was trending, obviously my cooking videos, but I wanted to see what lifestyle videos people was paying attention to, you know? And everyone was the messages from God. Like I would always be like, hey, this is a message he gave me, so I got to give it to y'all. Like, right. So it was just like, he was just always just sneaking his way in there, showing me though. Like he was, I was letting him use me even when I didn't really, wasn't even, it's just weird. Like I was, but I wasn't, you know, I just wasn't reading the word, but like I was still letting him use me. Like when he would put it on me, it was that heavy that I was like, I'd be driving the car like, hold on, I gotta tell these people this one. And it's like, hey, God told me to tell y'all, this ain't even me, this him. Here y'all go. And I post it and keep on going about my business. So it was like, once I really start acknowledging him on a personal level, like I was acknowledging him then, but when I start saying, no, hey, I'm listening to you, I'm focusing on you, you know, he started putting me in real position. Like he started showing me like, now that you let me know, now I'm gonna let you know. So then I was getting booked to speak, right? That's why it was crazy when you just said at the beginning, you was like, I see you speaking in rooms, like, because I didn't, okay, let me not even go. Okay, so anyway, what I was about to say is I got booked to go to Miami. Worst trip I ever been on, right? First off, the girl booked me and I went on some like, first off, it was my first speaking engagement. I spoke for free. I just told her, I just want you to, if you get my flight there, we good. You don't even got to pay me. I'm just come because that's what he put on my spirit to do. When I got there, the girl, basically she made it as if I was there. So, and it was just such a mix up, but at the end, I just understood. It was so crazy, right? So I got there and basically I did my assignment. He wanted me to speak. I spoke. The way that he played it out, I was there from Thursday to Sunday, but I spoke Friday morning, right? So it was kind of like, he knew that was going to happen Saturday. He knew this was going to happen Friday night, but he needed me to still do my assignment. So he was like, I'm going to have you speak. And then whatever they want to do, whatever, right? So I spoke. After I spoke, we ended up going to the club. The girls that was there, it was like a boss retreat. So it was a bunch of girls. We went out. They like, we want to go out. But mind you, the whole weekend, we got a whole weekend of events. So like to go out on a Friday night and we got to be up at 6 on a Saturday, it was already kind of weird to me, but I'm like, whatever, I'm not going to mess up the vibe. Whatever, I'm going to just vibe with y'all. When I went, it was the whole group. And it was just this one girl I connected with. The first girl that I saw when I got there, right? It's just so weird how his people is his people. That's what I will say, right? So I got there. First off, let me backtrack a little bit. When I first got there, I came in, they didn't have our hotels ready. I go in the back and I'm rolling up, right? Because I'm like, whatever, I don't know. I'm in Miami. I'm just gonna go back here. And I'm rolling up. And it's a girl sitting at a table, probably a woman, I'm gonna say, because she's a little older than me, right? But she a few tables down. And I thought she was on like a FaceTime call, but come to find out she was on Clubhouse. But I just heard her talking. I'm just sitting there rolling up. I'm talking to my audience, right? She talking to her people. I'm talking to my audience like, yo, I'm here to speak. This girl gonna be like, damn, the speaker, because I was the main speaker. So I'm just talking to them like, she gonna be like, damn, the speaker was smoking weed. You know, just joking with my audience. I roll up, but I'm listening to her, just like subconsciously listening to her talk. And she's talking about how she's on this vacation and she ain't been away from her son. Her son is 10 and she's never really taken a trip away from him because she's just a good mom. And she like to keep him, you know, she just was talking. And she was like, and I feel good. Like she was saying that. And when I walked out, I just was like, I just want to let you know I'm proud of you. And she was like, huh? I was like, I know I don't know you, but you deserve this. Like, you deserve this. Like that. And that was just it. You know, I walked away and I went on about my day. Then the night we went out, the same girl, somehow we just connected again because the group kept leaving us. Like we was walking on the strip and it was a guy he was just hustling, everybody hustling. So he like, can I take y'all a picture? You know, good energy. He like, can I take y'all a picture? We like, yeah. The whole group like, no, like crazy. Like they like, no, why? We don't want you. Like just rude. And me and her like, why not? Like our energy was there though, right? So we like, whatever, we took the pictures. That night, the girl who hosted the event, pretty much, she was not trying to leave the club till like 5. And me being the voice, right? People outside the club, we 30 minutes from our hotel. We like 15 deep. They brought us here in 2 different cars, right? So like we have transportation because you brought us here, but all of these people about to take Ubers back. And it's like 4 of y'all that want to stay out of the 15. So me being who I am, I go to her. Now, first off, you brought me down here to this event to speak, first off. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really ain't come to kick it anyway. But she asked me when I first got there, can you please tell me, you know, through this weekend, if it's something you would do different? She told me, like, I love your event. You know, just let me know on some, that's what she asked me. So when I went up there, I didn't even go to check her. I just pulled her to the side like, hey, the majority of the group is outside about to catch an Uber. You know, I don't feel like that's appropriate. If this was me, it was 3:30. We had to be up at 7. The first event was at 7. So I'm like, nah, this ain't cool. And she like, was like, she did some crazy, like, what? Like, if y'all, like, something brewed, like, and then the old me snapped. I'm like, what? Oh, no, you got it. So then I went into that, like, oh, but I ain't snap on her. I still didn't. I just was like, I'm gonna tell you this. My hands are shaking. You getting me real upset. I said, because now I feel like you disrespecting me, and I really just don't take disrespect real good. I said it just like that. I really don't take disrespect well. And she just was like, okay, well, we could just leave. Like, she did something like that. And I just walked away. Because I'm just like, walk away. She up here with her husband. She up here with her people. Anyway, we go downstairs. And like, we go downstairs. And like, everybody outside then flipped it on me. Like, I went up there and caused drama. They like, we didn't tell her to come up there. Like, we just was finna catch an Uber. We don't know why. So then I had to come to her because she came down there and was like, if y'all wanted to leave, why you didn't tell me? And I'm just like, you know, for real, I didn't even say that anybody down here said anything. I came and told you my opinion. I didn't speak on anybody else. I said that I didn't feel that it was okay that everybody was taking an Uber, you know? But she flipped my word. So then the whole, like, everybody that was there basically flipped, like, I came down there to ruin her event, and I came down there on drama. But like, when I got there, it was just the craziest situation. I kid you not. She made it like I was coming to this event that I could make thousands of dollars off of. Like, she told me she had investors, and I got there and it was like her cousins and her aunties from Cleveland. She paid for their flights. It was the craziest thing I ever experienced, bro. I was like, when I walked in this room, I'm like, this, I couldn't post a picture on my page. Like, I kid you not, it looked like I was like in a rehab center speaking. Like they were stripping, like, and it was crazy. They was like, I really felt like they were almost demons. Like, I never even felt something like this. Like, I literally felt like I was surrounded by, like, it was like the craziest test in my life. So then the girl that I said I met that first day, right? It's all gonna come together. I know you're like, okay, girl, I want to hear the drama. But that same lady that I met that first day, they was about to leave her at the club. Like, when I said I was like, once we all got to the car, I get in the car, I'm like, where is Michelle? Her name was Michelle. I'm like, where is Michelle? Like, I was the only one. Like, it was something about us that we just, you know, I'm like, because I had walked away. I walked away first, so I wasn't with her anymore. She was like with another girl, and I don't even know. But anyway, they was about to leave her. So then I had to be like, where is Michelle? Like, I had to check them, like, go get her. They went and got her. So then when we got back, me and her got to talking. She get to talking to me about, because I kept saying that I felt like she was weird because she was too quiet. Like, she wanted to come to my room, and I was like, nah, like, you cool, but like, you ain't saying enough. Like, it was just so weird to me. So she was like, I need to talk to you. So when she got in my room, she started talking to me about just her life and what she'd been through. Like, I didn't realize she was literally almost 40. So this is not no little girl for real. These other girls is like my age. We're not little girls, we're 27, 28. She's a grown woman for real, you know? So she's like, she got to telling me her experience with the host, the girl that hosts. And she's been texting me from different phone numbers. Like, she started telling me all this stuff. She like, girl, I'm here to figure out who this girl is. Like, she like basically was telling me like this girl was damn near like, I don't want to say the devil, but she knew that she was on something else. Like, and she just was like, I'm here on a mission to figure out why did God connect me to this girl? Like, what did he want me to reveal about her? Like, for real, that's what I'm here for. I'm on an assignment. So when she started saying I'm on an assignment, I just was like, you know, like, I was just trying to figure her out. Like, you know, she started talking about God. So obviously I'm intrigued. So she get to tell me about her seasons and how she literally just went through similar to you. Like she didn't do no social media. She didn't do no nothing for a whole year. Like she just read the Bible. She said, I will only turn my phone on like to go get my son. Like she was just the Bible. And then she started talking to me about stillness. And she said, if you realize I don't talk, she said, I don't like to talk. God told me don't talk. When you talk, you ain't listening. Like, and that's why I was like hesitant about her because she's so quiet. Like, and this same woman, I kid you not, I'm real big on Grant Cardone and Lane Cardone. Like, I met them and I'm just like real intrigued on their mind, right? And like me and her get to talking and she's like, yeah, I talk to Grant every morning. I'm like, huh? She's like, yeah, I talk to Grant every morning. Like, showing me the proof and everything. And I'm just like, you see how God will literally, me and this same woman, right? So after all that happened on Friday night, that Saturday, me and her was just together. Like nobody would talk to us for the whole weekend. And I'm just like, the crazy thing is like, God will put you somewhere just for you to be you and connect with just one of, like me and her connect, me and her talk to this day. Like, and the connection is weird. Like I met her there, right? We talked, we still talked or whatever, but then she just stopped texting me back one day. Grant, I just met her in October. Don't know her for real, right? When I say my spirit would not let this woman go, I was like, what is this? Like, she wasn't texting me back. I don't care when people don't text me back. I literally left her a voicemail. I sent her a voice memo on Instagram. I was questioning myself, like, why do I care? Like, why? Why do I care? Like, why do I care about this girl? I don't even know her. Like, and like, I kid you not, she called me, right? One day she finally called me. I didn't talk to her for like 2 months. She finally called me. I'm like, well, what's up? You know, like, girl. And she was like, hey. And I'm like, you ain't been getting none of my texts or whatever. And she just like, I haven't had a phone for 2 months. She said, I picked my phone up from AT&T and God told me to call you. And I said, huh? She said, I haven't checked the voice memo. I haven't checked anything. I've only powered my phone on. And I was like, okay. And she said, I just need to tell you what's been going on with me. Her son had been kidnapped. Like the craziest stuff had happened. Her car was stolen, her ID, like somebody broke in, like so much. And I'm just like, it was just weird. Like, and I'm still questioning it. If we being real, I'm just like, you know, but that's where I be like, God really do connect you. He put you in these situations where like you supposed to be like, and even when you don't, like, I still don't really understand our connection, but I know we're supposed to be connected because I learned so much from her. Like she put me in these Bible studies, like with these preachers that I'm like, oh yeah, they know what they talk about and they know the word. And it's like, he will connect you to who you're supposed to if you let him. Because if I would have said, no, if you ain't paying me, I'm not coming, I would have never went to that event. I would have never met that girl. I would have never exposed. I ended up, because after I left that club, once I spoke up to her, everybody who had feelings about her at that event, it was like 5 girls that came up to me like, you know, she's a fraud, like out of nowhere. Because of me speaking up to her, because I was like, once she's trying to like play me crazy in front of everybody, then I was like, now you got me messed up. That's when I went there, like, nah. I was like, this ain't that. I said, for real, I know y'all are cousins, but y'all gonna have to jump me. At this point, the way you talking, y'all gonna have to jump me. I had to tell her just like that. She's like, you want to fight? I said, no, but the way you're talking, y'all gonna have to jump me. So just be quiet. Like, I'm trying to be as calm as, I'm trying to tell you that if you don't be quiet, that's what's gonna happen. Like, so then after that, the people who she had been finessing, like, when I say God put me at the table with 4 girls, and these girls, one girl paid $100 for the event, one girl paid $1,700 for the event, one girl paid $400 for the event. Like, if I wouldn't have spoke up, if I wouldn't have used my voice, that'd be the thing. Like, you got to use your voice. You got to, I mean, not really, it ain't always your voice, but whatever it is that he bless you with, you got to use it. So when I got up and I spoke up, oh yeah, them girls came in, now they telling me, and now I coach, like 2 of them, I still coach right now. But I allow him to use me. I allow myself to be bold. Like, I ain't just sit back. I knew, like, no, it's time for me to speak. I know when I'm supposed to use my mouth and when I'm not. But one of the biggest things, the thing that took me there was because I wouldn't have learned. I probably would have, but not when I did, if I wouldn't have met Michelle, because she's the one that really introduced me to being still. Like, I met her in October. And when I came back from Miami, that's when God started stripping everything from me. But I was able, I had that knowledge already, like, just be silent. Don't worry about it. Be still. Like, just because I connected to her. So when I'm telling her what I'm going through, she's like, girl, you all right. Like, just do this. Just tap into this Bible study. Like, he used his workers right where he's supposed to, when he's supposed to. Like, but you got to let him. People be lacking their obedience So then you're not allowing him to do what he's supposed to do. If you don't be obedient to him, that's why I'm big on like, we block our own blessings, because really what people don't understand is God makes it plain. He don't make it confusing. We make it confusing. Literally. He makes it very plain. That first mind, like we all consciously know what we're supposed to do, but then we had that second thought and like we try to trick ourselves out of what we already know. It ain't never his word, because he makes it plain. Like he make it plain. If it's supposed to happen, it literally will just happen. But we want to have so much control and a lack of faith. We don't have that faith to where we can just walk, let him just, because since I've been letting him just guide me, oh, life's been great. I think my biggest advice is that, like, we use these quotes, because everything that I'm walking by now, I've been saying it my whole life. Like, I've been saying it. And that's why I'd be like, we say it, but like, are you really believing it? You know what I'm saying? Like, we say walk by faith, not by sight. We say it. That's not something we never heard, but it's like, are you doing that? Because you're not. If you were, you wouldn't be so worried. You wouldn't be so anxious. You wouldn't be so nervous. You wouldn't make the decisions you make for real. Like, if you really would just allow God to just, you know, and I'm still working on it. Every decision I make is obviously not God-based, but it's like, you got to have that conscience to be able to correct it. Like you just do. And every day I ask him, like, make me less of me, more of you. And people have to understand that you got to be able to do that. Because if you actually start receive. So that's why when people tell me you're going to stop smoking, realistically, I probably should just say I know, because I do know. But what I do believe is that it's just not time yet, because he's using me to connect with people that people wouldn't connect with. The way the overflow right now, the way that people need me in that, they need me to do that right now. But I know it, but I know that he gonna show me it, right? And he gonna do it. And I'm ready for it. I fast. When he tell me not to smoke, I don't smoke. Like, and that's where I think the difference is. People think like that it's like I don't have a mind control, but like, oh, when God tells me not to smoke, I ain't gonna smoke. Like, and I feel like that's just what it is. You gotta have that connection with him to understand it. Like, and it'd be hard, but I do it. I just do it. I'm obedient. So it's like, I know at some point he's going to be like, yeah, so now it's time to be all the way done. But I know in that season, I'm going to be obedient. So yeah.
For the longest time, I was the same way. So like I told you about like my background story of how I was raised and everything. There's always a rebellion. And then, you know, technically it don't smoke in the Bible.
Right. So Jesus, we try to use that as a reason.
Miracle was turning water into wine. You feel what I'm saying? But when you start to read and you start to understand what Paul's mission was, to edify the body and to basically perfect the saints. You feel what I'm saying? Give them a rubric to live by. That's why we go to church and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? Like, they gave them a rubric to be able to live holy. That was Paul's whole mission. Like, his mission was to, I'm here. Like, Peter created the church. He got everybody together at Pentecost. He was the rock of the church. He was the one that was standing up, fighting for Christ. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we gonna stand on this, and everybody was fighting them and all this different stuff. But Paul was like, no, I'm gonna establish the church. I'm gonna go to these different places and make sure they know who Christ is, and we're gonna establish a situation to where people can come and praise the Lord. You feel what I'm saying?
Exactly.
God. So he says that we should be, Peter says we should be sober and vigilant. You feel what I'm saying? Sober and vigilant, because your enemy, the adversary, rolls around like a lion. You feel what I'm saying? Seeing who he may devour.
Okay.
So just back up a little bit. When I stopped, it was, I think the last time I probably did like smoking or drink was probably Christmas of 2020, probably. Probably Christmas of 2020. But then when I went on my fast, like, I'm getting all these revelations, God talking to me directly, like, I recommend everybody at least going a 7-day fast, because that's, you're going to hear from God directly. Like, everything is pouring straight in. But he put
my biggest wake up call, I did a 33-day fast. That was my biggest, like, where I like, but it wasn't, I got to do another fast though, because what he did was, it was somebody that was doing the fast.
Fast from?
That's what I was just going to explain to you. The way that she did it, but it kept me connected, right? So it's a woman who, I don't know what to call her. I don't be knowing what to call like us, like, because she's not a pastor. But anyway, basically she was hosting a fast. This was when I said I wanted to read the Bible. And I kid you not, I was up at like 5 a.m. And she just came up on my timeline and she was like, if there's anybody on my timeline that wants to connect, you just need to connect with him. You know, he told me to wake up. It was literally like 5 a.m. I never really was getting up at 5. She was like, it's somebody that need to connect with me. And I'm about to do a 33-day fast. I need you to get on here every day and listen to me. Like, it was just like one of those, you know, like she just was like every day. And every day we fast from different things. But that was what showed me I could fast from weed. Because at the end, she did like a 5-day where you couldn't do that. It was basically the Daniel fast. Like man, that shit. Like, that's why when you say like,
he's going through it.
Because what I realized though is that really what it
irritated on the Daniel fast. You get really irritated because
that's what it is. Because when we can't have something, we want it more. That's what I realized. When you can't have it, you want it more. But when you just show him, like if you just can control yourself and know that I'm doing this so that I can be more clear and I can hear you. Like, and that's another thing that I feel like is trending is a fast. Like, it's a lot of that I realize. I'm sorry. There's a lot of things that I realize.
We get a cussing jar, but
I'm gonna owe so much money. Like,
no, what it is, I'm gonna tell you like this. So many people, they what's the name? They learning, they growing out of their pains. So you good, but I'm gonna get a cussing jar for when I start bringing more people that's learning how to do God. I'm give me a cussing jar.
No, that's what you gotta do, please. Because maybe I'll think about it when some coins get to adding up. I'll be like, okay. But you know, I'm gonna tell you what's funny is like one of the episodes I just did in Bible and Blunts. Because the way that I do it, you said you watched it, but like the way that I do it is I let him use me in the beginning, and then I just open the Bible. I just say, you know, wherever he take me, this is a scripture for y'all. Like, I really look at that, like, that ain't for me for real. I have my relationship with him. So when I'm on there, I pray to him and ask him, like, let me know what you need the people to see, right? But the scripture I just opened, it was crazy because he was saying, like, those who cuss, basically, he was like, watch your mouth. Like, what comes out of your mouth, and he used the word literally cursing, like, those that curse, something. I was just like, and I had to tell the people, like, see, and this message is for me. Like, I can't act like this ain't for me just because this is Bible and Blunts. This is for me. He's telling me, like, yeah, you want to tap in, chill. So I really do be trying to work on my cussing. Like, I have to do like I said, I'm gonna start like taking one word, like sticking to one word that I'm taking out of my vocabulary like every week. Like, okay, I'm not gonna say this at all. Because I do.
What you gonna have to, what you do is, and like I said, I got cussing demon too. A lot of people got cussing demon, but what happens is you just gotta be, when you start be cautious, like I started talking slower, because if I just get to talking,
think about what you're saying.
I want to say, I'm not what's the name? I'm not paying attention to what I say, but when I think about it, because when you think too much, you ain't gonna be able to say what you gotta say.
Exactly.
You gonna be and sometimes, and what the devil will do is he'll try to play on you to make you feel like if you don't say it the way you want to say it, you ain't being real.
Right.
That's how the devil will play you. Like,
I gotta use
you get in your element. You get in your element. You wanna da. But you gonna get out of it though. Like there's no point even dwelling on something like that, because we all got, everybody. I got a cussing demon. I think
you like.
If I get pissed, I might say a few words, but God working on me, he gonna work on all of us for real. But the problem is, I think the church they not transparent and everything. That's one of the main reasons why.
So do you go to church?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you that too. You got to go to church, because the reason why our generation is shied away from church, because church hurt. Everybody church hurt. Everybody. Well, I seen this, that. I seen this. I seen that. You know why the church was like, first off, we having church right now. He said when 2 or 3 gather in his name, I should be in the midst.
Yep.
But the reason why we go to church is you're not going to church just to go to church. That's what the problem was. We was going to church just to say we was going to church. We supposed to be going to church to get edified so that we can edify more people. It's like going to school. You feel what I'm saying? Like, if The reason why we go to church is because you can't just like, if you're not getting somebody to coach, like you coach people. You feel what I'm saying? If you want coaching on women, what would they probably be? They'd probably be worse off. Our pastors, he gave some apostles, some prophets, some teachers. You feel what I'm saying? Like some evangelists. He gave all of these gifts so for the working and the edifying the body. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's why we're not supposed to be like, if you call to be a prophet, you call to be an apostle, you call to be a teacher, you call to be a preacher, pastor, evangelist, you're not supposed to be looking at that as you're above anybody, because you put in that position for leadership. You feel what I'm saying? To edify other people so that they can lift other people up. And we're supposed to be going to church so that we can learn the Bible more, so that we can assist other people and learn to live by this word, because this is an ongoing process. We're not going to be finished until the end. So you have your justification phase. That's when you realize, oh, I messed up. I need to get saved. You feel what I'm saying? Then your sanctification phase, which you're going through right now, is when he's pulling you away from the world and helping you understand who he is. That's your walk with God. And that's going to be ongoing. And then you have your glorification phase. That's when you die. You feel what I'm saying? Like everything you done did up until this point is to get you ready to basically die. But we don't die. We live with him. You feel what I'm saying? That's why he said the wages of sin is death. That's why everybody got to die, because Adam sinned. Everybody got to die. You feel me? So we go to church basically so we can learn how to live and get ready for everything afterwards.
So do you consider yourself a Christian?
The reason you have to, but the reason why, I'm going to tell you the reason why they call us Christians. This, and people don't understand this. The reason why they call us Christians was a mockery. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we embraced the word, but they called us Christians because we were the followers of Christ. You got to think, at this time, everybody who was Hebrew, they was believing in the Jewish customs. You feel what I'm saying? So now the Messiah come, they don't want to believe it. Most of them still, you got some people who believe in Jesus, but some of them don't believe that Jesus was the Messiah. They like, like the Muslims.
Yeah, they was questioning it. I be reading it, I be cracking up. They be there like,
I found out Muslims believe the same. Like, I guess I ain't read the Quran, but I heard that most of their book is the Bible.
That's what my man always say. He be like, bro, they don't get, because one of his friends is Muslim. He like, bro, they are like, they us basically. Like they don't. I think people just put those titles. And they just have a different name.
Believe in Jesus. I'm confused. Every religion believe in Jesus, but they believe what they want to believe. That'll show you that people, they just remixing it. They just want to be like, I'm right.
They just put their own name on it. Right. They like, no, yeah, I agree with y'all, but we gonna call it this. We gonna do. They'll twist one thing. Yeah, like you said, I'm right.
Yeah, I'm right. But the reason why we call ourselves, they called us Christians. People can call whatever they want to call themselves, follow Christ. As long as you believe Jesus died, he died and he raised on the third day for your remission of your sins. You feel what I'm saying? And you run around telling people that you believe in Jesus, you know that Jesus is Lord, you know the truth. It's about truth. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
that's how I feel.
Christianity got into the mix of being because a religion is basically a belief, which means that this could be true and it can't be true, but this is the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think where it is, I think like if I'm being honest, like I should say like my disconnect or what like keeps me kind of like is my experience in the church. Like you said, like in the church, and it ain't just one church, right? So I've been in multiple churches, and I think my problem is that my fear of getting to work, like I'm gonna be real, I don't feel like all pastors are like, because the pastors be doing the craziest thing. Let's be real, like the sins that the pastor create. So to me, it's like for me to come in here and I'm listening to you and I'm getting this word from you, but then on the back end, you doing so much. And it's not just like one church that this happens in. This is stories that we hear. Like I have friends who are preachers' kids and their dad literally was touching them. Like this is a lot though. Like not one, not two. Like, you know, so I feel like that's where I have that, because it's like, I can go to the church, but like, if I'm getting this word from the wrong person, like, how do I, like, I don't know. And I guess that's where I gotta let faith, I gotta probably just have my faith that he'll guide me to the right person.
It's literally like that. You got to look at it like this. This is the best way to look at it.
Yeah.
A pastor, preacher is a vessel, just like any of us. You feel what I'm saying? They were just chosen to speak the word of God. So when he in that pulpit,
right, he's just doing God's work.
He doing God work. You feel what I'm saying? Like God is the only person who can fire you on your day off and you still gotta go work.
Mm-hmm.
Feel what I'm saying? Like a pastor could be fired for real. But it's people that's connected to their voice and they gotta listen to them so that they can be edified and do their assignment. So then once God tell that person like, all right, it's time to go or whatever it may be, that's when that situation happens. But just because they're doing the sins they're doing doesn't mean that God is using them. You feel what I'm saying?
And I guess because like if I'm being honest, if you really want to be real, let's think about it. That's kind of like somebody saying they're not gonna listen to me because I'm smoking weed or because I'm, because what I'm doing outside of God's word doesn't affect God's word. So maybe I just need to have that conversation with you because I do get it. Like we're listening because that is the problem is that's what, at least for me, that's my biggest concern is, I don't know. I feel like I'm just real protective right now about my relationship with him. So I don't want the wrong person to give me the message. Like, I don't want to be tricked. I don't want to go to a church and it's like somebody is acting, but I guess God wouldn't really allow them to get that high into that position if they wasn't really one of his workers. Right. So, that's something I got to talk to God about for real.
He'll lead you. He'll lead you to where
you
go.
Oh, so what I was about to say, this is what I was about to say to you actually, is the woman, Michelle, right? I've actually been tapping into her church. So she's in Cleveland though, but she did, her aunt or uncle or whatever is like a pastor and that's the Bible study. So just from me being interested in the Bible, I then brought it to my community, the girls that I mentor. And I was like, look, y'all, I need to read the Bible. Like, I was like, look, I need y'all to help me. Like, I'm y'all coach, but I know I got some girls in here that's really spiritually yoked. I need y'all to help me. So when I proposed that to them, then they said, well, let's start doing a Bible study. Like, and one girl, like she's my sister, she actually, that's one of her lifetime goals is to really like be a pastor or whatever. I don't know the terms, but whatever it would be for her, that's what she want to do. And by me having that eagerness, to even tap in, now she hosts a Bible study. She's been doing it every week since then. So it's like God used my need to help her fulfill her needs. So now she started a whole platform where she does that. So I do have I do her Bible study, but Michelle put me into her church. Like, cause she told me like, this is who helped me. And I can't say I really am intrigued with them. And I go to they do it in a Facebook group, like they do it online. So I have been tapping into that and like every Bible study that I catch is like, they be talking to me. I be like, oh yeah. So that's enough. Like I said, I know that God put me in her. He lined us up for a reason and I'm just being obedient. That's why I asked you about that. Cause I'm like, well, maybe he sent them through her so that I could, cause I'll be there. And I guess I say I don't go to church, but like, that's cause I'm not physically going, but I do tap into like their Facebook lives, like, because they good. They good. I ain't gonna lie, they good at what they do. But it's that second thought of, oh, what are they doing afterwards? Which really does not matter because what I need is God's work. I don't care about what they're doing, right? So, okay, I just need to ask you that. See, thank you.
You can't, you got to think of it like this. And then I'm glad you just went back there because I caught my train of thought of where I was trying to go. So Christianity was created as like the term was created because it was like a mockery. So say like you remember we was at Central, they used to call girls blunt barriers, right?
I'm dead. What is that?
They used to call girls blunt barriers. So like I guess like when a girl she just only come around to smoke the weed.
To smoke.
You know what I'm saying? They call her blunt berry. Like, oh, she just a blunt berry.
I was so dead. I never heard that term.
So the Christians was literally only called Christians because they was followers of Christ and they didn't believe in the whole movement. So they didn't believe like, oh, they the Christians. The Christians, y'all still believe he died and came back to life? That's what they was on. Like y'all believe it got to the point to where the movement got so big that their religion was getting broke apart. And so they started killing Christians because they like, these people not doing what we say no more.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, y'all Christians now, killing the Christians. And it's funny because Paul, who I just said he created the whole movement of the church. He wrote a lot of the Bible. He wrote most of the New Testament, but he was killing the Christians. And on his way to Damascus to kill some more Christians, God blinded him.
Oh, wow.
God blinded him.
Like what? I have to
blinded him.
God, you got me feeling like I'm moving too slow. I'm moving too slow in this
just
Bible.
tap in. Like sometimes you can just like one day I would just got into the whole book.
I read it every single day, but like maybe I need to do like you said. You said do 4 chapters a day.
4 chapters a day, you'll read the whole Bible in a year. And it's not overwhelming. It's not. Sometimes
I feel like I read that. Maybe I just got to be more consistent because I might take like a day or off or something. Okay, so I'm gonna get more strategic with it because I do want to get through it. Like I need to get through it, but I don't want to rush it either. So yeah, 4 chapters a day is like nothing. Some days though, I'll be in it. The book is so good, you just be in it. Like
you gotta read Ephesians all in one day because Ephesians is so. Read it in the NIV version. The NIV. So King James, what King James is, it's the closest translation to the original text. It's the best way they could translate it. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And the NIV is like it's the new international version. So basically it made it explainable to everybody who can speak.
It's like dumbed down.
Yeah.
Almost.
But the Message Bible, it talk like how we talking right now.
Okay.
But it gives you the story context, but you don't understand the scriptures. That's why I say the NIV. You feel me?
Okay.
NIV, okay. That's a good one.
Okay.
And always understand this too when reading the Bible. When you reading it, you might not, you're going to get a different understanding every time.
Mm-hmm.
I know people who don't read the Bible. I know somebody who read the Bible 20 some times.
Wow.
You feel me? Like they said every time they read it, it's
because
like.
what I realize or what I think is that because he has a different message for you. Like, and that's what, did you call my name, babe? Oh, but that's why, like, when I'm in Bible and Blunts, I'd be like, don't think that this is just like, don't take this as like your relationship with God. Absolutely not. Like, this is just me being his worker, but like, you have to go read it on your own. Like something, and the way that I realized this is because like when I would be in the bed reading the Bible, I would just start being like, babe, read this, you know, and I would ask him like, what did you get from that? And like his message would be different, but it'll make sense. Like both of our messages always made sense. And I would be like, okay, that message is for you. Like, and that's what I realized. Because then even me, I would read the Bible scripture, bro, and I would come back to it. And I kid you not, it's like, it'd be a whole different, like, because what I did when I first started tapping into the Bible, what I would do is I had to where it was like notifications just coming to my phone, like randomly throughout the day. And anytime it came to my phone, I would go to this book. I had a book where I would write it exactly how it said in the Bible. Then I would write it how it made sense to me. Right. Mm-hmm. So that was like my way of just breaking it down for myself first. That was my first step, was just doing that. Like, let me just start trying to figure it out myself. So I would just do that. But then like once I started reading the Bible too much. It was kind of hard to break down every scripture because I'm just reading it. And I went back like after I was tapped in for like 4 or 5 months. And like I would reread them scriptures and it was like, yeah, that made sense, but this is not what I got from it. Like, and that was my wake up call that for real, when you're going through the season is when you need to open the book. You can't just like you can't just read it and think that that's just the message. Like, because he gonna have a different message for you in that season. Like you gotta open it in that season. Like the other day I was literally feeling overwhelmed. Like I watched this live. I kid you not, I watched this live. And it was like, they was trying to like, it was basically like a network marketing thing, right? And I'm like, because I already went through this season of doing stuff for money, right? Obviously I already went through that. And as I was watching the live, I almost signed up. I kid you not. Like I was texting my friend, like trying to make it make sense. And then I didn't sign up, but then I felt just a weird feeling. Like I just felt frustrated. Like, and I'm like, why do I feel like this? You know? So then I just like, I need to pray. Like, I just didn't know. I was like, I need to go downstairs and pray. So I came downstairs and I just prayed and I'm like, give me understanding. You know what I'm saying? I already know I'm not supposed to move for money. Money don't move me no more, you know? So what is frustrating me? Like, why am I so frustrated by this? And I just went and I read the word and he was just telling me like, you're doing too much comparing, you too nervous. Like you're nervous for nothing. Like you're nervous. Literally as I'm reading it, he's just telling me like, you're nervous because you want to give in to temptation. And it's like, it's just part of the process. I had to just, I'm reading it and it answered me. It answered it so perfect, Lamont. I kid you not. I'm just like, he just telling me like, no, you're doing what you're supposed to. Like you're literally doing what you're supposed to. And it's hard because you want to do it, but you listening to me. Like, it's just hard, but you good. And I had to pray on it. And after I prayed, I literally, to me, I talk to God like he's my homie, right? So I'm down here and I'm just like, what is, like, how dare I even question you? Like, why was I about to give in to that? Like, I'm tripping. Like, I be talking to him like that. Like, I'm tripping. Like, get me right. Like, how dare I even almost give in? Because I was really, like, trying to tell myself to give in. But then, after I prayed, like, I was so proud of myself. Like, girl, you listen. Like, you so overwhelmed, but, like, you did exactly what you were supposed to. Like, then the next day, I kid you not, I was just like, I just received so many blessings. I was like, see, obedience. Because I was so eager to join it. Like I was so like, it was at my fingertips. I kid you not, I was on the link and everything, but I just left one thing because I was like, I'm not doing anything else that is not in alignment with my purpose. Because you're just gonna keep going in circles. Like you're gonna keep going in circles. But that was my test. I'm like, it is crazy how you will be tested. And it'll look real good and it'll make sense sometimes. Like it literally made it almost like I was mad at myself because I'm like, why are you not doing it? Like, that's how I was feeling. Like, you know that it makes sense. You know that if you do this, you're gonna make money, right? You know that. And I was kind of frustrated, like, girl, why are you not doing it? But then I'm like, I know I'm not supposed to do it. Like, but that's a part of the process. And it's the beauty of it when you can do that. The problem is people, they fold. They be like, I know I said I wasn't gonna do it, but why not? I need this money, I need this. So then I did that and God bless me tenfold next day. Like, that's all it takes. That obedience.
He always will. Because
always
in the Bible it say Jesus gave a parable and he was talking to the farmers. And it's funny because Jesus, when he used to talk to the people, somebody gave me this revelation. The only reason why he was talking in parables is because he was talking to different groups of people. So when he gave this parable, he was talking to farmers. So he said the word of God is like a farmer throwing seeds into a field. Mm-hmm. Some of the seeds is gonna fall on the path, on the sidewalk. Some of the seeds is gonna fall in the rocks. That's the stony ground. Some of the seeds gonna fall in the thorns with the weeds, and some of the seeds gonna fall in good ground. Some of the seeds that fall in good ground, some gonna get 30-fold, some 60-fold, some 100-fold. Mm-hmm. And so he broke it down to the disciples. Like, it was like, what was the parable you told? He said the seeds is the word of God. So when the man of God, woman of God speak the word of God, everybody gonna hear it. It's gonna hit different ways. Some gonna fall on the path. It's not gonna do nothing. The birds gonna eat it away. Like, you feel what I'm saying? They're not gonna never listen. Now, some gonna fall. Some of the seeds gonna fall in the rocks. It's never gonna get roots, so it's never gonna grow. It's just gonna be a seed. Exactly. Some of the seeds gonna grow and gonna fall into the thorns and the weeds, and it's gonna grow, but it's gonna get suffocated by life, so they never get to its full potential. And some of the seeds is gonna hit good ground. They're gonna get water.
Wait a minute. Sunshine. I gotta pull my phone out because I swear to God, I think this is literally the scripture I just took a picture of. I had to let you keep talking, but I'm like, wait a minute, is this what you're talking about? Keep going.
No, you probably
is it a good tree bringing? Oh wait. Let me read the scripture to you. Okay, let you finish. And I want to read this to you so you can maybe break this down to me.
But then he says some seeds gonna fall in good ground. But some seeds is gonna get 30-fold, some 60-fold, some 100-fold. That means some people gonna get the word of God. They're gonna understand the kingdom of God.
It's
Like,
gonna
you know
land
what I'm
where it's
saying? Like,
supposed
I
to.
live by the kingdom of God, like not really like Christianity. Yeah, I'm a Christian. Yeah, I'm saved. This and the third. We all know we Christians. That's obvious. But we live by the kingdom of God, not the rules and the religion. You feel what I'm saying? Like, Jesus says, speak the kingdom. But some people gonna understand the kingdom. They're gonna really understand what's going on. And some of them people gonna live 30-fold. Some of them not gonna be their full potential. Some are gonna be 60-fold. They're not gonna hit full potential. But that specific percentage of people, they're gonna do exactly what God called them to do. And whatever he created them to do, that's what they're gonna do. Because they understand it fully. They understand the seed. They understand the word. They're going to keep on nourishing that word. They're going to put themselves in a proper environment. They're going to put themselves around people that's going to help them grow. And they're going to hit that 100%. You feel what I'm saying? And that's how it is when you listening to what's going on.
When you actually listening, when you pay attention, when you allow the seed to land in the soil. And
most of the church is in the weeds. Most of the churches in thorns because they understand the word, but they get so caught up in life that they don't never hit their full potential. They're worried about bills, or
they know what they supposed
they want to do. Yeah, they worried about what's going on. And some of them, they get in the good soil, but they don't really believe. They believe the word, but they believe that God gonna save them. But they don't believe that God can do anything.
They got to do their part.
They don't believe in that supernatural. You feel what I'm saying? Then you got the ones that hit 60, they might shy away because they see what God wants them to do, but they might want to do something else. You feel what I'm saying? They call it to be a teacher, but you want to be a prophet. You feel what I'm saying? You call to be an evangelist, but you want to be an apostle. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you called to whatever you called to. You feel me? And some people, they might be called to be the apostle, or they called to be a prophet. I got full belief that, like, when you got a voice, you feel what I'm saying? You are called to teach people to be leaders in some type of form or fashion, whatever it is. That's what God gave you, that gift. But some people use that gift to do something else. You feel what I'm saying? Like, Miles Monroe used to say that Eminem he said, Eminem, y'all got to see this guy. His name is Eminem. He's a worship leader, but he leading people to worship something else. I don't know what they worshiping, but when you get into a stadium with him, he got the whole stadium in tune. But that's what the worship leader was supposed to be doing. That's what David used to do. You know what I'm saying? David got everybody in full command, like, this is what we doing. We praising God today. Hallelujah. Then y'all repeat that to me. You feel what I'm saying? Everybody praising God. But everybody just got to understand that God is going to put them in a position in due season. It say, the word of God say, what did it say? It say, I'm trying to think of the scripture I'm thinking of right now. It says, for a due season, you will reap if you faint not. Dang, how the heck I didn't think of this? And I know this scripture off the top of my head. It say, it's the devil. It's
yeah, he playing with you.
I'm gonna get it.
Just say what it means.
But no, yeah. It say basically for it say what? I gotta think of the actual scripture. It say faint
get your side like, no, I know this.
For in due season you will reap where you faint not. Let us not get weary and well doing. That's what it is. Let us not get weary and well doing. For in due season you will reap if you faint not. You know what I'm saying? If you keep on doing what God wants you to do, and you keep doing it, you're going to go through a process. Everything going to change. You're going to be in seasons of a seed. You're going to be in times of harvest. You're not always going to be in the time of having a time of your life. Sometimes it's going to be grind season. You feel what I'm saying? R.P. Billups.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes it's going to be grind season. But you're going to reap if you faint not. And we got to really live by that. That's that having faith part. That's why the Bible say, without faith, it's impossible to please him. Because we got to believe that he's a rewarder to those who diligently seek him. That's why it's like, it's kind of funny that, like, how you can't live. I'm in full belief that you can't live by the kingdom of God and really be wealthy. Like, it's not possible, because the kingdom of God leads to abundant living. He said, I died so you may have life and life more abundantly. You feel what I'm saying? And it's not necessarily talking about this. We always thinking about this.
People are too focused on it.
Favor worth more than money.
That's why I say impact over income. That's my biggest thing. Impact over income. People are so focused on the money. Impact. We are workers. Really, what people got to realize is that you're going to get the overflow. Like, what is wrong with you? He gonna, like, God gonna handle that. Like, people get so focused on the wrong thing. Money. That's why they say money is the root of all evil, because it is. Because you'll get so focused on that you not even trying to use
the love of money.
The love of money.
The love of money. That's
what it is right there. What people will do for it. The things that people will do for money, like literally they lose themselves. They lose everybody. They don't even think twice about God a lot of the times, right? Or they will use God for the money. Like, it's just that love of money is scary. And I said, I experienced it. Like, I was so, and that's why I tell people, you got to be careful with manifestation, because it's true. What you ask for, you will receive. So like, manifestation is going to happen. Like, if you say I'm gonna make this much money, it's going to happen, because that's how life, like, that's where you put your focus. So that's why I'm so, like, I got to be intentional with my relationship with God. Like, I reiterate that. Like, we be so focused on money that really you got to focus on that relationship and keep that strong. Because like, if you just saying I'm gonna make money every day, yeah, you're gonna make money, but then what about the things that's gonna about the things that's gonna make you happy? Because money is just not gonna make you happy. Like, when I made all that money, I have a page in my like journal where I write, like, dear God, every day. And literally it's a page that I always go back to, because I wrote to him like, all right, I made the money. I'm cool on that. What do you want me to do? What more? I said, you want me to speak to large crowds, but what do you want me to? It was two things that I wrote on that page that just always stand out for me. This is in 2020. I said, you want me to talk in front of a crowd, but what do you want me to talk about? And you want me to teach, but what do you want me to teach? Like, I knew. I didn't have no idea about being a business coach, nothing in that moment. But I just knew in my heart, like, I knew those two things. So it's like, now that things are aligning and they making sense, it's just making sense. And it's crazy, because it was when I was on there talking one day, I was talking about God, and somebody commented and was like, you remind me so much of E.T. It was a dude that commented. He said, I'll never lock into girls' lives. He said, but you remind me of E.T. And I didn't even know who he was. I said, who's E.T.? Like, I was like, that better be somebody dope. Like, don't come on here telling me I'm nobody, right? And then like 10 people followed up and was like, literally, I said the same thing. I told my boyfriend this. I was like, what? So then it made me tap into him, like, who's E.T.? And when I tapped into him, the reason I'm bringing this in is because one of the first few videos I watched of him is where he was talking about like who he was and how he tapped into God and how he had to stop cussing. Like, that was like the first like few videos. It just triggered right now as I'm talking about this. Like, it literally just clicked as I started talking about it, like the first few videos. But what's crazy is that's what like attracted me to him, because I'm like, yo, message so powerful that you would think that he cussing almost. Like, but I understood why people compare this, because I get real aggressive when I'm talking, and I know when I'm working, that's what I call it. I'm doing his work. I get real aggressive, but I'm just aggressive, but I'm passionate about what I'm saying. But I'm like, when I tap into him, I take notes. Like, I have this thing where I call it 5-5-5 rule, and I pick 5 people and I study them. Like, I study those 5 people, and the things that I study, that I figure out about them, I then practice those for at least 5 days out the week. Like, it's just something I came up with one day online, and like, I really studied him. And that's something, he's so passionate about not cussing. Like, he don't play about that. He's like, nah, you'll never catch me cussing on my platform. But it's because of his relationship with God. He told me, like, no more of that. Like, he's like, I ain't cussed ever since. So I just be like, dang, God really be like, that person commented on my video so that I could tap into ET, so that I can notice. Because that showed me that I was more of like a motivational. I didn't look at myself as that. I looked at myself as a business coach. But by that person saying that, that's what made me say, well, maybe I am like more, like, I am doing motivational speaking. So then I hosted my event. Like, I just had an event, And I was like, one of my friends, I was asking people to come speak at my event. And my friend was like, you need to speak. Like, she was like, you don't like, yo, you too powerful. Like, the people need to hear you speak. Like, and then by me speaking at my event, that's what made people reach out to me like, oh no, we need you to come speak. Like, so it's just be crazy how God is just a little, but if you pay attention and you just be obedient, like, it just all falls through. So now, and it's crazy because at the beginning of this, you said that you saw me speaking in places. I didn't even get to say that the first time, but you said you saw me speaking in places that are God. And like my goal right now, this is why I started talking about ET. I was watching him, right? And he had a video. This is just a chain reaction. He had a video where he kept referencing to this one video from TD Jakes. And I was like, okay, well, let me just go watch the video. Like, whatever. So I tap in and he's talking about putting yourself in a position to where your purpose pull you. Like, we get so focused on like putting other stuff, but like when you let your purpose pull you, it's a whole different ballgame. Like, you can't let down. Once you know your purpose and you put it in a position to where it pull you, then you can't let yourself down for real. Because now, so that's how I created my mentorship. Like, that's what made me be like, oh, okay, so I need to find the people that need me, put them in front of me. Like, I need them to need me. You know what I'm saying? But when I was listening to that, when I was listening to TD Jakes, in that message, when he was talking about making your purpose pull you, oh my God, my brain just went, hold on. My brain just got sidetracked. This the end of me. You don't want me to get my message. Oh my God. No, I needed to say, what did I get out of that TD Jakes message? Wait a minute. Don't say nothing. Hold on. This is not happening. What the freak was I about to say? Oh my God. That is so frustrating. No, I need to say what I was about to say about that TD Jakes message that I got from Eric Thomas. What is it? Wow, that is so frustrating. How did it just leave my brain? Like, I don't know. It's gonna come back to me.
You were just talking about how your purpose has to pull you instead of you. By the time if you find your purpose just pulls you because.
I know what I'm about to say. That same episode where he was talking about making your purpose pull you, he said, and it gotta be free. That's what he said. Like, he was like, stop putting that price on what God wants you to do, right? Mm-hmm. And he said, and by doing that, like, he was real specific, and I was like, dang, like, I literally just landed on this video one day, and he was like, you basically do work in places that people normally wouldn't. Like, really go somewhere where people need you. And it made me start being like, okay, I need to get in these rehab centers. Like, I need to get in these, like, and that's how I start getting into these high schools to be like, I like the high school, but it was like, no, I don't want to be in high school. I want to go to the detention center. Like, so it was so crazy you said that. Like, you really like, because that's where I'm at right now, is I'm literally reaching out to people that work inside those kind of places. Because like, that's what God took. That video, literally the first thing that came to mind was like, you need to get into like homeless shelters and like get into that kind of environment. He want me to pull them kind of people out. Like, that's literally, so when you said that, he's like, I don't want to prophesy, but I'm like, nah, you just giving me my confirmation I needed, because I already been on that. Like, he led me right to that message, and I was like, oh, you want me to go? Okay. So then I reached out, and I have spoken high schools, but now the only reason I ain't been able to get into the detention center yet is because of the COVID thing. But thank you for that confirmation. That's what I was really trying to say, because I already had that revelation. Like, he already sent me to ET. This was all in the same day. Like, the person told me, I reminded him of ET. I went and I literally watched him, because I don't watch TV. Like, I like silence. Like, I've been like that for a little while now. I don't really care for TV. So I would listen to podcasts. I just wasn't listening to Eric Thomas. But that day I was like, okay, well, let me listen to him. And I kept him on my TV. And this one episode, he kept referring to this TD Jakes to the point where he was like, I'm going to put it in the description. And he had it in the description. I was like, okay, well, okay. And I went there. And that one episode, like, really changed my whole perspective on my whole business. Because it made me, like, change everything to the point where I was like, I don't even care to offer nothing. I dropped everything off my website now. Like, I was offering so much because I was so money. Now I offer 3 things. Like, I literally had over like 20 products, and God told me, like, you doing too much that you can't do what I need you to do. Like, you're trying to do too much for real. Like, so I erased everything off my website, but it was like that alignment, the obedience though, it's just crazy. You just got to be obedient. And that's all I'm learning. Like, just keep on being obedient, keep listening. But I think when people ask, but then when he show up, they run from it. So then they try to act like he didn't show up. Like, they ask for an answer, he give them the answer, they do the opposite, and then they say, why God? What? He did what he was supposed to. He answered you, but you ran from it. You wanted to do what you wanted to do. Like, that's really what it be right there. He always answered. He always answers you. And sometimes he answered through other people, and people just don't want to listen to that person. Like you'll block your blessing by not trying to allow God to use his workers. Like he can't really show up in the physical, so he got to use people. But people are so stubborn and just, ignorant that they don't want to allow him to use his angels. That's how I feel like those are his workers, his angels, like for real. So, and it is tricky because some people are faking, some people are sheep in wolf's clothing, right? Like, some people are. So, but when you got a personal relationship with him, like for me, my relationship, that's why I checked myself when I was talking about the pastor. I'm like, I got a relationship with him where I know, like, he's not going to put me in that situation. Like, he's not going to allow that to happen. Because, like I said, when I'm talking to people and I know they ain't really, like, I can just feel it. It's a weird, I don't even know how to explain it. Like, but I could literally feel when somebody ain't really, like, they ain't right for real. Like, it was one girl that just kept trying to tell me she was a prophet. And, like, she just was like, I just want to touch you. I just want to, and I just like literally God would not let me do it. Like, it was crazy. Like, I'm like, no, like, I don't know. Like, I just can't do that. Like, it was impossible. Like, and I know, because then, and what's crazy is that same girl, she was trying to do that with me. Like, she was just like, I'm a worker of God. She was too adamant about it. And I just feel like it don't work like that. I don't know. He was just protecting me from her. But I ended up coaching somebody yesterday. And it's weird because she told me, like, that she knew that same girl. Like, it was a girl I just came, I don't know her person. I met her once. That's it. Right. And a girl that I coached told me, like, like, I realized that y'all, because me and that same girl ended up on live together one day. So then the girl that I ended up coaching yesterday, she was like, I saw that y'all knew each other. And she was like, I had been being coached by her last year. And I felt like the whole time I was in coaching with her, like, I couldn't get right. Like, and she started telling me about how her grandma is a pastor and she's like real connected in. And then she starts to tell me, like, she's acting like a prophet. Like, I didn't even talk. I just let this girl talk because my first question is, have you ever been coached? What did you like about your coaching? What didn't you like? I didn't know she was even going to mention this girl, but she ended up mentioning her, and she just talking. She like, it's real. It's fake prophet. Like, she's a fake prophet. Like, it's like, when you know. I'm just like, this is crazy. The way that he to give you that confirmation, like, and this girl, she like, I ended up coming to you because when I saw that y'all was connected, she said, I only followed you because your cooking videos for real. She said, but when I heard you speaking on her platform, that made me like tap into you on a different level. And then I just started really watching you. And I said, no, this is the guidance that I need. She like, but I know that he used her, like, so that's, I'm just like, whoo, that's powerful. Like, and I met that girl back in September. The girl I'm talking about, I met her back in September. Like, but that's how things just work. Like, so can I read you this Bible scripture? What you say?
Oh yeah, you found it.
It's 10:30. I could be on here all night talking about God. I'm so obsessed with him. Okay, so this is the scripture. It say, okay, I was trying to see which one of these I wanted to read. All right, so I'm gonna just, you might know it once I start reading. You probably gonna know what I'm talking about. Because I don't remember, I think this is in Luke. Okay, thou hypocrite, cast out first the beam out of thy own eye, and then thou see clearly to pull out the mote that is in brother's eye. So that is that saying, like, when you can see clearly, then you can help other people, like you can help them.
It's saying, so some people, they always want to point out somebody else seeing, correct? So like, say, like, if I be like, I'm talking to you about like, oh, you smoke, you smoke, you smoke, you smoke. I shouldn't be doing that. Why would I be in a position I want to tell you you got something in your eye and I'm not paying attention and I got a huge log in my eye?
Got you.
I need to be paying attention to get my walk right with God before I be telling you.
Get my vision clear before I'm trying to clear yours, basically. Okay. So now let me read you this one too then. Okay. For a good tree bringeth not fruit. Okay. Basically, a good tree do not bring corrupted fruit, nor do a corrupted tree bring good fruit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I understood that part. But then it say, a good man out of good treasure of his heart bringeth forth that which is good, and an evil. No, this is not the scripture I'm trying to ask you about. Ignore that. I know exactly what that means. That's not the one I'm trying to ask you about. That's not it. I know exactly what that one means. Hold on. I know where it's at. Because me and my friend literally was in our text like, okay, no man, this is the one right here. No man also seweth a piece of new clothes. Basically, you don't put a piece of new clothes on an old garment, and you don't put a new piece. Basically, you don't put something that's new on something old. And so is he pretty much saying like you gotta clean yourself in order to really understand him?
No, I'm about
like you can't really be full of him if you got your old ways.
It's sort of that. It's like, so how he explained it is this is a new bottle of water, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is an old bottle of water.
Right.
If I keep this water in here and I pour the new water in here, it's not gonna hold. It's gonna bust.
You see right, because that's what he say on here about the wine.
Wine skins, yeah. So it's talking about wine skins. It said old wine skins like can't hold the new wine. So you got to get a whole new wine skin to pour the new wine in. So basically, you can't get renewed fully until you operate in your new being. You can't be your old self and think that you can do new things. You feel what I'm saying? Like
it's like you really gotta recreate yourself almost.
You gotta recreate yourself. Paul used a metaphor saying that in a house there's different pots. Some pots are used to do different things. They used to use pots to, you feel me? Number 2. Mm-hmm. And it said, would you use the same pot that you number 2 in to eat out of? Mm-hmm. So why would God use an unclean vessel to do something that he need to be done correctly? You see what I'm saying? So you gotta, once you renew yourself and clean yourself, that's when you can walk and really do what he called you to do. Now you can be used, it's like a broom and a mop. You can use a broom to do pretty much everything a mop can do. You can use a mop for pretty much everything a broom can do, but will it be effective?
Exactly.
And once you allow God to mold you into what he wants you to be so he can send you out and do what you want to be, that's when you're going to really be renewed. That's when you're going to be that new wine skin, because he can't pour new wine in the old wine skins. That's what they're saying. They can't pour new wine in the old wine skins because the skin's going to burst. It's not going to burst. It's gonna hold. Right. That was you, to be honest with you. You got your own revelation. I mean, like I said, you're gonna change in due time, but
no, let me tell you what's crazy though, is this. I had it highlighted in my Bible, right? And one of my homegirls sent it to me like, hey, tell me what you got out of this. Like, she came, and this is somebody that to me, I look at her like, because she's just real into the Bible. Like, she just that, you know? So she came to me though, like, what did you get out of this? Because she couldn't understand it. But I broke it down just like that. I said, well, I'm gonna tell you what I said. I basically said that. I said, I feel like he pretty much saying like, you can't be you. I said, I believe that he's saying that God wants us to be made whole of him. You can't bring your old habits into your new journey. You have to recreate yourself. That's what I text her. So it's crazy because now I'm like, well, damn, I done brought it up again. Like, it was sent to me for a reason. He wanted me to focus on that for real. It's all confirmation. I listen. No,
it all come together. What happens is that that's why he said you can't serve God and money. People look at it as you can't have money and serve God. That's not what it is. it comes down to this. If you get to the position to where you'll do whatever to stay in the financial position that you in, so like you got certain people, like I ain't calling nobody out. You got certain rappers. We're gonna say rapper or singer, right?
Because they sell their soul. That's what it's like when you do anything for money.
Look at
you
selling your soul a little bit
soul.
differently, though. I look at selling your soul as in you've given your life completely over to doing the work of the enemy. Some of these people know, some of these people don't know, but the reason why it's like that is because they're doing all of this for what? For this. I'm gonna get this hustle just to get.
And they get confused though, because what they do is they get confused because when they get the money, it's like it's a blessing for real. Like they looking at it like, yeah.
The devil can bless you. When he had Jesus in the wilderness, he told him, he said, bow your knee to me, and I'll give you all of this. If he gonna tempt Jesus, with me, think he ain't gonna try to tempt you with the same thing. You would think that you up. Because that was his trick on Adam. When he got everything to get sent over to him, when he got Adam to sin, everything was basically turned. That's how real and true the word of God is. Because God, he said, I'm not like he said, I'm not like a man I shall lie, not like the son of man I shall repent. You feel what I'm saying? His word is so strong and it's so valid that once Adam sinned, he had to give the enemy control over everything on earth because Adam lost it. And his word and his law is that that's how it is. That's how it works. So the enemy has control over all of this material stuff. You feel what I'm saying? He can give it to you and take it from you freely too. You feel what I'm saying? But you got to do his work. The way God explained it to me is like this. So if I work for you and I work for my mama, right? If I'm doing more work for my mama, will you pay me?
Right.
You're not going to pay me. But God is such a just God that he will still intervene to get you back on the right side. Even though you still not work, he going to give you until he crack the sky. Till you die or until he crack the sky, he going to give you a chance to give your life over to him.
Man, that's the beauty in it.
That's the beauty of it. But you can't live for God and money. You can't live using your gift. So I can say you can sing, but I'm singing about all these songs about how I want to lay all these girls down, how I'm about to do this, I'm about to do all these drugs. And yeah, it might be a job, but I'm persuading a whole bunch of people to think that this is a good life because why they about to put me on TV. They about to put me on videos. They got me at the top of the charts. They got me on a Forbes list because, you feel me, I talk about whatever they feel like they want to hear at the time. And I'm living for money. I'm not living for God. I might say I'm saved and everything, but I'm living for money because why? Because
why are you speaking that?
I'm not going to stop doing this. I'm like, this is a blessing from God. It ain't no blessing from God. It's a blessing from the devil to continue to get people to not get a life to God. So if you willing to drop this and be like, nah, I'm cool on that. Like, I ain't about to do that no more. I'm not about to that's the selling the soul part. That's when you're willing to give that up to go over here. And some people go as far as and say is I am. Some people go this far. It's a lot of people that do this now. They say they is God. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
that's to me is so scary for somebody to really like. It's crazy. Me and my friend had a conversation about that where I was like, because she basically, like the dude that she was dating, he would say like, I don't believe in nobody. And I just was like, so do he pray? Because she would say he would pray. So I'm like, so who are you praying to? Because sometimes people just being ignorant. Like he may not, because like she feel like he may have like she feel like he think he's God. And I don't know though, like it's tricky for me because I think that he just needs he just need a little guidance. Like he just need God. It just ain't time yet. I don't think that he is there. I don't think that he think he's God, but it do make me wonder, like, who are you praying to? If you're praying and you saying you don't believe in God, then who are you praying to? Like, who are you?
I would like to ask him that same thing because some people.
Because I'm like, do you believe in God, but not like, even me, I used to say, I believe in God, I just don't believe in the Bible. Like, I used to say that. Like, I knew that it was somebody in control, like, but I would be like, I'm not reading the Bible because who wrote the Bible? Like, that was my biggest thing. Who wrote the Bible? If y'all can't tell me who wrote the Bible? I'm not reading it. That was just my big thing, but that was just my ignorance. And that was because
God wrote the Bible. People don't even get like that. God wrote the Bible. He used the Spirit to have the people write what's in there.
And you know what's really crazy though? Let me tell you this, and this is why, and I didn't notice this until this conversation though. I made a status that said, who wrote the Bible, right? That same girl that sent me that Bible scripture, the girl that I just said, me and her like this now, because he worked it out to where me and her are just extremely close out of nowhere, right? But that saying, this script, that status was like 2 years ago. That was in 2020. I made a status like, who wrote the Bible? Can y'all tell me that? Like, I was damn near like joking with people, like. And this same girl, she sent me a private message. Like, she had commented, but then she sent me a private message. And she just broke it down like his workers, like his disciples. And she made it to where I understood it though. She like, you know, I see you post and say that you get readings. I don't get readings or any of that now, but like, that's what I used to do, right? And she was like, if you could do that, you know, think of it that way then. These are his workers and they were actually there. Basically same thing, like the same way people think that, you know, these spiritual workers are gifted by God. And me personally, I'm still kind of in between that, because I do feel like there are people who are gifted. It's the way that you use your gift. Like, I think the problem is people depend, huh?
The Bible say the gift cometh without repentance.
Wow, that's my favorite. That's my favorite scripture. What is that? Romans 11:24, something like that. Romans 11:24.
I don't know the exact.
It's 11:20. The reason I love that scripture is because it's this one lady who she's the person that helped me get into the Bible. She's the person that, like, it's really my ex-boyfriend from high school. It's his mom. And like the one gospel song that I knew was because of her. She always played it in her car. So like, I had to tell her one day, like, God was using you even back then. She hated me. She didn't like me at all, but she always gave me a ride home from her house. And anytime she gave me a ride home from her house, she was playing some gospel. And it was like the two songs. It was I Smile and Break Every Chain. Those was the two songs she always played. So when I did want to hear some gospel, I would just go to them two songs because of her, right? So now recently, when I said I wanted to read the Bible, she was the first one on my status. Like, look, she told me exactly how to read the Bible. Like, she gave me just like, you know, make sure you pray first. Make sure you do this. Like, she reached out. When I just started doing Bible and Blunt, she messaged me and was like, I'm going to sit in today. Like, she just messaged me like, I want to hear you, you know? And right after I got off of there, she's real church, like probably one of the most church people that I was actually connected to. And afterwards, that's the scripture she sent me. And she was just like, keep using your gift. He'll show you what you need to do. She like, but what you're doing right now is perfect. So then that's what made me like, I was like, oh, I love that verse. I love it because you got to use your gift, right? You got to use your gift without, like you just said, you don't have to repent when he gifted you with it. When he put that in you for a reason, you can't question your gifts for real. I feel like you can't question your gifts, but you do got to use it in the right way. Sometimes people have those gifts and they like it's people who vote like, you know, they're like, you know, can speak up and but they're using their voice in the wrong way. Like you just said, music. And some people using music to create gospel music. Some people using music to talk about how they cheating on females, right? And you don't understand the influence you have, right? In that instance, I feel like those people, yeah, you need to repent. You do, because the influence, right? And I feel like, you know, I'm going to have to. I know it. I do. I always do. I feel like, because I know I commit a sin every day. Like I just do. I cuss. So I'm always going to ask for forgiveness, right? But when it's your gift, you got to use your gift with confidence. Like you got to use it with confidence. Even when you don't understand your gift, you got to use it. Like even me, I accidentally started that whole Bible and Blunt thing. Like I said, I just was on there and people was asking me like people started DMing me like, can you please like get on today? Like people really was messaging me like, no, I needed that. Like, you don't even know. Like I was just like, okay, like, oh, I'm about to get back on. And I get on and just do it. Like, so you got to use your gift. You got to use it. Because I remember I broke down on live just thinking about it because I was on there and I'm like, because I went through this phase of like, what is the point of these videos for real? Like, okay, God, you got me going viral, but for what? Like, because I don't cook. Like, what is the point of these videos? But what I realized was that even though I was doing the cooking and I was talking about my man or whatever, the weed was what was like the most comments I was getting was that. I kid you not. That was the most like what people would comment on. Like people would just kept commenting like, it's the blunt for me, it's the blunt for me, it's the blunt for me. I mean, that's just what was, you would think it's the other stuff, but it was really that. Like, so that's why in every video, like every cooking video, I put a snippet of the blunt, because I realized, but for me, it's just marketing to me. And then I was on live one day, and when I started smoking, and I was like, and people was listening, and they like, oh my God, this makes me feel comfortable. So what I know what God is doing. Like I be like, I think I'm low-key gifted for real, like, because I be knowing stuff before it even happened for real. Like I know what he's doing. He using me in this season right now, so that when I stop, it'll make people more of a believer. Like, oh my God, she loved me, she does that, and now like look at her, like, you know, people need to see the process to believe it. So like, that's why I'm so adamant about my journey. Like, no, I need to pull people in right now. I need to use this. I need to, so that when I do transition, it's bigger, because so I already got them. So now they'll have that faith that, and sometimes people just need that. They need to see it done. You know, they need that. Like they need me to show them, right? Because you just do. Sometimes you just need that example. And I know that that's what he's using me for. Like, so that's why when people tell me like, you shouldn't be smoking, it's like, I get that. Like, I don't really argue with people about it, because, you know, right, whatever. Everybody got their own opinion. But I understand my assignment. Like, can't nobody understand your assignment like you. And I get it. Like, I know I'm gonna stop smoking, because I know that I want to be so full of him. But I know that if I stopped right now, I won't get the people that he need me to get. Like, I just, it's a lot more people that I have to get, so that when I do stop, even the people that smoke will still attract to me, because they will see that whole process. They'll be able to see I went from Bible and blunts to just shit blunts. You know, I mean, just Bible. I mean, to shoot, just Bible, right? So I understand it, and it don't make sense to everybody, but that scripture is what always plays in my head. Like, it don't have to make sense to them. It don't have to, because that's not who I'm assigned to right now. I that's just how I look at it, right? Somebody else would be like, girl, you making an excuse to smoke. But I've literally prayed and said, like, if you want me to stop smoking right now, let me know. Like, I literally asked that, like, because I'm willing to. But
the thing is that it's,
I don't know.
The smoking, and I'm smoking right now. So smoking is not, it's not necessarily a sin. But what it does is it puts you in a position to not be able to fully get what God is trying to impart in you. You see what I'm saying? It's like, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, right? Ephesians tells us that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against dark powers, evil municipalities, and I don't know the exact verbiage, but you get where I'm going. Right. We fight against spiritual things. Exactly. And natural man can't understand the things of the spirit. So when we smoking, we bound ourselves more to our flesh. You see what I'm saying? Once we bound ourselves more to our flesh, we can't really understand all the things of the spirit. Sometimes we think we most spiritual when we high. You feel what I'm saying? I used to be like that. Like, I'm thinking like, you think you most spiritual, but you really not. You really just, you bind yourself more to the flesh, and you allowing your flesh to take control. You allow your emotions to take control, because that's why Peter said, be sober, be vigilant. For your enemy, the adversary, rolls around like a lion, seeming who he may devour. He looking to see who gonna sin. You feel what I'm saying? Because when you see, you open up that door as soon as you crack it. You feel what I'm saying? But you can't control what come in. You feel what I'm saying? It's like the robbers, they outside. Roddy Rich said, we was tied to dudes that are robbed. You know what I'm saying? Like, they outside waiting to see who gonna open up the door. So they open up the door, they trying to bombard it. You feel what I'm saying? Like, one might get in one time, but it said once you cast it out, Jesus said when you cast it out, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna come back with 7 more stronger than itself. So that's why it comes a point, because once you stop, I ain't gonna lie, it's gonna be coming at you more harder, because it's gonna be like, nah, we used to live here. The demon, like, we used to live here. Nah, open up the door. We used to live here. Some of them demons, they get intertwined with your whole hookup, because people don't even know, like, manipulation. People be mass manipulators. Manipulation is a form of witchcraft. But some people, they so good at manipulating, they so good at finessing, that's their personality now. We got people that's
that's their personality.
My name is G the Finesser. You feel what I'm saying? Rappers talking about something. I'm such and such the scammer.
For real.
I'm such and such shiesty. You saying like your words got power. Like this say death and life is in the power of the tongue. You feel what I'm saying? That's why you always should never say you can't do something or you can do something that's like wrong.
I feel like everything is in the power of the tongue, bro. You got to be so cautious of what you let come out your mouth. I'm real big on it. Like everything, like the smallest thing, saying, oh, I'm lazy, I'm a procrastinator. Because what you say is what you believe. So then you act upon that. If you telling yourself you're a procrastinator, you're going to keep being a procrastinator. Like, that's why affirmations and things like that, they're important. But I think the problem too, though, when it comes to affirmations, like people say affirmations, but it's about having that belief at the other side. Like you can't just say it because you're supposed to say it. Like it's the belief. Like it's the lack of belief. Like the world is so the way it is because of the lack of belief and the lack of faith. Like if we really walked by faith, so much would be different. So much would be different. To think like people feel like they have to make that kind of music, like you was just saying about rap music. They feel like they have to do that in order to
get money.
Yeah. Like if I don't do this, I'm not going to get money. Like because this is who I am. But that's not really who it is. Because like when you realize that who he created you to be is already enough. It's always enough. Like it's just always enough. It's just always enough. Like I don't even know what made me start saying that. Like enough is plenty. Enough is plenty. Because he showed me in so many different ways that like down to the point where I would have like $3 left in my bank account for every bill paid. And the problem is that because what happens is when you're blessed, right, you get used to that overflow. That's what I realize with people is when you are blessed and you are chosen or whatever, right, you get used to that overflow. So then when you don't have it, now it's just like your world flipped upside down for it. It's just like, oh my God. But it's like, you don't really need that overflow. Like we got to look at this like, he gonna give it to us when he feel like it. That's how I look at it. Like, okay, like I might be blessed this week and then next week, you don't know what can come. Like literally, I went from wondering, like the way that he worked is so magical. Like I went from feeling like it was just a broken season in my life. Then I'm like, oh, I want to buy a house. Like even while I'm in this broke season, I'm about to buy a house. I don't care. I might find me a realtor. Just my belief was there. Like he was putting it in me, just boom, boom, boom. Then I meet the realtor and she telling me how much I need for my down payment. Mind you, I'm broke at this moment. I'm just like, what? Whatever. All right. I'm talking to her like I got it in my account. I'm like, all right, that's all I need. Bet. Cool. Hung up. Kept on going. I kid you not, within 2 weeks, right, was blessed with 4 times what she told me I would need. It's just about that. And then the way it came was this. I've been getting an email. Listen, let me tell you how powerful he is, right? So I read the script. I don't even know where at, but wherever I was reading in the Bible, he was telling me about how basically somebody owed $10,000 and he made him debt free.
I was just about to go to that story. I'm gonna let you tell it.
All right, I'm gonna put numbers on it so you know, right? So the girl I'm talking to, she telling me I'm gonna need 3,000, right? Because we buying a house together, whatever. She like, you gonna need 3 in your account. He gonna need 3. Y'all need to have it sitting there for this amount of days. Like she talking to us, right? Last year, I had got like a grant for like $1,000. Okay, the grant for like it was like something free. Or something where I just got $1,000. I don't know. My mom told me to do it and I didn't have to pay it back. So I got it. I kid you not though. So then the night that I read the scripture about the 10,000 and about him basically saying, you know, he pretty much, I believe like he owed somebody 10,000 and he pretty much did God's work and God told him like, cool, you good. You ain't got to pay me nothing back or something like that. He owed him and he told him he good. Kid you not. So I got that 1,000. I kept getting this email. So last year, in like September, that's why this be so crazy because this all just happened within the past few weeks. In like September, I was on Facebook and this girl was talking about how she can help people get business loans. Pay me $50, I'll give you all the numbers to put in so you can get this loan. I pay her the $50, right? That temptation there. Oh, okay, fuck it. I mean, forget it. I pay you $50, I forget it. Pay her $50. She sent me all the numbers. I immediately get denied. Like within this was all within like 5 minutes. Denied. All right, whatever. I just was like, whatever, $50. It didn't work. Cool. It wasn't meant for me. Fast forward. out of nowhere. That was in like September. I forgot I did it because it was just denied off rip. December, right? I went through them 3 months. October, November, December was literally like the roughest season for me. December, I started getting these emails back to back to back to back, like asking for some tax documents or something. And I'm just like, leave me alone. Y'all already told me y'all denied me. Just leave me alone. Why y'all keep emailing me, right? Then I get an email on a Saturday. That's what caught my attention, was like, why would the SBA be emailing me on a Saturday? Like, I thought it was like a fraud. And it was a lady like, hey, my name is Andrea. I'm just reaching out to see if you can send us a picture of your ID. We believe we did something. Or she really just asked for my ID. She said, we're about to redo something with your loan, redo your application. And I was like, okay. And I sent her the picture and I said, this would be a blessing if I got this, because I believe that my application, something on my application was wrong. That's what I said, right? That was Saturday. On Monday, I literally woke up with it. Okay, that was Saturday. Sunday, I read the scripture about the 10,000. Monday, I woke up that said, I woke up to an email that said, you have been approved for $9,000. And FYI, you do not have to pay this loan back. You do not have to pay this grant back. And I'm like, what? So then I go onto the account. Like, I go all the way in just to see what it is, right? And I realized that this was actually that 1,000 I had got in 2020. This was the rest of that. So when I went on there, basically I got a $10,000 grant debt free. And I'm like, whoa, like it was way too.
You got denied for one, and you got accepted for something. So you got denied for the stuff you was trying to do wrong. Everything you was trying to do right.
And then it came down to the overflow. I said, oh, you're gonna give me 3 times what I need. I'm talking about how I'm gonna get this 3,000. You just boom. And I got the email Monday, and on Tuesday it was in my account. Just like that. Just like that. And it was just like, ooh, not only did you give me my down payment, but now I can get my business back moving. I can get everything back right. He just needed to put me through that season. Like, I had to go through that season. And after that, my business just, like, literally, it had nothing to do with the money I received. My business didn't grow because of the money I received. Like, I didn't invest into my business and that made it grow. It's just, it was God's timing. He needed me to be still. He needed me. That was like the second week of January when I got that email. So it was like, he needed me to just listen, like, just listen. That's what I realized. Like, but like I said, I had that faith there. She telling me the numbers. She literally thought I had it already. I'm like, oh, okay, bet, cool. That's like, whatever. All right. So what I gotta do next? Like, I'm asking her the next steps. Like, I already got it because I did. I knew I did. Like, I knew that he wouldn't even put me in that position. He's not getting me this excited. He's not giving me this realtor for me not to get what I need. Like, he just ain't gonna do that. And he didn't. Like, so now it's like, okay, now I'm good. We can start this house buying process. Everything good. He good, we good. So it's just like, but that hit hard. When I went on there and I saw that the full grant was 10, and I literally read the Bible scripture the night before, and it's just like, it gave me chills.
That's what
I'm like, thank you, sir. He shows up.
Yeah,
he show
up supernatural.
He gonna literally supernatural. Like, you got, and it was crazy because the night before, me and my man was talking, and he just was like, he was literally talking to me. He like, it's just something about you. He like, you always end up blessed. That's what he said to me. He was like, and I was like, you too. Like, we laid in the bed and had this conversation, and I had to like be like, think about it. And we just started thinking of everything we was blessed for, and we like, dang. So then we started talking about it. We was just talking about it together. We just saying like, that's why we know that all of this is about to work out perfect. And then boom, like, he had got denied for like, because he wants to go into his CDLs, and he got denied for that. I kid you not. I got that loan, and then he got an email that said, hey, we know that you were denied for the last class, but we have one starting this month, and we want to, you get access into it for free. Like, I'm just like, it'd be like an overflow, but it's also like, it'd be weird because I already know it. Like, you just know it. Like, when you got that faith, yeah, I'm appreciative when it happened, but like, I always tell people, like, I don't be shocked because I know. Like, I hate to sound like I ain't grateful or something, but it's just like, I know. Like, I knew I was going to have these followers. I literally did. Like, I didn't know when or how, but like, I knew that I was going to be an influencer. Like, because when you got that in you, and that's why people be so unfull, because when you got that in you, you know And it bothers you even more when you're not getting what you think you deserve. But the problem is you're not doing the work to get it. Because that was me. I knew I should have this. I know that my mouth, like I knew that I was powerful, but the way that I was trying to be powerful wasn't working. Like it just, because that ain't what he wanted me to do. So it's like when you got that light inside of you and you figure out exactly how to just shine it right and be obedient and you stay in alignment and you don't play with it. It's real. I remember my friend telling me when I first said I was about to open that Bible, she said, listen, get ready. Like for real. She like, you think you've been through some stuff, but like when you really tap into that, get ready. Because the test that you get when you start ain't got nothing on what you've been through. Like, and that's real. I just was like, whew. And I'm still fresh. Like, I know it's so much like, I just like my journey is so fresh. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, I opened the Bible. I haven't even been in the Bible for a year yet. Like I'm fresh, but the relationship that has been established in that time, that's why I'm so adamant about teaching people. Cause it's like people run from it, not knowing that like all it takes is that, like he just waiting on you. That's the beauty in him. We worrying about if this man gonna take us back, if this person gonna accept us, when we have somebody that literally will accept us no matter what we do. Like no matter what you do, he gonna take you back. Like it ain't really nobody, even our mom, you do the wrong thing to your mom, she gonna cut you off. Like, so that's what showed me, because it's like I really strayed so far away. Like I remember being in this hotel room on homecoming night crying because I was arguing with people that God wasn't real. Like I was so mad. Like I'm just like bro, y'all minds are corrupted. Like I really used to think that. So to know that I was that person before and he still just welcomed me right back in, it's like, that's why I know I gotta keep telling my story. Like because it's people who are there now. Like, so when they just hear it, it's like, oh, okay, so she just like me. And that's why I used, it's like, it be touchy when I talk about the weed, because it's like it's like a back and forth thing. Like right now, I just know I gotta use that right now to pull these people in. But like you just said, I don't want to sound like I'm like selling my soul or nothing. Like, oh my God, I got to talk about bad lyrics so I can get money. Because I don't get money off that. Like, I'm not getting monetized off of none of it, for real. But it's how I can connect with those people that just really don't get it. Like somebody messaged me like I was about to commit suicide. Like she really messaged me like, and I was like, dang, she like, coming across your live really changed my life. I'm like, dang, like, you know, she felt like she couldn't connect. I can't connect with him. I smoke. No, you can. You can. Right. So I just be like, I'm getting emotional. Right. But I'm like, I got to let him use me in this season. Right. But I ain't selling my soul though. And I ain't doing it for money. I'm just doing it because that is how I got to connect with him right now.
No, it's everything has a season. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Everything has a season. Like I just said, my whole, like, it's not that smoking isn't, and I can keep on saying it because people, the church need to get this. You feel what I'm saying? And to be honest with you, the only reason why we have such a bad stigma on weed is because if we look at the history behind it, the reason why they stopped people from smoking weed was because they found out that the hemp plant can be used to do everything that they was using oil and everything for. So they was like, hey, they can't find this out. They was like, well, yeah, so stop. There ain't no more weed. Oh, yeah, ain't no more weed. So then they stopped it. You feel what I'm saying? Right. That's why the hippies, when they found it out, they was like, F the government. We gonna smoke weed. You feel what I'm saying? Like before, I don't know, when did they, I think it was, don't quote me. I'm gonna find out the exact year for when I'm talking about the other people. But it was a specific year when they was like, no more weed. And I believe that specific president at that time, they kid was on weed heavy. And they was like, ain't no more weed. You feel what I'm saying? And what people do is, as humans, we abuse whatever we told not to do. Your mama say, don't be messing with that. Don't touch the stove, you're gonna touch the stove. Don't be messing with that boy. Don't be messing with that boy. You.
It's like you have to. You want to see why can't you do it?
You want to see why can't you do it? So now you trying to put yourself in position.
Right.
Weed is going, once people understand why a lot of people smoke weed because it's a stronghold. I want you to read a book called Shattering Your Strongholds. I think after you read that book, you're probably going to be done. But What happens
when
is
I finish, I'm gonna make sure I message you like, okay, I got.
no. You good. We have, I mean, it's all up in the air. I mean, my purpose is to assist people. My purpose is to assist people who come from where we come from and help them understand this stuff. Yes. But shattering a stronghold is basically how the enemy gets us to think different ways and do different things. A lot of stuff that happens in our lives, we get, like you said, give credit to the devil. Sometimes that be us, but the devil used something that happened to us to get us to do certain things. So you got some people who are very stubborn, but the reason why they stubborn was because the time that they listened to somebody, they steered them the wrong way. So they developed a stronghold thought towards listening to authority. So it's like, you have to prove to me why I'm listening to you. Until then, I'm going to listen.
Yeah.
And so many people, like, especially our generation, because how old are you? You said you
27.
27? So our generation, before, like, you believe it or not, I'm 30. Mm-hmm. But believe it or not, we didn't smoke weed for real until I got to be like, I think we was freshmen in college when everybody, like, this was like a
my first time smoking, like actually smoke. Well, I started smoking weed when I got to Central. When I was in high school,
everybody, like, it was a thing. Like, we used to, it's funny because I tell my friends this all the time. Y'all say, remember we used to think people who smoke weed, they gave their life away? That's what we used to say. Like, they threw their life away. Like, if people would smoke weed when we was in high school, because we played sports heavy. Like, I
stopped being with my friends. I was like, y'all are smoking weed? I was like, oh no. Like, that was crazy. I was like, oh, then it was so crazy because when I started smoking weed, like, through the same person, when I was in high school, it was like, what? Y'all are smoking weed? Are y'all for real? And I mean, my mom smoked, but to me, it was just like, what? Like, oh no. Y'all was like, it was like they was popping pills or something. I was like, oh nah, y'all taking it.
You know, now that's what they doing harder stuff. Like, that was the enemy's door. That was the enemy's door. Like, it's kids right now probably playing with cocaine and all that stuff. But the drugs change seasons, just like I'm telling you.
Yeah, because our parents was using crack like it was nothing.
But Wiz Khalifa opened the door for our generation to start smoking weed heavy. It was like, it became acceptable and cool and sociable to be like, oh, yeah, we smoke. Before, you would smoke, but you smoke with the weed smokers.
Yeah.
It wasn't
now, if you don't smoke weed, it's like you ain't cool.
Yeah. It's like you wouldn't even, you used to literally leave a party to go smoke. I remember leaving parties to go smoke, or you going to connect with certain people. You like, oh yeah, we know we smoke. So like, are you trying to smoke or whatever? That's how it was. It wasn't a situation where I'm about to light up and everybody over here come over here, because it's and some people think it's connected to money and stuff too. Like, so it's like people think that you saying like, oh, if you smoke, you're not gonna be successful. No, because it's people who are billionaires.
That don't even.
But it's also a time and a place for the weed. You can't, it's people right now that's gonna be listening to this. They can't smoke weed because you let weed control you.
I feel like that's where I kind of be like, because it's like, I don't need weed to connect. I think that people, the stigma, like, because I do Bible and blunts, is like, I feel like I need weed to connect. Like, I like, for real, if I'm being like all the way transparent, I really like to read my Bible sober. Like, if I'm being for real, I do. But I'm not going to not read it. Like, if I'm going to smoke afterwards, like, if I feel like I want to read the Bible when I smoke, I'm going to read. Like, if I'm high and I say, shit, I want to read the Bible, I'm going to read it. But my favorite time to read it, honestly, is when I first wake up, which I'm not smoking weed then, and then right before I go to sleep. Like, I really like to do it when he sleep, like he right there sleep, the kids sleep. I like when it's quiet and I read it. But as far as my platform, I stay consistent with that because they, that's the platform I created.
Your mission is to do that for them, because it's people that can't. They don't want to listen.
That's what I think the difference is like, because when I read the comments, when people do come on my post and they talk, it's like they feel like I'm allowing weed to like take over me, like I'm choosing it over God, or like I can't connect with him unless I'm using God, or like. But the reality of it, like I said, I could stop. I can't. I literally can't. And obviously this is a conversation I gotta have with him, but like, I don't use it to, like, I don't know. I don't feel like it controls me. I don't. And I mean, God may make it clear that it do. But I don't feel like it controls me, nor does it really affect my relationship with him. Or like, I don't feel like that. I really don't. As of right now, at least I don't. Because I can read it. I'm going to read the Bible regardless. Like, I'm going to read the Bible. If I'm sober, I'm going to read it. If I'm smoking, I'm going to read it. And I'm going to do his work regardless. At this point, I consider myself a worker at all times. Like, I'm just always a worker. So the only way, I mean, I guess once I stop, cool. But right now, I mean, it's like, I'm going to do his work regardless. Like, I don't know. I just feel so connected with him that I'm just on his time. I'm just on his time. I am, but I don't think it's really hard. Because I don't know. Like the mind, like when people, I get it. I do get it. Like what you just said about like when you smoke, you can't really understand the word as much. But I don't know. I don't know if I agree. I don't know.
No, he can still use you. But it's like this. This is what God. So
but like that scripture I just read to you about putting the dirty water in, you know what I'm saying? So it's like
you already know I was alpha step, you feel what I'm saying? I was the ace, you feel me? We had the hardest line, you feel what I'm saying? I denounced my letters because when I was on my fast, God told me, if you want to go where I'm ready to take you.
That's so funny because I was wondering why I didn't see any of that on your page. I was like,
you feel me? He said, if you want to go where I want to take you, you feel what I'm saying? What I have planned for you, can't nobody else get the credit. You feel what I'm saying? And you got to get that it's a spirit that was attached to alpha. You feel what I'm saying? It's a spirit that's attached to weed. It's a spirit that's attached to drinking. You see what I'm saying? And that spirit not gonna be able to be. So God, he says that
this podcast can be 5 hours long.
Evil can't tarry in his sight. You feel what I'm saying? Evil can't tarry in my sight. So he can't use us like he want to use us until we completely submit. If it's something between y'all, it's like, I mean, I'm only gonna reach over so many times.
Right.
Sometimes I gotta come here.
Right.
If I can't come here, I'll be like, I go get somebody else who gonna let me reach and just get them. Because we all got an assignment, we all got a specific purpose, and we all was created to do certain different things. But he also can create somebody to do the same thing as you too.
Exactly.
He can choose him over me, or he can choose her over you. You feel what I'm saying? Because you're not in position. There's so many times like we have.
And I've been telling people that too. You'll get skipped. People think like he's gonna sit there and wait. Oh, he'll be like, oh, you ain't ready. And he might even sit there and play with you for a little bit. So you're right.
How many times you done picked a dude you done had? You feel what I'm saying? Like that was playing crazy. You like, boy, all right, bet. You thought it was gay. Now you would have got a new dude. They saw it. They like, I was gonna marry you. Where was the ring? Where was the ring?
Exactly. Where was the ring, sir?
So we gotta
play.
We gotta play like if we want to apply for certain jobs, we gotta meet the requirements. And that's how it's gonna be when it gets to that point, which you gonna understand like if that's where it was with me. You feel what I'm saying? Like with certain things. Like, and it's not to even say, like, no, I'm not gonna say that because my words got power, but you can even fall back into a sin. You see what I'm saying? That don't mean he's still not gonna use you, but that just means that's something that he gotta work on within you. You feel what I'm saying? Because the demon gonna keep coming back. It's gonna try to come back 7 times stronger than it did before. But you got to be able to sit there, stand strong, and understand that, like, look, I'm going to stand here. I'm going to hold my ground. My soul is anchored. You feel what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not going to move. Like, because at that point, that's when you really submit to God. That's when you really, because Lord means to own. You feel what I'm saying? If I don't pay my landlord the rent, say I owe him $1,000 a month. If I don't pay him $1,000, he going to kick me out. God not gonna kick us out, but he won't use us like he need to use. He'll use you to do whatever he needs you to do, or whatever. If he can't find nobody else, or he is that's in the plans for you to do that. But it's certain things that's what the whole sinning thing come into play. It ain't that we shouldn't sin. Yeah, we shouldn't sin because he gave, if you look at, when you read the Bible, you're going to see that there was no laws until Moses went up on Mount Olive and got the tablets, and he told him everything he needed to do. Mm-hmm. He was giving them the laws to set them apart, and he wanted to make them, this is the revelation I'm getting now with reading Leviticus. He was telling them different things they need to do, because I studied y'all for 400 years, and you're not going to accomplish the assignment that I need you to accomplish if you're doing all the stuff that I'm telling y'all that y'all need to be doing. Mm-hmm. And then once it got so tedious to the point where he was telling them what they can and can't eat, it's getting to the point now where it's like, I need to separate you and I need to test your discipline. Are you going to do exactly what I said do? Because when Jesus came in there and with the temple, he wasn't coming there. They weren't selling, you feel me? They weren't selling J's. They weren't selling shoes. They weren't selling dresses. You know what they were selling? They were selling doves.
Oh, so I thought it was sheep. I knew it was an animal.
They were selling doves. Because what happened is people, when they sin, they were sacrificing the doves. So what they was doing was they was making a profit off of people sinning.
Wow.
So just a picture me and you, we just was kicking it last night. We was just at Club Live, we were smoking, but we in the line at the temple getting the doves. Everybody in a long line, like, yeah, what you do last night, man? You already know I was tripping last night, but I'm about to get this dove right quick. But they making profit off the doves. Like, they in there like, yeah, we got the doves. You sin last night? I got a dove for you. Did you sin last night? I got a dove for you. You need to go sacrifice.
Yeah, because he came in and he let them all free, didn't he? Didn't he let all the doves out? Like
he told everybody they had to go. Like, gotta go. Y'all tripping. Y'all turn my house into a market.
Yeah, that's what he said. This house is not supposed, this ain't what this is for. Like, my house is supposed to be for glory. Like, I remember that. We read that actually in Bible and Blood. That was one of the scriptures he took me to, where he basically said, y'all using my house for something else. Like, this ain't what my house is for. That's not what this is for. Like, it's not. That's crazy.
So
wow.
That's why, like, the sinning thing is like it's more of it's obedience thing. You feel what I'm saying? Because every sin come with a consequence. It ain't just necessarily that you sinning. Like, you feel what I'm saying? If I go kill somebody right now, I can kill somebody and I can still go to heaven. I can go to heaven. Right. Like, I go kill somebody, repent, and I'm going to heaven. But guess what? If I don't die after I kill that person, what they gonna do? They gonna come get me. And then I'm gonna go to jail. And if I did something wrong enough, they might give me the electric chair or whatever. They might give me a death penalty.
The consequences.
I got a consequence. So guess what's gonna happen? If I killed somebody, I'm gonna be in jail with a prison ministry. And that's what you're gonna be doing. You're gonna be telling people about God in jail because you decided to do something that you decided to do. And some people, that's what takes them to get to God.
A lot of people, honestly.
Some
like,
people,
they get themselves in a situation where they can't, that's the only person they can turn to, but it'd be messed up because they already in a situation, like you said, you're in prison now. But some people become like pastors in prison. Like, that's where they get their wake up call, you know? But it's still like, it's still too late almost. I mean, as far as your freedom, you still can do his work and all of that, but you've already made the mistakes to where you now in prison.
You ain't gonna be able to go to Tanzania and prophesy. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Now you can't do his full work. Exactly. He still really can use you. Do. Exactly. That's a big deal. Because it's like, now you can't go, now you can only do his work in here. So in a sense, you're still not really doing, he can't use you to his fullness, like to the full ability because of the mistakes you made. So yeah, he gonna accept you at the end, but now you're not able to live in your fullness, right? Because of that. So woo.
But that and also too, somebody who listening, that don't mean just because you did some of your past, don't let your past affect your future. You feel what I'm saying? You got to respect your past, honor your present, and expect a better future. Because
I think, that's where a lot of people too get scared about the journey. It's like they think that what I've already done, like I already did the damage. Like they really will feel that way. Or they feel like, and this is where it gets tricky, right? It's because, like me personally, I have 2 friends that I experienced this with, and I get it, right? Because yes, like the scripture I just read, you basically do got to reinvent yourself, right? But the problem is you still got to live in your truth. You got to understand that he put you through that for a reason. So some people get so stuck on the fact that they have to reinvent themselves that they forget what he put you through, but he put you through that so that when you reinvent yourself, you can help the people that went through it. You know what I'm saying? So me personally, I feel like two of my friendships, like I ain't gonna say they messed up, but like once they tapped into God, it's like I be like, I'm glad that they tapped in, but they're not really being used the way that they need to because they won't accept what they've been through. Now it's just like I'm a new person. But what about the people that need to hear that story? Like you didn't just go through that so that God could recreate you. He wanted to recreate you. Like you went through that so you can help them people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, for me, people have to realize even when you do, like you just said, you still got to honor what you have to know. You can't just say, oh, I'm a new person now. Always remember that person. Like you just can't bury it and act like it's just, and that too, I think is where people get scared because they feel like, like if I'm that person now, I can't speak on that. Like, nah, tell your truth. Like the real pastors, the ones I connect with, tell me what you've been through. Let me know for real. Like, let me know your story too. That's how you really connect with people. Let me know what you've been through. So now I know, okay, God really have, and people, they forget that. Like, that's another piece where I'll be like, it get tricky. But it might be just a part of their journey, like me and my friends, I have two, like I said, that we all kind of went on our journey at the same time. One is just mind blown. I don't know what, like everything is like, she's making bad decisions almost and saying that God is making her do it. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes people, when you get connected, it's really you making that decision. And that's what I be teaching people is you can't pray with an expectation. Because then you act in a certain way. You got to pray with just faith at the other end. You can't pray with an expectation because then you act in that and you already are putting something in your mind. Like you already putting the answer in your mind. So technically it's like you almost playing God's role because you asking him for guidance, but you really already got it figured out in your mind. So now you're trying to make that make sense. You know what I'm saying? And then that's when people say, well, God told me this man is for me. God told me, like, nah, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't. I don't care how you want to say that is not him. That is you. You wanted to be in that situation. Like, so me and one of my friends, we kind of fell apart. And then another one, as I'm listening to you, I'm just realizing like, okay, she just in the journey. She in the process. Like she's going through like just making herself clean is what I'm realizing with me and your conversation. Her, and what's crazy is this. Me and her, we both kind of started our journey at the same time. And I feel like because we both so tapped in, it kind of make us bump heads. Because the enemy, he know, and it's like we both trying to get a wake-up call. So it's like, I don't know. It's just like it's kind of making us bump heads, but I know like we ain't really fall out, but like she make a little comment. It's like we both on our spiritual journeys, but I'm so understanding that I'm just like, I know that she just on her journey. Like you on your journey, so she's more like, if it ain't in the Bible, I'm not like anything that's not in here. Like she not listening to no rap music. She not, and to some people it's just like, girl, but I get it. But I know that she's missing, like she's forgetting who she is almost. Like she reinvented herself, but she's forgetting that piece. And it bothers me because I know that God had her go through that. Like, to be honest, what it is like she used to like girls. And now that she's in the word, whatever, she's choosing not to. But I'm like, you can't forget that you did have that. You know what I'm saying? Even if you choose to never do it again, help the women that's there now. Don't act like, because she'll share stuff that's kind of like downplaying that community. And it's like, don't do that, because now it's as if, you got to do it with a certain, you just got to have some humility. You got to show who you are. He put us through those things. He don't put you through anything for nothing. Like, you got to help somebody else that's going to go through that. That's how I look at it. Like literally everything. When I had a miscarriage, my first thought was like, oh, somebody else gonna miscarriage. Like miscarry. I couldn't even really I was sad, but like, my mind just went straight to like somebody else gonna experience this, like literally. And then within like 2 weeks, my hair clients was coming in talking about how they had miscarriages, and I was like, wow. You see, like he don't play, like, and this was before I even had my second son. So like, you just can't, you gotta use that. So it get real tricky. That's what I'm realizing with this. Like it get tricky. Like for her, she can't get with the fact that I'm still smoking while I'm on my journey because she stopped smoking. So she like, it's like she look at it like I'm faking almost. Like, girl, you not, or you wouldn't be smoking at all. But it's just like, you was smoking last month. So don't do that. That's where people go wrong. Like, and you just can't do that. I don't want to get too much into her, but
what happens is people, they let religion trump their belief system. And so it's made for us to think that we have to do certain things to please God. We think that the works is what please God.
You are powerful. Let me tell you that. Go ahead though. Because I literally
think though, like we think that the works is what pleased God, but that's why he died. That's why he gave
the problem. It's almost because, and I don't mean to cut you off. I got a bad habit of that. I really didn't mean to cut you off though.
Good.
But I love that you said that, because what it is where I feel like people that's in that mindset that you just said, is like you almost trying to play the position of God. Like, and that's what is triggering me, I think, is what really is triggering me. Because like, you can't say only God can judge, and then you telling people how God ain't gonna like them if they do that. That's not your role. You can't do that. You absolutely cannot do that. And that, like, you gonna piss him off, honestly, by doing that. Like, focus on your relationship with him. Because when you're trying to please him too much.
That's that scripture that you was talking about. You probably got into a word because of that, but that's that scripture. That's one you was talking about. Why would you telling somebody they got something in their eye, but they got something in their own eye? You need to worry. And
that's what my mom was telling me. I talked to her about it, and she said, listen, she's just going through like a spiritual journey right now. And what it is she's trying to fix herself so much that she's focusing on what's wrong with everybody else. Like, because she feel like she's fixing so much that now she thinks she can fix other people almost. It's like, while I'm working on me, instead of just focusing on me, like you said, what's in my eye, focus on what's on your eye. In your eye, I'm going to tell you what's in yours. I'm going to tell you, like, because she just kept making small comments. Like, when I first got kicked off of Instagram, oh, maybe it's because of, maybe it's because you're doing this. Maybe God don't like how you're doing this. Maybe God doesn't like, and it's like, I get that you.
But it is a thin line though.
That's what I was just gonna say.
We're called to hold each other accountable.
That's what I was just gonna say. But then this is where she went wrong. Then she followed up. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what triggered it. I'm gonna be real. This is what triggered her, and I didn't know it was gonna trigger it. I had no idea. I literally was just using my platform, right? I made a status on Facebook that said, what is your opinion? It was an open, I do this all the time on Facebook. What is your opinion on religion versus spiritual? Right? That was just an open question. And she was the first one to comment. And her comment said something. It was like basically something she got offline. I'm not gonna lie. It was basically like copy and paste almost. And I said, but what's your take? And I really was not trying to trigger her. I just wanted to know, like, what was her take on it? Like, no, that's really what I wanted. Like, I could tell it was copy and paste. So I just wanted to hear her perspective for real. And when I actually clicked on the link, because it was even a link attached. So I actually clicked on it and I opened it. And then I asked her and I said, so do you feel as if you can't be connected to God unless it's under a religion? Like, do you feel like you have to claim a religion in order to have a connection? Or do you feel like you can have a personal relationship with him without putting it under the umbrella of a religion? That was my question.
Because it's not a religion, to be honest. It's a lifestyle.
Exactly. That's why I loved your answer. I loved it. I have no rebuttal. I loved your answer when I asked you that. But after I asked her that, she never responded to me. So then I go to her story, and it was like, she was using them Bible verses to throw shade. And that's where I was triggered, because it's like, this is where people get pulled away from Christians, because now you're trying to, you can just tell, when people, like, that's not the way to do it. That's what we not supposed to do. That's why, like,
the Bible tells us he who compares himself is unwise. You feel what I'm saying? Like, never compare yourself in no type of way, like whether it's good or bad, because it's not wise to compare yourself. Like, even if you pay attention to this, like right before I went on my 40-day fast, like I was really understanding the Bible, and I was sitting with God one day. I was on a Daniel fast. I was doing a Daniel fast for something. And God was like, I went through the 10 commandments, and it was like, the last commandment, commandment 10 is thou shalt not covet. Basically, don't cover your neighbor what he got. Like, you shouldn't be like, I shouldn't look at your house and be like, oh, I wish I had a house like that. Dang, I wish I had a Mercedes. I wish I had the Beamer. You feel what I'm saying? I wish I had the Rolls. I'm not supposed to do that. But he explained it to me, was like, in that time, I went through 400 years of these people having no laws, no rules, no regulations. And that last commandment was because I knew that if they covet each other and they want what each other want, it's nothing for them to do any of the other 9. Because they're going to justify it. They're going to be like, oh, well, they stealing because of whatever. Your mother said you shouldn't be doing whatever. You defile your mother, and you don't listen with your mother. You don't obey your mother. You don't you doing all type of stuff. You killing, like, you justify it because you coveting your neighbor. You like, oh, I can't wait. What do we say when we get something new? When you get something new, you got the new, you feel me? You slide through the Gucci, you feel what I'm saying? You like, oh, they gonna hate me when I come.
They gonna hate me with
they
this
gonna
one.
hate me.
They ready?
They ain't ready. You waiting for somebody to compare themselves to you?
Yeah.
That's gonna give you your self-esteem to come in a room and people want to be you, but we not supposed to even be wanting to be each other in the first place. And that's what get messed up.
And that'd be the problem right there. When you really understand you, and like when I be coaching my students, I'm like, y'all so focused on trying to figure out how you can be unique and like how you be you. Like literally, there's not another person in the world that's you. So you trying to figure out how you can make your business stand out in this way and do this technique. But the reality of it is, if you looking for a way to be unique, be you, because it's not another person that could be you. But you trying to be her, and you trying to be him, and you trying to be them. So you're not being unique because you're really trying to duplicate, and it's not meant to be duplicated. Like, it's just not. That's not what He's literally created you that way for a reason. And like I said, we say these quotes. These are things that we say every day, but then we don't live by it. Like we would say, ain't there's no other me, or God created me the way he wanted me to be. We say all kinds of things like that. Even like, it's just everyday quotes. You get out what you put in, be careful with like all of that, but we don't really live by that. Like, we not really out here putting in what we really want. Like, we're asking for stuff, but we're not really doing the work. We're not doing the footwork. We're not doing the groundwork. We just want all these blessings, and we're really out here not even being a blessing, pretty much, right? Like, like, when people hear sowing your seed, like, even me, I used to like we say these terms, like, sow your seed, and even, like, in the church, people like, nah, I'm not going to pay your tithes. Like, I had to realize, like, for real, you really pay your tithes in the whole, like every day. Like when you really serving, that's really sowing your seed. You supposed to, like, you gotta sow your seed every day. That's how I look at it. I find a way every day. Like you have to. It's not about money. It's not about riding around giving the homeless money. I mean, that's a way to sow your seed, obviously, whatever. But people think that that's what it is, or going to the church and doing the church money. But really, sowing your seed is doing God's work, helping other people blossom. Like if you really think about it, you sow a seed, and that's how a flower, like that's how a flower grows, right? So it's really helping people blossom. Like if people would just think of it like that, like sowing your seed is really putting your seed into people so that they can grow, like helping people grow. But people don't do that. They really looking for a way for people to make them blossom. Help me blossom. Help me blossom.
The Bible says give, and it should be given unto you, good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Men gonna give it to your bosom. So he's telling you to give so other people can give to you.
And that's real though. That's why, like, even down to marketing, that's what I be telling people. If you really think about it, like down to marketing, if you think of a sales funnel, you start with something free. When you're doing a sales funnel, you start with something free. And then that's how you get them to pay the top dollar for that product at the bottom, that $1,000 product or whatever. But you got to start by sowing that seed. You got to show them the value in you. So people are out here and they so eager for this money, but like, that's why I said, that's what TD Jakes was saying. Do it for free first. You got to sow that's really sowing your seed. Like we act like doing a webinar for $200 is sowing your seed. No, we'll make it like I'm doing you a favor. I really could charge $500, but I'm charging you $2. So I'm helping you out. No. Like, girl, just say you need to make some money. That's cool, right? It's okay to have a business, but like sowing your seed for real is doing the work of God, like not putting a price attached. That's what I realized. Like, and that's why, like, when I started I coached last year. I coached literally all year for free, pretty much. Like, and he kept like what I was doing was I was mentoring, but I was connected to a network marketing, so I was selling like weight loss products, but it was weird. As soon as I got into the as soon as I got into the business, I'm like, okay, I'm building a team. That's why I knew I wasn't really good for network marketing, right? Because as soon as I start building the team, I'm like, so what can I do for them? Like, I don't want to just build this team to make money. I couldn't do it. Soon, the first month in it, I was like, well, if people gonna sign up under me, what am I doing for them? Like, I don't know. It just would not make sense. And that's why God, he's so powerful, because what he did was he put me in a position, right, in this business to where people signed up under me because they did want to make money. But my heart wouldn't let me just only let them do that. So what I was doing was every week I would coach them. I'm like, I could teach y'all how to sell this product, but if you ain't got confidence, you don't have discipline, you don't have the marketing, all that don't matter if you don't have the confidence to show up. Like, none of it is going to matter. You're not going to sell this product if you're not confident in you. So I was just so focused on that to where I literally was coaching these girls every single Sunday. Like, it was just in me, whatever. If I'm going, and it was helping me make money too. So it was just like, I got to do something, right? And then towards the end of the year, once I started going through my season, I kept asking him, like, what do you want me to do? I kept making these small changes to the group. Like, okay, if you ain't make this much money in your check, I'm not gonna coach you. If you don't do this, and it didn't feel good with me. Like, so then that's when I went through my season. He put me on social media, and I really started praying to him, like, just show me, like, do you want me to stop this TLC stuff? Like, do you want me to stop doing the weight loss stuff? Like, what you want me to do for real? And the night I cried and prayed, like, I really was like, just show me what to do with this group, because I was getting overwhelmed because I was putting so much into them, right? I'm coaching them every week, and then they stopped making money. So now it made me be like, it ain't really that I'm not trying to sow my seed, but I have to pay bills. At the end of the day, I have a family to take care of, but I care so much for them. And I kid you not, like, I prayed and I was like, what do you want me to do with this organization? Just show me and I'm gonna listen. And my next paycheck was 50 cents. Like, from that business. He like, you don't need that business. Like, these girls they want you. They don't care nothing about them products, right? So then I was talking to one of my, like, she basically like a sister of mine, and she just was like, so I had been coaching her for free. She was part of the business, but she wasn't signed up under me. She just was part of the business. Like, and I just was like, I don't care, I'm gonna coach you too. Like, and she kept asking me, like, is it a way I can pay monthly? Like, she wanted to bad, like, because I'm getting so much value from you, right? So then she reached out to me that week and was like, I want to pay you. Like, I know I ain't made no money, and when she did that, I didn't take the payment, but then that's what made me really wake up, like, because it was so crazy. I kept saying, I'm gonna open my mentorship next month. I'm gonna start mentoring. That's when I started saying that I'm a mentor. I'm gonna start mentoring the first of the year. And then God, like, showed me, like, girl, you've been mentoring. Like, what is you, like, he literally put me in that position. Like, I kept saying, I'm gonna start mentoring. Y'all want me to mentor? I'm a mentor. But then once I started saying it, I realized, like, oh, I've been mentoring all year and I've been doing it for free, literally. Because those paychecks, when I say those paychecks was nothing, I never really made nothing. I was literally coaching those girls for free, but my passion was there. So I felt good when I was coaching them. So it never really felt overwhelming until I had some bills to pay. And I'd be like, okay, like, And so I prayed on it. I had the 50-cent paycheck. And then I just made the announcement and told them, like, listen, starting the first of the year, we're going to switch. I'm switching this to just a mentorship. I've been mentoring y'all. And when I asked them for feedback, nobody answered. Like, I'm like, do y'all want to say anything? It was like in the coaching, nobody said a word. Like, they just was silent. I was like, okay, well, I love y'all. I'm going to remove myself out of the group, because that literally God, he made me do it. I couldn't question it. I had to be obedient. And like when I got off of there, I was emotional. I'm like, dang, like all I did for them, and nobody gonna say thank you, nobody gonna say nothing. And I kid you not, like within a week, all of them switched to a subscription. Like it was like, I was like, dang, that was all I had to do. Like, but he'll put you in that position because now I got a year worth of reviews. I got a year. So now I already did the top of my sales funnel unintentionally. You know what I'm saying? So now I mean, I got reviews and testimonies on testimonies on testimonies because I did it for a whole year. And now, like he just put me back right, because that's what got me off track for real. I already was coaching. I was already doing what I'm doing right now. And then what I did was I got off track because I was chasing the money. So I joined the network marketing. I started putting my all into that. And it was just like, he had to keep on showing me, like, you're going to keep chasing this money. I'm going to take it to you broke. I'm going to strip you broke. Because now you're leaving what I told you to do. I told you to coach. I put you in position to coach already. And you stepped away from me for this money. And that's what I did. When I started TLC, I stopped doing full month coaching. Like I just stopped. I was like, whatever, I'm an influencer now. I'm going to promote. I left what I really enjoyed doing. So he had to circle me back around, but now I got all these reviews and like, so now I'm doing my full month mentoring, and it's like, I feel whole again. But I needed to go through that because I had to feel those emotions so that I can tap into him. Like he had to make me do something I didn't really enjoy so that I can connect with him, so that then he can pull me. So now I can do it with a whole different purpose because I understand him. So now I can mentor and I can connect them to him. It's not just like, oh, this is Rrari telling you, but it's like, nah, now I got a source. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just me, it's a source. So it's like, oh yeah, now I'm rocking. Now I'm back rolling, and I'm like, I'm just so thankful because I'm like, he put me in position now. Like now when I coach, it's a whole different ballgame. Like it's just a whole different ballgame because I understand why I'm coaching. I'm not coaching for money. It's like the money gonna come, literally. So I love it. I love the way he had put me in position. I'm just staying obedient. I'm just thankful he's accepting, right? Always accepting. No matter what, he gonna just like, come on, girl. Just come on. Even though you done irritated me, just come on, girl. So I just love him.
You know, for sure. The Bible says, like, everything you telling me is just showing me that once you find out your gift, it really, like the Bible says, your gift will make room for you and bring you before great men. You know what I'm saying? So like you also need to get ready, because like you're gonna be put into tests. You feel what I'm saying? Everything that shows itself of value has to be proven for true authenticity. You feel what I'm saying? Like before they release the iPhone, they got to make sure it worked for real. You feel what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Every function they say it gonna do, they got to make sure it do before they sell it to you, and you come back like, hey, this ain't work. You feel what I'm saying? So you're going to get tests, you're going to get trials, tribulations, but still stick to whatever you're going to do, because your gift going to make room for you. Because then once you get tested and you prove that, you feel me, you Rrari Da Coach for real, that's when you're going to be in the room with Grant Cardone. You feel what I'm saying? At the table, you feel what I'm saying? At a table with them. You feel what I'm saying? You're going to be at the table with these big names and these people, and they're going to be like, well, Rrari can do it because she did X, Y, Z. Like, like you just, for instance, just say you did accounting, so you know accounts receivable, you know accounts payable, you know the whole thing. In investment groups, people don't understand this. Investment groups aren't just people who just make money. Each and every last person has a different priority, just like a company in the investment group. Sometimes they pay other people to do these things, but every person got like, they basically got their own department. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
We might got
their own role.
Yeah, we might got a situation where we got like $100 million in this thing, but each and every last one of us got a different role. Sometimes it's a functional role. Sometimes it's a function to just get more investors. But you might be in a situation where, oh, you got an accounting background, but you got into the door because you got the accounting background and you did accounting for Verizon. But you do your coaching, your gift is to coach and do all this other stuff. But what got you in the door was this accounting. Now you at the door.
Exactly.
You got, say you got 10 million in the pot. Everybody else, they got 100 million in the pot. But your little 10 million, you put your 10 million up just to do the accounting. Now you in the accounting, and they like, well, what else can you do? You did this so well. What else can you do? Now they put you in charge of something else. What else can you do? They put you in charge of something else, but you only put 10 million in here. Everybody else put 100 million, but your 10 million is growing just at the same rate as them. But now you meeting different people. Everything in your life, like all your seasons in your life, connected to people. We always, because God need people to do things. He don't need people to do things, but he need people to do things.
He do.
When he used these people, he can put you in different positions. I just tell you the story about Joseph earlier. Pharaoh ain't believing no God.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Pharaoh ain't believing God, but his zeal for God, him understanding what God had for him listening to the fact that, oh, my father's Jacob, he told me to praise this God.
Yeah.
God. I'm gonna continue to do everything with excellence, because the only way he was able to do all this stuff because he had a spirit of excellence. Like, that's one prayer that I pray. God, give me a spirit of excellence like Joseph. You know what I'm saying? Because you need to be able to utilize your gift, even if they weren't gonna pay you for it. Because if you do your gift to the best of your ability for free, people gonna pay you, because they gotta pay you when you add value, because this is what you was born to do. Like, that's how people get paid. You get paid to add value. Like, the only reason why we go to Walmart is because we can get our products for a specific price. We know we can't go to Drug Mart. We know we can't go to Walgreens and get that same price. The reason why Walgreens, the reason why they able to charge that much, because they always open.
Yeah.
That's the value they add. They always, hey, it's open, so we taxing.
Yeah. Straight up.
I don't care what time you come, but I mean, this water it's gonna cost you $3.
Hey, even though it's really supposed to be nothing. No, for real now. You go to Kroger, you get it for 92 cents, but we charging you $4.
You went through your season so that your gift can be tested. You feel what I'm saying? Now you're gonna be put in a position, you're gonna be opening, doors gonna open. You feel what I'm saying? And you're gonna be able to show somebody else. The Bible say that they overcame by the power of their testimony. It was referring to Revelations in the last days that everybody was, you feel what I'm saying, going through what they was going through, but they still believed in God by the power of their testimonies. But that's how it's gonna be. We all gonna be able to tell each other what God did for us, what God did for our family, and we gonna listen to each other, and that's how we gonna be able to go into these rooms, go into these doors of opportunity, and even just to get through the season. That's a blessing, just to even get through the season. Just to think.
A lot of people fold. A lot of people fold
every time.
They be like, oh, this ain't meant for me. That's what most people, that's really what most people do. If we, like, a lot of people, I ain't gonna say most, but a lot of people, because that's the easy route. Like, we're structured to take the easy route, but really, that's why my last message, literally yesterday, I was telling them, like, I was waiting on that storm. Well, you know, the winter storm was coming, and I was telling them, like, the beauty is really in the storm. You know what I'm saying? Like, we be wanting the beautiful side. Like, we want the rainbow without getting the rain. We want the sun just to make the rainbow. But you got to have that rain too. Like, you need both things. But people just want the beautiful side. So when that negative, that the hard part come in, they run from it. Oh, God wanted this to happen, I wouldn't be experiencing this. But no, God getting you ready. Like, when people can realize that he's prepping you, you're gonna be all right. But people don't understand that. They don't go into, oh, I'm being prepped. It's like, oh, he's telling me to stop. That's what people will do. They run from it. One thing, I don't know who I was just listening to, where he said, if you gotta chase it, it ain't meant for you. Period. If you gotta chase it, like, if something is running from you, because what God gonna do is, when you're supposed to have it, once you go after it, like God, once you come after him, it's gonna be there. He gonna be there for you, for real. He ain't gonna run from you. Money, you gotta chase money. If you chase it, it's gonna run. Literally, I think it was Sarah Jakes I was listening to yesterday when she was saying this. If you gotta chase it, it's different as far as like your dreams, but even that, because sometimes our dreams is what we think we want, but your passion is gonna be there. Like, if you gotta chase it, anything you chase gonna run, pretty much, is what the message was. And I'm like, that's real though, because if it's meant to be, it's there. And once you get it, it's gonna be there. Like, once you notice what you're supposed to have, God lines it up. I tell people all the time, like, I really look at life like it's already done. It's already written. I feel like my life is literally already written. And for the decisions I make is just what's going to determine how quick I get to where he got for me. Literally. So it's like, it's really just a straight road. And if I make the wrong decision, now I'm going right. So it's just, now I got to go on the detour. You know, now I might have to take a few different exits to get back to where I was really trying to go. But like, it's already mapped out. And if people some people say that, but if you really believe that, and you know that he has an abundance for you, then you should be able to live your life with that faith. Like, you should be able to say, I'm gonna be good regardless, because I know what he has destined for me, even if I do make a wrong mistake. We get so stuck on right and wrong and all that, but it's like he already expecting us to do it. Like, he's already expecting us to do it. That's the whole reason for all. That's why Jesus, like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the reason why he gave his life, because they already knew that we were going to make these sins. You know what I'm saying? But it's about being able to say, okay, I made this mistake. How can I get back on track? Being able to say, all right, what exit I need to get on that's going to get me back here quicker? Not, oh, I'm just going to stay on this side road. Because that's what people do. You know, the GPS clearly telling you to go this route, but you feel like, oh, I could just take this shortcut. The alley going to be quicker. He told you which way to go. It's telling you right there. You see that you're supposed to go, even if it's a traffic jam, sit in traffic. Sit in traffic if that's what you got to do. People want to avoid the traffic. No, sit in the traffic. Now you went that way. That alley done got stopped. You know what I'm saying? Now you got to go this way, and there's traffic on that street too. Like, what are you doing? Sit in the traffic if that's what you got to do. But people so eager. Yeah, just chill. Like, we be so eager, and when we understand that we ain't even on our time. That's what I be telling people all the time. I think I might have messed up by trying to say I make 100,000. I'm trying to put limits on it. Like, maybe I was supposed to make $1 billion that year, but I thought I knew, right? Oh, I got to make 100,000 by the end of this year. Like, maybe I messed my mind up, because now I'm only focused on 300 a day when I could have been making 3,000 a day. I could have been making 10,000 a day. But we try to put these numbers on stuff, like, and that's why I switched my goals. Like, I will not make a financial goal. Like, I just don't do that no more, because I that's not what I chase. But I'll say I want to help 1,000 businesses. I want to help 100 businesses. You know what I'm saying? And even if I don't, I'm still going to appreciate whatever I did. But when you put a monetary value on it, you almost get upset if you don't reach it. Like, you know, but for me, if I say I want to help 1,000 businesses and I help 200, I'm good. Like, cool, I help 200 people. But if you want to make 100,000 and you make 20,000, now you discouraged. That's why, like, I had to switch my goals. I had to really tap in, like, what? And what was crazy was, after I made 100,000, that was my next goal, was to help 1,000 businesses. Like, that was what and this was before I even tapped into God. I just wanted to switch and do something else. And that's how he put me in that position. And like, that's what I asked for real, was to help. And I didn't help 1,000, I don't know, for real. Because I always say, if I got 75,000 followers on Instagram and 175 on TikTok, I'm pretty sure I touched 1,000 people, right? And because I kept saying, I don't want a monetary value attached. I kept saying that. I just want to help 1,000 people. I just want to help 1,000 people. So when I got that overflow of followers, it's like, I know for a fact I helped 1,000 if I got almost 200, almost three, like, I got like 250,000 total. Oh, I helped 1,000. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it'd be weird how you get what you ask for, like, for real. And when you really switch them goals and you focus more on how you can help, like, that's what I ask every morning. Every morning when I meditate, I'm asking God, show me what I can do for you. Like, at this point, that's just where I'm at. What you need me to do today? Let me know. How can I be used? Use me. I am your servant. People don't want to be a servant. People say, I ain't gonna never work another job, but that's what this is. I be telling people, like, we really just borrowing this body. Like, we're literally just borrowing this body. He's just letting us use this while we're here. But like, our soul is like his. That's like really what, like, we are his. We just his workers, for real. Even our kids, like, these is my kids, but they ain't my kids. He just needed me to produce them. Like, these are his kids. Like, but people don't really understand that. And I didn't either until he just keep on teaching me. And I'm like, wow. But that's what it is. Like, my kids they my kids, right? But God just used me to produce them so that he could keep producing. Like, this is his work. Everything is his. So when people can realize that, because we get so stuck in who we are and but we're really just spirits. Like, our bodies is really just like a shell. That's how I look at it. Like, our bodies is just like, I don't know, a way for us to look different.
Emphasis on it. Like, we're spiritual beings that live inside a body that possess a soul. And we put so much emphasis on what's on the outside that we never work on what's in the inside. You know what I'm saying? Like, And that's why we be in the positions that we in, because we trying to fix things that's like it's kind of fixed, and we trying to fix what's fixed instead of fixing what's variable. Like we can,
because it's really we like deep down, we really good. We, like you just said, it's like we fixing the outside. Like I really truly feel like deep down, everybody,
even our emotions.
Yeah, the emotions control everything. The mind, if you can't control your mind, the mind is everything. That's really what it is. You can control your mind, you can control your emotions, you can control everything else. But like when you can't control your mind, yeah, it's over. It's over. You can't control this flesh. You can't control nothing. Like your temptation, you're not able to get back on track for real. You're not able to say, like we're saying, this is the spirit, this is the body. Like you're not aware of that because you're just so focused on the outer being. Sometimes we don't even realize that it's two different things. I know that a lot of people really don't, because you think you fixing your inside. It's hard to say. I know what I'm trying to say, but it's like you think you're fixing your inside when you're really fixing your outside almost, because your inside is good. Your inside is like okay for real, but it's the things that your flesh and your emotions have made you do that you're trying to fix for real. So like it's really that outer being almost, because like inside of it, we're God's children. So it's like, I don't know. Like to me, I'm like, when you working on yourself, what it is you're just finding that inner you. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm working on my shell. I'm working on the things that my outer being have made me do, or the habits I've picked up, right? Like that's what I'm working on. I'm not really working on my spirit, because my spirit is already good. I'm just trying to get to that person for real. I'm really trying to tap into what's in me already. People think they're trying to find something that's outside of them. That's what I'm trying to say. People think they're trying to find something that's outside of them, but it's already in there. You really trying to fix what's outside of you, if we're being real. Like you really trying to fix all this other stuff. It's already deep down in there. And that's what I be trying to teach my girls. Like the light is in there. Everything you need is in you. And when you can realize that literally everything you need is in you, your mindset will change. Because we have these things where we don't believe that. So then you think you need another human being. For real. You think you need a man. You think you need this friend. You think you need, because you're not understanding that everything you need is within you. And when you live in your true self, the people who deserve to be around you are going to be around you, and they're going to act accordingly because they understand your value. But when you don't understand your value, you're trying to figure out how you can fit into them. Mm-hmm. That's what it is. Like a girl I coached yesterday, she told me that she feels like nobody, basically her exact words was, nobody loves me as much as I love them, except my kids. When I was like breaking down, what is it that you're fighting with? What are you trying to fix for real? And that's what her answer was. Nobody loves me as much as I love them. That's you. That's you. Like you telling yourself that for real. And when you know your value and you show up as really you will never think that. I don't think that, because I understand my value. So I'm like my main goal with her through this month is really to pull her value out. Like she got to understand who she is for real. Because like that almost hurt my feelings to hear her say that. Like that is terrible to really feel that way. She like, I don't feel like anybody except my child and my mom really love me the way I love them. But it's like, it's because you're not really being you. You're showing up as somebody else, or you're attracting people that you really don't want to attract. That's what it is. They're the people you're attracting, they like the version that you're showing up as. So until you can show up as the real version of you, you're going to keep getting these people who don't really respect you because you don't respect you. Or if you're not confident, you're going to find people who attract on the people that lack confidence. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that working on you and really tapping into what he put in you. And that's what it be. They lack the understanding of everything you need is in you. Like literally everything you need is in you. And when you can realize that, you can realize it's not that you're really fixing. You just got to find that's in there. Like you ain't really like fixing your spirit. Your spirit is fine. It's that outer being, all that, like your thoughts and stuff. You just got to fix it so you can really find what's in you. Because if you even have that one little pinch of wanting that, like if you can even think that you want to find that person, then that means it's in there. That's how I feel. If it ain't, like if you don't even think like that, like the people you speaking on, that's just like whatever, I'll just sell my soul to. in my mind, it's like, it's not even in there. Like, for you to be able to say, but I don't know, because maybe them people even come back. I don't really know anybody that like sold they sold. I don't know. I don't really dig into that. But like, I don't know. For something in my heart, it's really hard for me to say that anybody like can't tap in and can't get right. Like, it's real hard for me to even think that way, because I want to believe that.
Everybody got a chance. That's why everybody.
That's why
you give everybody a chance. Everybody got a chance to crack that sky or you die. You got your chances. Like, everybody, he can't come back until everybody here. You feel what I'm saying? I'm talking about the people in the Amazon, the people in them islands that they black, but they got the blonde hair, blue eyes. They got to hear about Jesus before he come back. You feel what I'm saying? Like, everybody got to hear about the kingdom of God before he come back. And that's why it's so important when we get put into these positions to understand the kingdom of God. We have to really tap in and be like, all right, my mission is to serve Christ. And to serve Christ, I have to be vulnerable enough and open enough to doing whatever God tell me to do. I can't live to go get the rolls. I can't live for the Bentley truck. I can't live to be the freshest person every time I walk into the place. I can't live to get in a mansion. You feel what I'm saying? I can't live to have all these things. What do you say? He say, seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all these things will be added unto you. You know what I'm saying? He didn't say seek first the bag. Everybody talking about I get to the bag. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get to the bag and go straight to hell. Like, what's gonna happen? You get the bag and go straight to hell. You're gonna be in hell with 4 pockets. You feel what I'm saying? There's no shade, little baby. You feel what I'm saying? Because I heard you believe that. But you're gonna be 4 pockets full in hell. Because that's real. Everybody, when you get on that deathbed, I don't care who you is. I don't care. I'm going this far. I don't care you the Muslim. I don't care you the Buddhist. I don't care you the Satanist. When you get on that deathbed and you coherent, you gon' evaluate like, is Jesus really real before I die and bust hell wide open? You gonna think about that because you're gonna be like, am I gonna bust hell wide open? You wondering then. Don't think that, you already gone.
Yeah, it's over.
You already gone.
If your mind don't go there, then you don't care. And it's just over. Like, if your mind don't go there, I don't know. Like, if you about to die,
you can get to the bag, have all 4 of your pockets full. You can have the change, you can have the rose, you can have about 23 different girls that you can switch up from. You can be happy. That's another thing too. People think attached to the happiness thing. Happiness. First off, happiness and joy is 2 different things.
Oof, that's what I had to realize.
You can be happy, but everything is just like, you feel me? Like, this is not right. But joy is having that same feeling of happiness, but everything is chaos. Anything can be going anyway. Whatever.
It's peace.
Peace. You like, I mean, it's gonna work out. Whatever happens, it's gonna work out. Like,
yeah,
it's gonna work. And that's when you living by faith and not by sight.
Yeah.
When you live to be obedient.
Mm-hmm. And you have, because when you got that kind of, the thing is, when you have that kind of belief where you're saying, you walk by faith and not by sight. I mean, or when you have that faith, like, basically you have to be obedient, because you know that the only way that you're going to get what he wants is if you do what he say. So it's kind of like a 2-way thing. People that don't have faith feel like they don't have to do what he say all the way, because it's kind of like, he gonna bless me anyway. But that ain't really faith. Like, I don't know. Like, people think that saying, like, I know God gonna handle it, it's just faith. But faith is like, I'm gonna also do what he need me to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you can have that mindset, because I had that. That's why I'm saying, because I've been there. I've been like, I know God gonna handle it. But it's way different when you telling him, I'm gonna meet you halfway. Let's say it like that. It's different. Like, if he here, like, if he, okay, this is how I like to explain it. He gonna keep coming, right? God is coming. But the moment you start coming too, y'all gonna meet a lot quicker. Like, he always gonna be coming, but if you just sitting here, it's gonna take him a lot longer to get to. But if you meet him, it make the process a lot quicker. Because, yeah, he gonna come. And that's where people get it confused. they feel like they don't got to take that extra step because he keeps showing up. But it's that overflow. It's the way he really show up when you meet him. And it's how fast it comes, right? Because you actually meeting him there versus keep waiting on him to come. And then at some point, I feel like, he gonna take a little longer at some point. You know what I'm saying? You keep on playing with him. You keep on just knowing he gonna come. He gonna be like, oh, you think I'm gonna come? Well, let me show you something. I'm gonna come, but it's gonna take a little longer than you thought. How about that? Because you keep playing with me. And you just ain't, you taking my blessings as a joke. I'm like, when I explain it, I'm just like, you got to just think of this as a relationship. We get so stuck on the God, but like any relationship, who really likes a one-sided relationship? That's like having a man, you're telling him, I want you to pay my bills. I want you to put gas in my car. I want you to do this. I want you to do that. But I'm not going to wash these dishes. I'm not going to do nothing in this house. I'm just going to sit here. Okay. What man really going to do? It don't matter how good you look, how nothing. At some point, yeah, he might do it for a little while. Then he's going to be like, oh, now you just smacking me in my face. Like now you just taking me for granted. So let me go to the woman that really appreciate me. Let me go to the woman that understand I'm not just a money. Yeah, I pay your bills, but let's make this a companion. Let's make this a partnership. That's the same thing with God. Like he gonna, and it's a little bit, obviously, he's still gonna be there. But you get what I'm saying. Nobody likes a one-way relationship. It don't happen like that. You got to meet him somewhere. We ask him for so much. Like I tell people so much. Stop asking him why and start asking him, what do you want me to do? Stop asking him for things. Like we get so stuck on it. Why is this happening? Or God, can I have this? Or God, can you start asking him, what do he want? We so stuck on what we want. Ask him what he wants. Because that's the real key right there. When you start asking him, what can I do for you? It's reciprocity. People don't understand the importance of reciprocity. Like, it's everything. It's not just with people on the streets. Like you gotta have that with God too. That's why you gotta read your Bible. It's so many. You just gotta stay connected. You gotta stay plugged in to the source. Like you just gotta stay plugged in. You can't put a three-prong plug into a two-prong outlet. It won't work. So you gotta stay connected. And you gotta stay really connected. You gotta make sure you plugged into the right thing. And guess what? If you ain't right and you ain't ready to be connected, you're gonna see. Because that's how I feel. People want to play. You can't play with it. Because you're going to realize if you're trying to put the wrong plug in, you half stepping, you're going to see. So we didn't got on here till midnight. I cannot believe it.
What time? Oh, it is. They put the plug in, they don't turn on the switch. That's your prayer life.
That's the one right there, sitting there like this. What you got it plugged in for? Sitting there. Turn the light on. That's real. People will carry a Bible around. I know people that do that. They keep a Bible on their nightstand, ain't opened it. And they feel like because they got the Bible sitting there that they doing something. Like, you're not even doing it. They keep a Bible in their purse, in their car.
A pastor I was under said this. He said that when you pray, that's you talking to God. But when you reading that word, that's him talking back to you.
Yep. That's what nobody told me that, but that's what I just always, that's how I look at it. Literally. When I pray, that's my time to talk. But when I'm reading that word or when I'm meditating and I'm really just allowing it, him to speak, that's because it's a two-way thing. I think that's another thing too. People think that it's just about prayer. But most of the time when you pray, you're asking for something. A lot of times, people are praying, either they're asking for something or they're saying that they're grateful. But listen, what about after you ask? When do you listen to the response? Sometimes he's answering and saying no. You asking for something in prayer and he's showing you, he's trying to tell you no, but you ignoring that. But that's what I was saying. That's that praying with an expectation. Because if you pray with an expectation, you're going to block what he's trying to say. Because you already trying to figure out, you really just praying to him, hoping that he will give you confirmation to that answer, which is pointless.
Like the TikTok memes.
Literally. Like, dear God, no, never mind. Give me another. I just did a reel like that. He said, God, please guide me. Okay, no, give me another answer. Like, that's how people be. No, you got to take that answer. And even if it don't feel right or it don't sound right or whatever, you just got to believe it and do it. Like for me, I was like, I got to switch this mentoring. Like I do. I have to switch it. And when I switched it, it changed the whole morale of my community. Like, because what I didn't realize was that people didn't want to do the weight loss stuff. They wanted me as a coach. So really, it was stressful for them because they was like, now I'm connected to something I really don't want to, but I got to connect to this in order to be connected to you. So once I took that out of it and said, now I'm just here to help y'all, this is it. We ain't focusing on none of that. It just changed the whole environment. Like, it just made people open up, and it was like, okay, now we can really work on us. Like, it was like they was waiting on it. I'm like, y'all could have told me this. Like, but that's how God works. He got to show you. He put you through what he needs to when he needs to. Because I needed that, because I wouldn't have connected with him if I wouldn't have got lost, if I wouldn't have got so off track. He pulled me so off track where I couldn't get understanding from anywhere else. But I had to be obedient, and I was, and I'm just thankful. I'm just on this journey, and I'm just loving it. I am loving it.
Continue to grow. Just always understand when you putting them first, I had to learn. Like, I was thinking I had went through a season where I'm thinking putting them first is making sure that all my time go to him. And then I started hitting walls and getting overwhelmed because I'm trying to make sure that I'm literally out of play. Like, I'm like, if I don't spend them 3 hours with him, if I don't spend that 2 hours and 40 minutes with God, I'm tripping that day. Like, but it's a mind thing.
I swear.
When you got the mind and you like, all right, I'm make sure I'm praying for an hour. I'll make sure I'm in his word. I'm gonna do all this other stuff. I'll make sure because that's the tithe of your time. Your tithe of your day, that's 2 hours and 40 minutes. Like,
yeah,
people live by that. But he got on me, was like, you in religion again. You getting in religion. Because you trying to make sure.
Do you see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was going in and out at first, but
because my phone about to die in a little bit. So
but that's how it was. It was like, you get into religion again. Like, you get into a point where you thinking your works is gonna like put you in a better position, and that's not how we supposed to be living. So when you putting them first, it's more along the lines of you letting decisions. You know what I'm saying? They say, trust in the Lord with all your heart, lean not to your own understanding, all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your path. If you putting him first, like, it was times where I was in the wilderness, like, you feel what I'm saying? I already said yes. I wasn't living like I said yes, but I said yes as a young child. You feel what I'm saying? So that's gonna follow me. I'm still listening, but I'm not listening wholeheartedly. But he always gonna direct you in the right path to put you in the right way. That's why I say.
Yeah, because it's crazy, because I was baptized when I was like 12, and I didn't even like. I just did it on some. The other people was doing it, so I did it. Like,
But that was your yes and your season.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, here I go.
No, we can what's the name? Now, I appreciate you for hopping on here. It was a good conversation. You're gonna bring a lot of women to Christ. I'm just letting you know that now. Just get ready. The trials and tribulations gonna come, but don't stop.
Yes.
Don't stop.
I appreciate that. I don't plan on letting up no time soon. Like I said, I'm fresh.
You're gonna have it's gonna open up quick. You're gonna have them influencer girls listening to you. Them girls who got the 1,300,000 followers, that, you feel what I'm saying? Like, they thought they was dirty. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's why they was living like that. Like, they thought that this is what they had to do to get to the bag. But then once they really understand and really tap in with God and know that God don't hate them, or God didn't forsake them, or God said, yeah, I have grace, but I can't lean on this grace to do whatever I want just because I think that this is how I'm getting through life. You're going to talk to that woman. Prepare. You're going to go through a season, but you're going to be able to talk to that woman and really get her to listen.
Wow. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, because that's my goal. What I do know is that I have a really good, one thing, that's what he blessed me with, is being able to connect with the people who don't feel like they could be connected with. You know what I'm saying? People who is normally hard to connect with, I'm able to connect with them. So my goal for real is just to get his word through to anybody who's willing to listen, right? That's what he said in the Bible. The ear that's willing to hear will listen. So that's where I'm at. Now I'm just like, that's where I'm at. If they willing to listen, you can't really have a conversation with me without me mentioning God. You can't. So I appreciate that. I appreciate you having me on your platform. Like I said, this conversation was such an eye-opener. Like, in a million different ways. Like, that's why I stayed on here this long. Normally I would be like, all right, like, but this was a really good conversation, and it's needed. Like, these conversations are needed. I love your platform. I love it. I was talking to my man about it. Like, I love his platform. And the thing is, you still yourself. Like, you still you. And that's what matters. Like, even with, I wouldn't even have known whether you smoked or you drank or, because you're still you. And that right there to me speaks volume. It speaks volume for real. Because most of the time people switch and then they turn into this whole, you know what I'm saying? Somebody that's not relatable. So I love that, because that's what you got to stay true to you. So I appreciate that. I appreciate you having me on your platform. Hopefully we sit together again. I'm doing mine. I'm about to start my platform. Actually, it's going to be called Step Into the Trap. So I want to interview more like guys, just random questions too. So I'll be sending you an invite for that. Okay. But yeah, I appreciated this. I loved it. I love this platform. Whenever you post it, let me know, which I'm sure you will. Do you post it on YouTube? Is that where it's at?
Everything, yeah. Everything gonna be on all platforms.
Cool. Good. Well, I loved it. Is the video gonna be there too?
Yeah.
Or just audio? Okay. All right, cool. I recorded a lot too. So I'm gonna make me like a nice little promo video too to put it on my platform. So I love this. Thanks for having me on your platform. I'm excited to see it. Just keep doing what you're doing. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Make sure you tap in with Rrari Da Coach. You feel what I'm saying? Like, maybe y'all need some mentorship. You feel me? She got an amazing platform, and y'all see what she do. Like, she connects with the people. She teach you how to run your business, teach you how to get everything going, teach you how to be a better woman. You feel me? Tap in with Rrari Da Coach. And as we close out tonight, can you give us a word of prayer?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me make sure my phone don't cut off. Okay, we on 6%. We good. All right. Bow your heads. And Father God, I come to you tonight with an open heart and an open mind. I want to thank you for allowing me to be on this platform. I thank you for allowing me to walk in my shoes to where Lamont was able to recognize me and I can come on and use my voice. I thank you for allowing him to use his voice. I ask that you continue to guide us. You continue to give us the structure and the obedience that we need to make ourselves less of us and more of you. And I just thank you. I thank you for the overflow. I thank you in advance for everything that you have for me and him and for these platforms and what we're going to pour into this community through you. In your name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank y'all for logging on to the God is My Source podcast. We bridge the gap between the Bible and the culture. And I hope y'all learned something. I know y'all learned something, because that's how God works. Because he's not like a man, he should lie, not like the son of man, he should repent. And when 2 or 3 gather in his name, he shall be in the midst. So I appreciate y'all and see y'all next time.